Chapter 441. The war grew even bloodier and more brutal. Wizards were frequently shot down from the sky by orcs, while ogres on the ground were constantly sinking into the swamps, unable to escape. In the distance, Samuro in the sky was quite satisfied with the current situation, watching the Orcish forces closing in with a sense of triumphant advantage. Meanwhile, in the staff headquarters of the outpost, Lu Chengji was deeply worried. Although the outpost would occasionally open a spatial rift to Blue Star to obtain support, for safety reasons, the rifts were only open for a short time. Therefore, the support received each time was limited, and in the current situation, the losses clearly outweighed the support. As everyone silently watched the monitors, casualty figures continued to be reported. Commander, the northern wall has suffered over 10% damage. Besides needing reinforcements, the frontline troops request a partial rest. Understood. Send the 1st Reserve Brigade. Tell them there will be no replacements until the next troop rotation. Tell them to be smart. Don't worry about weapons and ammunition, minimizing casualties is the priority. Yes, sir. Shortly after the staff officer left, another voice rang out. Commander, the eastern wall is under immense pressure. They request increased artillery support. What's the situation with the artillery? The artillery has only had one rest since the start of the battle, and now there are overheating issues with the gun barrels. The staff officer suggests using reserves for rotation. This will maintain firepower while allowing the overheated weapons to be repaired. I agree with the General Staff's opinion. Go ahead and do it. Also, have all the armed helicopters in the base take off to support the east. And ask the commander of the troops in the east. Others are holding out. I wonder if they can. The staff officer immediately understood that this meant the east was being forced to fight to the death. As a soldier, being told you're incompetent is something no one can tolerate. While the Yin soldiers were fiercely defending, the wizards outside were also suffering heavy casualties. In just one day, hundreds of wizards had already died on the battlefield for various reasons. Even more were wounded, but fortunately, most of their injuries were physical, and recovery was only a matter of time. Beretta Mori was no longer the little girl who hid behind her sister. Now, Beretta was in the prime of her life. At this time, Beretta was organizing the operation of the field hospital at the Yen outpost, and her unique chosen one constitution made her medical talents particularly outstanding. Just as Beretta returned to the lounge to eat something and replenish her strength, a female medic from Yen country named Angie rushed over, breathless, saying, Dr. Beretta, come quick. A wizard has been struck by some kind of magic. Black blood is gushing from his entire leg, and we can't stop it. Hearing this, Beretta quickly grabbed her wand from the table and rushed to the operating room with Angie. A military doctor was already there, trying to save the wizard. However, it was clear that the Yin country's military doctors didn't have a good solution for this kind of inexplicable magical injury. They could only keep the wizard's condition from worsening. Beretta examined the wizard's wound, took out a vial of healing potion from her waist, and poured it down his throat. Soon, the wound began to show signs of healing, but this didn't last long before stopping, and black blood continued to ooze from it. Don't stop the transfusion. His wound is complicated. How did he get injured? I don't know, but after I gave him anesthesia, he kept muttering about monsters or something. Beretta understood. It was likely an injury caused by some kind of venomous beast. She thought for a moment, then rummaged through her belt, finally finding a small glass bottle. She uncorked it, and dripped a clear liquid onto the wizard's wound. Soon, a miracle occurred. After the clear liquid was applied, the wound began to hiss and emit white smoke. The smoke-producing wound returned to its normal flesh color and began to slowly heal, while the wounded man's previously painful expression gradually relaxed, seemingly lessening his pain. Seeing that her potion had worked, Beretta breathed a sigh of relief and poured the last of the liquid from the bottle onto the wound. 5 minutes later, the wounds on the injured soldier's body had miraculously healed, though the wizard remained pale due to blood loss. Beretta was very satisfied with the effect of the Phoenix Tears. It was the only bottle she had on her. Originally intended as a backup plan, it had unexpectedly saved a wizard's life. Alright, he's mostly recovered. However, he won't fully recover anytime soon, so let's send him back to Earth to recuperate. The medics and medical personnel nearby breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this. Every wounded soldier they saved was a victory for them. And each victory meant they had saved another comrade's life. Seeing that she was no longer needed, Beretta prepared to leave. Just then, the female soldier named Angie ran over again, pulling Beretta towards the next ward. This time, as Beretta was dragged into the ward, her brow furrowed. She saw a young wizard sitting quietly beside the bed, while the wizard lying on the bed was half ethereal. When the weeping young wizard saw Beretta enter the ward, He immediately stood up and said in a tearful voice, "Senior Beretta, please save our captain. He was struck by magic while trying to save me. Please save him. I tried everything, but our captain. He's still fading away. What happened to him? He said he'd treat us to something nice after our shift, but then he..." "Shut up. If you want to save your captain's life, don't waste your time on this useless talk." The captain was struck by a white spell. A white spell. Beretta observed the wizard's condition. His vital signs were stable, but his body was slowly fading away. It was the kind of gradual transformation, becoming transparent little by little, and then eventually nothingness. The wizard's skin and muscles on half his body had become transparent. Beretta could clearly see his internal organs beating and blood flowing. She wasn't sure what was happening, but she didn't think it was a malevolent curse. If it were evil magic, the wizard's vital signs wouldn't be so stable. If it's not a curse, then why is he slowly becoming transparent? Even a fool like Beretta wouldn't believe this is a good thing. She believed that if left unchecked, the wizard would eventually die. Chapter 442. This can't go on, but I never encountered this situation before. Although Beretta said she didn't know what to do, her hands didn't stop. She drew her wand and cast a spell on the wizard. All curses end. A flash of blue light appeared, and the unconscious wizard seemed to stop his ethereal transformation. The other wizards present, seeing their captain's condition stop worsening, wept with joy. However, only Beretta knew that this spell wasn't so simple. She had only prevented the condition from worsening. Treating him was definitely not an option. Professor Dumbledore or Headmaster Andres would need to come personally. "Don't cry. I only alleviated his injuries. To completely resolve the situation, we have to wait for Headmaster Andres and the others after the war. For now, a few of you stay and take turns caring for your captain. If his injuries worsen, use the All Curses End spell to reduce the damage from the enemy's spell. The rest of you, just pray this damned war ends quickly." Similar scenes were being repeated at the Yen Kingdom's outpost. The damage from war was indiscriminate. Here, whether you're an ordinary person or a powerful wizard, an accident could take your life. Even so, no one will regret it, because this is a life-or-death battle between racial civilizations. No one wants their descendants to become slaves of another civilization, at the mercy of others. The dark law of the jungle has never been far away. Inside the command post of the Yen Kingdom's outpost, Lu Chongji looked at Tang Jihong, asking anxiously, "Old Tang, do you have any ideas? The situation is extremely critical now. The outer defenses have been completely lost. The enemy has surrounded us, and our conventional weapons are hardly effective now. If pushed to the limit, I have to use mushroom bombs. You know, using those things will have a huge impact." Old Lu calmed down. "Remember, the top wizards are all here. What are you afraid of? They find a way. If they can't, then you can consider using the mushroom eggs. But those things might be effective once or twice, but if the enemy is prepared, they won't work as well. That's exactly what I'm afraid of. Our previous battles against the orcs went so smoothly because neither side was used to the other's tactics. This time, the orcs are clearly prepared. Those giant blue two-headed orcs are obviously there to draw fire. And they even sent air units to disrupt our artillery positions. They're clearly anticipating this. Luckily, we were prepared, or we would have suffered a great loss." Just as the two were discussing the war situation in the command post, a wizard suddenly entered. "Captain Tang Jihong, Principal Andres requests your presence." Hearing this, Lu Chongji and Tang Jihong's eyes lit up. Their chance to counterattack had arrived. Lu Chongji quickly asked the wizard who had delivered the order, "May I come along?" "I don't know, Headmaster Andres didn't mention it." Tang Jihong understood that Lu Chongji was worried about the war situation, and since it wasn't a bad thing for him to know that the magical world was going to take action, he chimed in. "What is not prohibited is permitted. Since Headmaster Andres didn't say it was forbidden, then you can come along." So Tang Jihong, Lu Chongji, and the wizard went to Dumbledore's room together. The group of bigwigs inside were discussing something. The discussion paused briefly when Tang Jihong and Lu Chongji entered, but quickly resumed. Andres waved to Tang Jihong upon his arrival, but didn't pay attention to Lu Chongji following along. "Tang Jihong, this is a special authorization document signed by Minister Pang Mingwei. Take a look." Tang Jihong was taken aback at first, then quickly picked up the parchment scroll bearing the Ministry of Magic's emblem. The contents were simple. Due to the tense situation on the continent of Karen, the Ministry of Magic authorized Andres Mori as its plenipotentiary representative, granting him the authority to command all wizards on Karen. The document was dated today. Tang Jihong read it and placed it on the table, awaiting Andres' orders. Finished reading? Do you have any objections to this authorization document? No, Headmaster. Very good. How many Auras are currently at the Yen Kingdom outpost? How many recruited wizards? Reporting to the Headmaster, excluding the wounded and necessary personnel, there are currently 4,000 Auras available at the outpost, and approximately 12,000 recruited wizards. Hearing Tang Jihong's report, Andres looked at Dumbledore. Dumbledore also looked at Andres and nodded. Andres then stood up and raised his hands in a gesture of slamming down. Everyone in the room immediately fell silent, turning to look at Andres. Captain Tang just told me the current number of wizards. 4,000 Auras and 12,000 recruited wizards. So, we proceed according to the plan. Professor Minerva McGonagall and Captain Tang Jihong will lead the 12,000 recruited wizards as the main force in the outward attack. Professor McGonagall will be responsible for maintaining the defensive formation, while Captain Tang Jihong will organize the counteroffensive. Remember, your goal is simply to defeat the enemy and minimize your own casualties. Understand, Professor McGonagall? You be in charge of the main battlefront, and Captain Tang Jihong will assist you. I have no problem, Headmaster Andres. Very good. Andres nodded slightly, then continued speaking to the others. The remaining 4,000 Auras will be divided into 400 squads, assigned according to the action groups we just arranged. Each squad will lead 4 Aura teams to assassinate the enemy's manpower. Remember, your mission is to help them deal with troublesome enemies, not to fight ordinary orc soldiers. You must maintain your magical state at all times. If you encounter an insurmountable opponent, send a distress signal. Headmaster Dumbledore and I will be monitoring the entire battlefield. Andres paused, then scanned the room to see if anyone had any questions. After a while, seeing no one had any, he continued, since everyone agrees, let's begin. It's time to let these savage orcs witness the power of wizards. Also, I hope to see every one of you at the victory celebration. Now go! Hearing Andres' words, some nodded with smiles, some responded verbally, and others remained silent. However, no one complained or showed dissatisfaction, and they reluctantly left the room and headed out the door. Chapter 443. In the dawn forest of the Karen continent, evening had fallen. The light gradually dimmed, but the war within the dawn forest did not cease. Instead, it intensified with the passage of time. In a normal ancient war, this would be a good opportunity for both sides to catch their breath. Unfortunately, this was a battlefield between two civilizations, and some ancient customs were not suitable here. Both human searchlights and Orcish magic illuminated the battlefield, where corpses piled high, and red-black blood soaked the land. Presumably, the flowers and plants here would be even more lush next year. In the distant sky, Samuro had stood in the heavens for an unknown amount of time. However, it felt no fatigue but rather intense excitement, for its forces had already surrounded the alien-human stronghold, and its conquest was only a matter of time. Although it didn't care much about the Orcish royal court's control over it, it cared about its reputation among the orcs. Because of Samuro's current status and strength, the other Orcish generals, seeing that it wouldn't leave, had no choice but to stay. However, he inwardly grumbled, thinking, what's the point of watching all day? Those lowly slaves and soldiers will naturally defeat the enemy. Just as Samuro was in high spirits, and the orc generals were brimming with confidence, a new development occurred on the battlefield. First, a barrage of strange projectiles flew out from the Yen Kingdom's outpost, instantly clearing a kilometer radius in front of the gate. Then, the base gate suddenly opened, and thousands of humans formed a square formation and emerged. These humans quickly assembled in the open space in front of the gate, and those at the back of the square drew their wands and cast spells into the sky. These spells shot into the sky like fireworks, exploding and spreading outwards after reaching a certain height. In just half a minute, a transparent protective array was formed. The transparent protective array firmly enveloped the entire human formation. Once the array was complete, a wizard flying in the sky blew a whistle. The human formation then began to advance. Although the wizard's steps were disordered, they still appeared quite imposing from a distance. As time passed, the area just leveled by cannon fire was once again filled with orc soldiers. These orcs, still in a frenzy, had completely lost their reason. They didn't care about the strangeness of the enemy before them, and charged straight at them. Just as they reached a distance of about 100 meters from the formation, the wizard riding on a broomstick blew the whistle again. The urgent, short whistle brought the entire wizard formation to a halt, followed by a powerful voice that sounded like a signal. Attack! The thousands of wizards standing at the front of the formation raised their wands and chanted various spells. At that moment, colorful spells, like humans entering the age of firearms, were fired in unison at the orcs outside the protective shield. Except for a few spells that missed, the rest hit their targets accurately, striking the frontline orc slaves to the ground. Hundreds of orc soldiers perished on the battlefield, but this attack was nothing more than a drizzle against the massive orc army. However, this drizzle continued to erode the orc soldiers' lives, because after the first rank of wizards cast their spells, they turned and moved to the back of the attacking column, while the second rank of wizards continued the assault, repeating this cycle. Within a few minutes, at least tens of thousands of orc soldiers were killed or wounded by the wizards' attacks. Simultaneously, the orc soldiers tried to annihilate the human phalanx composed of mages from all sides. However, they were all blocked by the protective shields erected by the humans. Even though they couldn't attack the humans, large numbers of orc slaves continued to pound on the protective arrays with their weapons. From afar, the entire human defensive array resembled ripples on a lake being struck by raindrops. However, these ripples seemed unable to disrupt the array's operation, and therefore posed no threat to the wizard formation. The orc slaves could only watch helplessly as their comrades fell and died, and the tide of battle turned. In Samuro's view, a discordant dent suddenly appeared on the previously circular battle line. Soldiers from other areas tried to fill the dent, but unfortunately, it was all in vain. The dent seemed perpetually unfillable. At this moment, Samuro had a vague sense of unease, but the thought was fleeting and didn't garner his attention. Instead, he turned to his general and gave orders for the next move. It seems the main human force has been mobilized. Bring up those 20 magic crystal cannons. Let's teach them a lesson. But sir, aren't these 20 magic crystal cannons meant to be the final, decisive weapon? Wouldn't it be a bit much to use them now? The orc general didn't finish his sentence, quietly awaiting Samuro's final decision. Samuro didn't hesitate, waving his hand to carry out the order. Although the orc general still had doubts, he didn't refuse and turned to leave. Meanwhile, Samuro was cursing the general for being so stubborn. What kind of time was this? If they could eliminate this main human force, wouldn't eliminating these otherworldly humans be a piece of cake? As for why Samuro was so certain these mages were the main human force, it was related to the situation on the Karen continent. On the Karen continent, training each professional required a considerable amount of resources, and in Samuro's view, the otherworldly humans must have expended a significant cost to train so many mages. If humanity had been able to muster tens of thousands of mages, when the orcs unified the continent of Karen, they wouldn't be enslaving humans now. In this respect, Samuro could be said to have guessed right and wrong. He wasn't wrong because the number of wizards trained by humans on Earth over the years hasn't been very large. In terms of sheer numbers, the orcs still hold the advantage. However, he was wrong because Andres' time frame was too short, at most 20 years, and training this many wizards was already an achievement. However, as time goes on, the wizard community will undoubtedly grow. As for resources, Andres has no worries. Not only are Earth's various resource industries gradually becoming well developed, but he's also not afraid to exchange resources within the system because his current system points are astronomical, more than he can use, and he receives a steady stream of system points every year. Chapter 444. The war continues, and the humans of Blue Star have gained the upper hand on the battlefield. Large numbers of orc soldiers, having entered berserk mode, have lost their reason. They only know how to kill any enemy in front of them, not whether they can defeat them. The encirclement of the Yen Kingdom's outpost is thinning due to the deaths of many orc soldiers. Just as everything is developing in a direction favorable to humanity, a series of loud explosions erupt far from the battlefield. The Orcish Empire's powerful weapon has been unleashed. Strictly speaking, the magic crystal cannon didn't originally belong to the Orcish Empire. They obtained it through a raid on the Dwarven Kingdom's capital. The remaining dwarves in Anchi City, lacking raw materials and the corresponding technical blueprints, no longer know how to manufacture it. Furthermore, the orcs burned the blueprints during their raid, so now every broken one is one less. Because it is so important, the Orcish Empire rarely uses it. This time, if it weren't for the fact that the leading general was the Orcish swordsman Samuro, they might not have been able to borrow it. The wizards, still fiercely slaughtering orc soldiers, noticed a dozen enormous points of light approaching from the distant sky. The wizard flying in the formation, high above, had also noticed this, and quickly jotted down the information, folding it into a paper airplane before throwing it. The paper airplane soon reached Professor Minerva McGonagall's hands. Professor McGonagall read the note, and looked up at the sky. The dozen or so points of light were getting closer and closer. Although she didn't know what they were, she knew without a doubt it was an enemy attack. Hold on, the enemy's attack is here. Reserves, you two, channel magic into the protective array. The rotating defense personnel had already seen the projected orbs of light, and now, following Professor McGonagall's order, everyone drew their wands and channeled magic into the array. Then, like meteors hitting the earth, they crashed into the protective array, leaving long pillars of light trails. Boom, boom, boom. A dozen massive explosions echoed across the battlefield, the deafening noise causing many to cover their ears. Some orc soldiers nearby, with their weaker defenses, were instantly killed by the shockwaves. The wizards within the array, protected by the array, were unharmed. However, the wizard's defensive array was clearly severely damaged, but fortunately, with sufficient magic, it could be maintained. Professor McGonagall, who was in charge of the defense, looked grim, knowing that the wizard's defensive array wouldn't withstand many more attacks before it was breached. If the defensive array they were overseeing collapsed, the wizards would inevitably suffer losses. The consequences of a horde of zombies charging recklessly at a group of soldiers were unimaginable. Just as Professor McGonagall was worrying about her defensive array, Andres, who was patrolling the battlefield, also witnessed the attack. Andres understood that he couldn't allow the orcs to attack their defensive array at will. He needed to do something. Andres gathered the thousands of Aura squad members, who were indiscriminately slaughtering orc soldiers on the battlefield. He saw Professor Felix Flitwick among them. Therefore, Andres entrusted the task to Professor Flitwick, who readily agreed and quickly assembled the 1,000-strong Aura force, rushing towards the Orcish magic crystal cannon position. To quickly eliminate the crystal cannons, Professor Flitwick and the thousands of Auras used disappearance charms on themselves and Apparat to advance. Because they didn't know the enemy's exact location, they had to apparate a short distance each time before reappearing and flying again. Finally, after several apparitions, Flitwick and the 1,000 wizards discovered their target. The crystal cannons had already fired 2 volleys, and a group of orc slaves were preparing for a third attack. The orc slaves split into several groups. One group cleaned the cannon barrels, another removed the used crystals from the cannons, and yet another replenished them. Several high-level orcs were whipping everyone to hurry. Professor Flitwick gathered the leaders of these Aura teams together, briefly assigned tasks, and everyone began to move. They weren't going to give the crystal cannons a third chance to fire, and then a bizarre scene unfolded on the crystal cannon position. Suddenly, hundreds upon hundreds of beams of light appeared around the orcs, who had been nervously preparing. A spell flashed, and the orcs collapsed, bleeding profusely. The entire process was as simple as chopping vegetables. The orcs were brought down without any resistance. Seeing that there were no orcs left on the magic crystal cannon position, Professor Flitwick ordered the Auras to quickly clean up the battlefield and evacuate. After all, this was near the orc stronghold, and it would be troublesome if they got entangled with them. Just as the wizards destroyed the orcs' magic crystal cannon, Samuro, who was observing the battlefield, received news of the destruction of the magic crystal cannon position. Its face instantly turned ashen, if one could see it. Samuro felt utterly terrible because it had been careless. It assumed the magic crystal cannon was safe near its own stronghold, so it hadn't sent any professionals to protect it. It hadn't expected to be proven wrong, especially near its own army. Enraged, Samuro instantly left the place where it had spent the entire day and flew towards the magic crystal cannon position, determined to teach these despicable humans who had launched the sneak attack a lesson. Meanwhile, the Aura squad responsible for the ambush had completed their mission and were preparing to apparate back, but due to their large numbers, Professor Flitwick and his group stayed behind to ensure everyone received orders to retreat. It was precisely this responsible attitude that led Professor Flitwick and some of the remaining Auras to encounter the furious Samuro. Professor Flitwick and the Regard Auras also saw Samuro. Anyone who dared to come here alone with a small retinue was clearly no pushover. Professor Flitwick and the remaining Auras drew their wands and unleashed spells at Samuro and his group, but Samuro's team showed no fear in the face of the incoming magic, immediately entering invisibility. When it reappeared before Professor Flitwick and his group, several Auras lay dead on the ground. These fallen Auras hadn't even closed their eyes yet. They couldn't understand how they had been decapitated so easily. Seeing this, Flitwick knew he met his match, so he shouted to the others, "Run! This isn't someone we can handle." Although Samuro couldn't understand what Professor Flitwick was saying, it could guess the gist of it, so it just looked at the humans in front of it with a cold smile. Chapter 445. You lowly insects, how dare you attack Lord Samuro's magic crystal cannon position? Now that you're here, don't leave. Lord Samuro just happens to be lacking some skull goblets. Several of Samuro's followers mocked the humans before them with excited expressions, clearly confident in Samuro's power. Professor Flitwick and the others were indeed in a precarious situation, as Samuro's cultivation level was clearly superior to theirs. The remaining Aurors and Professor Flitwick realized that apparition was no longer possible, so they all formed a circle back-to-back to defend against enemy attacks. One of the Aurors even launched a red spell into the sky, the distress flare that Andres had instructed them to use earlier. Whoosh! The red flare shot straight into the sky, reaching its highest point before slowly descending. Samuro had actually noticed the wizard's subtle action, but it paid no attention. It didn't think the insect's actions would affect it. In fact, it secretly hoped more insects would arrive, making them easier to deal with. Samuro paced back and forth within the circle of Aurors, occasionally glancing at them. Sometimes he would turn back and tease his followers, who echoed their master's sentiments. Look at these weak humans. They're too thin and look weak. Yes, if they didn't know any magic, I find them useless even as slaves. Perhaps they're only used as food? No, they're too dry, they don't have much meat. They chatted incessantly with disdain and contempt, even using mental powers to provoke the humans before them. However, Professor Flitwick and his men within the besieged area were clearly not so foolish. To create more trouble for the enemy, Professor Flitwick even used a fiend-fire spell to create a wall of fire. Near the Yen Kingdom's outpost, Andres was still patrolling the battlefield, helping Aura squads in danger. Just as he finished off a wyvern slain on the battlefield, a red light suddenly shot into the sky. Andres' expression hardened. This was a distress signal. And a distress signal from such a distance could only come from Professor Flitwick's raiding party. Without hesitation, Andres operated to a corner of the outpost. Lying in the corner was a colossal creature. Upon seeing Andres, it immediately stood up and nuzzled him with its massive head. All right, Thunder. This isn't the time for fooling around. I need your help. With that, Andres turned and jumped onto Thunder's back, then gently patted him. Thunder immediately flapped his wings a few times and took off into the sky. High in the air, Andres constantly corrected his course, flying rapidly towards Professor Flitwick and the others. Thunder's speed at full speed in the high sky was quite fast, and Andres arrived at the scene shortly after the distress signal was sent. Samuro, waiting at the magic crystal cannon position, looked at the sky and mocked the humans before him. Looks like our wait wasn't in vain, was it? I didn't expect someone would have the courage to come to your rescue. Now that the prey has arrived, you bait are useless. With that, Samuro unleashed his martial arts, and several Samuros instantly appeared before the Aurors. These Samuros moved with incredible speed, leaving countless afterimages in the air. As these afterimages continuously swung their long swords, the Aurors suffered casualties intermittently. Although the Aurors constantly used various spells to try and withstand Samuro's attacks, the effect was not significant, only providing a temporary delay. It was this brief delay that saved the lives of most of the Aurors present, because Andres had noticed the situation. Without waiting for Thunder to land and come to a complete stop, he jumped off Thunder's back, using the speed and force of his descent to slam into Samuro. Samuro naturally noticed the arriving Andres as well. He even recognized him as the human expert he had fought recently. Therefore, Samuro abandoned his continued attack on Flitwick and the others, and instead dodged Andres' attack. Having regained his footing, Andres gave Samuro no chance to catch his breath, immediately brandishing his wand and unleashing a fire dragon with a fiend-fire spell to attack Samuro. While Samuro dodged the dragon's attack, Andres took the opportunity to turn back and instruct Professor Flitwick and the others to leave. Professor Flitwick, leave this to me. You take them away first, and remember to bring back the bodies of our fallen heroes. Yes, Headmaster Andres. Be careful. With that, Professor Flitwick, along with the Aurors and the bodies of their fallen comrades, operated away, leaving only Andres, Samuro, and a few of their followers on the magic crystal cannon position. Seeing Professor Flitwick and the others leave, Andres' gaze returned to Samuro. Seeing Samuro still locked in combat with the fire dragon, Andres sensed something was amiss. Andres then maximized his magical perception, and sure enough, an invisible figure was slowly approaching him not far away. The figure entangled with the fire dragon was indeed not Samuro's true form. It was merely an illusion used to distract Andres, while the real Samuro prepared to launch a sneak attack. Andres didn't rush to expose his opponent's trick. Instead, he feigned ignorance and continued casting a second spell to attack the clone. In reality, he was constantly sensing his opponent's every move, preparing to deliver a powerful blow to Samuro. Just as Samuro thought he had fooled Andres and was about to deliver a fatal blow, Andres suddenly turned to face Samuro and unleashed a green Avada Kedavra. Andres knew Samuro's strength. He didn't expect a direct hit. Simultaneously, he pulled out a bottle of dying potion and smashed it at Samuro's feet. Samuro, as an Orcish swordsman, reacted quickly. When Andres turned to face him, he knew he had been discovered. As Andres threw the killing curse, it ducked and rolled to the side. Andres' ordinary dye bottle landed near Samuro, splattering yellow dye onto it. Samuro was surprised. It had expected Andres to throw some powerful potion. It was just a bottle of yellow liquid. Just as Samuro was about to laugh at Andres' stupidity and disappear again, its smile vanished. Chapter 446. Samuro discovered that his invisibility had been replaced by yellow fuel, which infuriated him. He stood there cursing Andres. Despicable, damned, human, is this all you know? Andres calmly watched Samuro's failed invisibility, and replied with a slight sneer. Simple method, but very effective, isn't it? With that, Andres used a transfiguration charm on a nearby rock, and several ferocious wolves appeared on the battlefield. They attacked the yellow area, and Samuro once again split himself into 3 mirror images to attack the wolves' main body, while charging towards Andres. With Samuro's invisibility gone, Andres saw all his actions, and naturally wouldn't stand still. Just as Samuro attacked, Andres apparat, appearing about 500 meters away from Samuro. Upon revealing himself, Andres didn't stop attacking, casting a swamp charm on the ground around Samuro. Samuro, who had intended to continue his attack, first found his target had vanished and then reappeared in the distance. Then he felt the ground soften and his legs sink into the mud. Seeing Samuro's movements restricted, the lightning bolt that had been circling in the sky suddenly swooped down to bite at Samuro. You think you can defeat me with such petty tricks? You underestimate me. With that, Samuro swung his longsword fiercely in the direction the lightning bolt had come from, and a spatial rift shot towards the lightning bolt at lightning speed. Sensing the danger, the lightning bolt had to stop its attack and dodge the spatial rift's trajectory. Samuro, stuck in the mud, exerted force upwards and flew out of the swamp at an incredible speed. Samuro ran while swinging his longsword towards Andres, unleashing spatial rifts that hurtled towards him. To dodge these attacks, Andres apparat again, constantly shifting positions across the battlefield. With each change of location, a killing curse was unleashed upon Samuro. The two entered a ranged exchange, neither gaining the upper hand. Just as their battle reached a stalemate, a phoenix's cry echoed from the distant sky. A fiery red figure appeared, and beneath this figure seemed to be another person. Wearing a grayish-white robe, a long white beard, and a pointed wizard's hat, the newcomer was none other than Dumbledore. Dumbledore was teleported by the phoenix to Andres' side. Upon landing, several water elementals appeared on the battlefield, lunging at Samuro. While casting a spell, Dumbledore couldn't resist turning back to taunt Andres. You seem to be in some trouble. I hope I'm not too late. Actually, if you had arrived any later, I would have already dealt with the current problem. That means I'm not late. How about we grab a drink after we finished? A drink before bed helps with sleep. Of course, provided we defeat our enemy. The two chatted while manipulating their wands to create magical creatures that troubled Samuro, who in turn created mirror images to counter their magic from a distance. As the battle dragged on, Samuro knew this couldn't go on. Not only was neither able to gain the upper hand, but their opponent had also received reinforcements, and these reinforcements were quite powerful. Samuro, determined to finish off the two before him, drew a healing potion from his waist, restoring himself to peak condition. Then, he drew another long sword from behind him, wielding it with both hands and beginning to spin in place, his speed increasing rapidly. As Samuro spun, more and more spatial rifts appeared around him, spreading outwards. This was the Sword Saint Storm, Samuro's ultimate killing move, mastered after years of practice. It used the convergence of numerous spatial rifts to stir up the surrounding space and injure the enemy. Andres and Dumbledore, watching from afar, sensed danger when Samuro unleashed his attack. Although they didn't know what he was up to, the massive energy gathering was undeniable. Dumbledore whistled, summoning the phoenix from the sky. He grabbed the phoenix by one claw and Andres by the other, quickly teleporting back to the Yen Kingdom's outpost. Thus ended the second clash with Samuro. Although neither side gained the upper hand, both realized how formidable the other was. Samuro's final, all-out attack wouldn't have posed a fatal threat to Andres or Dumbledore, but on a frontal battlefield, many wizards would have perished from indiscriminate attacks. Similarly, ranged spellcasters, like Andres and Dumbledore, capable of teleportation, are extremely annoying. Their constant ranged attacks and repositioning make them incredibly difficult to catch. Unless you deliver a fatal blow from the start, once they get going, they become very hard to pin down. After unleashing its Blade Master Storm, Samuro breathed a sigh of relief as the enemy disengaged from the battlefield. It realized it couldn't possibly defeat them alone. It needed help, not necessarily powerful, just someone who could find a way to trap the enemy. Samuro, having ended the Sword Saint storm, began to consider who within the Empire was primarily focused on containing the enemy. By this time, the continent of Karen was completely shrouded in night. On the battlefield before the outpost, the Orcish forces were nearly wiped out. Their original hundreds of thousands of troops had been completely destroyed after a day of artillery barrage and the wizards' planned attacks. Finally, Samuro had to admit his operation had failed. He decisively abandoned the Orcish soldiers, who had gone berserk on the battlefield, leading the remaining tens of thousands of troops away. All the humans on the battlefield saw the Orcish rear guard leave the battlefield, and cheers erupted. Many collapsed to the ground after clearing out all the enemies. For them, it was finally survival in this massive war. In the Yin Kingdom's outpost command center, Lu Chongji and the other commanders breathed a sigh of relief. The outpost had finally held. At dusk, Lu Chongji had thought he was going to die there, but unexpectedly, the wizards had defeated the enemy and saved the outpost. After a day of fierce fighting, everyone felt exhausted. All the wizards, who had gone out, returned to the base to rest, while the Yin Kingdom soldiers waiting at the base quickly came out to clean up the battlefield and collect the spoils of war. Everything was in order, and Dawn Forest returned to its usual tranquility. Chapter 447. As the first rays of July sunlight shone into the outpost, the command center remained bustling with activity. The 1st Division suffered 2,760 casualties, 1,321 seriously wounded, and 1,500 lightly wounded. Excluding the lightly wounded, the casualty rate reached 40%. The 2nd Division suffered 1,789 casualties, 2,100 seriously wounded, and 920 lightly wounded. Excluding the lightly wounded, the casualty rate reached 39%. The 3rd Division suffered casualties. The Reserve Division suffered casualties. Supply Division, Support Division, total casualties. We suffered heavy losses in terms of weapons and ammunition. Lu Chongji gently rubbed his temples. The entire base had suffered enormous losses in this war. Supplies were secondary. If he asked, Yin country would provide a steady stream of supplies. But how to face the families of the fallen soldiers was a problem. Although everyone was prepared to die before coming to Karen continent, who truly wanted to die here, those who sacrificed their lives were all young people. Excluding the officers, the oldest among them was only 25, and the youngest had only enlisted last year at 18. Their lives were forever frozen in their prime, while their families will bear immense grief. Alright, get a concrete count and submit it to me. The remains of the fallen soldiers will be sent back to Blue Star, back to their families. Commander, what about the seriously wounded? Should they be sent back too? No need. Tang Jihong came by earlier. The seriously wounded can be given to them. These wizards have an advantage over us in limb regeneration. These wounded soldiers only need to recuperate in the hospital for a while after recovery. Also, record this situation in the report and submit it to the higher-ups. This favor needs to be repaid from above. In another conference room within the base, Andres, Dumbledore, and the others were also busy. The wizards had suffered casualties as well, but due to effective command and defense, the number of fallen wizards was relatively small, only around 100. However, many wizards had been injured by various kinds of magical attacks, especially the Aurors, who had been deployed later in the campaign. Although these Aurors were experienced in combat, this was a battlefield, and it was impossible to cover every situation perfectly, so casualties were inevitable. Compared to the physical injuries suffered by the Yin soldiers, these magical injuries were the most difficult to deal with. For example, the Auro squad leader, who had been rendered intangible by Beretta, was currently being studied by Andres and Dumbledore for a treatment plan. It's clearly an energy attack, not a curse. Is it a type of arcane magic? Yes, at least arcane magic played a major role. You mean? I think it's damage caused by a combination of arcane and light magic, which is why it looks peaceful, but is difficult to deal with. I understand, Andres. Perhaps I can think of a solution. I know you have many other things to attend to, so you can rest assured and leave this to me. Dumbledore then looked at Beretta beside him, and added, and of course Miss Beretta, if she'd like. Beretta gave a very affirmative answer. It's my responsibility, Professor Dumbledore. Thank you, Miss Beretta. Thank you for your trouble, Professor Dumbledore. I need to go check on the other injured wizards. Andres toured the field hospital. The situation wasn't optimistic. 500 or 600 wizards had been injured by magic, and over 200 of them suffered permanent damage. While magic is powerful, it's not omnipotent. These 200-plus men would spend the rest of their lives in St. Mungo's hospital. Perhaps they would recover, perhaps not. The atmosphere at the base was much lighter after the war. Although many looked exhausted, smiles were on their faces. The reason was simple. They had won an unprecedented war. History would remember this day, remember those fallen comrades, and remember them. After the post-war statistics were completed, Liu Chengji didn't wait for the daily opening of the portal. Instead, he directly ordered the wizards on duty to open the spatial rift. Then he stood in the command post, watching vehicle after vehicle carrying the bodies of the fallen drive into the portal. These were his comrades, brothers who had died on the battlefield under his orders. Blue Star, Defense Node 3. Because the entire planet Earth already knew about the start of this war, the area around Defense Node 3 was swarming with journalists and freelancers from various countries eager to know the outcome. The opening of the portal proved their efforts worthwhile. From the moment it opened, their cameras and shutters never stopped clicking. The first thing to appear were rows of vehicles adorned with white flowers, and everyone understood their meaning. Many bowed their heads in silent tribute, while others quietly counted how many of these vehicles there were. The scene lasted a long time, and the sheer number of vehicles spoke volumes about the ferocity of the war. Although they desperately wanted to rush into the base to interview the returning Yin soldiers, the sight of the heavily armed guards at the base entrance deterred them. They still relied on official reports for the specifics of the war, but it wasn't long before they began to worry about it. "Boss, I got footage of the Yin soldiers' bodies being returned. I think this is headline news." "Why? This is the most explosive news in a while. I don't understand what news could be more explosive than this." "I'm sorry, Jack, your news is a step too late. Another reporting team captured footage of Hogwarts sending out acceptance letters before you. I think you forgot today is the day Hogwarts sends out acceptance letters." "But boss, Hogwarts accepts every year. This unprecedented war doesn't happen every year." "Alright, Jack, I know you put in a lot of effort. But the specific figures aren't out yet. Once they are, I promise I give you the evening's front page. I give you a bonus. That's all." The phone went dead, and the reporter, rejected by his boss, was furious. Of course, Jack wasn't the only one troubled by this. Many other media outlets were facing the same problem. On one hand, there's a large-scale war between the Yin Kingdom's outpost and the orcs. On the other hand, there's Hogwarts Admissions Day, a day eagerly anticipated by the people of Earth. As Hogwarts came into the public eye, each year's Hogwarts Admissions Day has garnered significant attention from the people of Earth. Chapter 448. Blue Star, Scottish Highlands, Sky. As dawn broke and Hogwarts welcomed a new day, the owls, already fully prepared, perched in Owl Tower awaiting the wizard's commands. Occasionally, some of the little cuties would eat some owl food and drink some water. They were sure to be busy all day. Soon, a young witch carrying a wand and followed by a long string of envelopes entered Owl Tower. Instantly, hundreds of amber eyes turned to her. "Wow, you scared me to death." The young witch was startled by the little cuties, repeatedly patting her rather ample bosom. However, she quickly recovered and waved her wand. Envelopes flew out from behind her and landed in front of the owls, who then began to pick up their letters and look at the witch. "Alright, this isn't your first time delivering acceptance letters. You're all seasoned postmen, you know what you're supposed to do, and what you shouldn't. Okay, let's go. Be careful on the road." With a whoosh, hundreds of owls spread their wings and soared into the sky. These little guys eagerly left the Owl Tower, scattering across Great Britain. Freelancer Paul had been staking out near the Isle of Skye all night, along with thousands of fans in his livestream. "Brothers, thanks for staying up all night with me. It's already bright outside on the Isle of Skye. I believe owls will soon be delivering acceptance letters to this year's incoming wizards. Get out of the way, you're blocking my view. That's weird. How can I hear someone talking in a completely empty shot? Good grief, you guys are making something out of nothing. Sigh, I'm 17 this year and still haven't received a letter from an owl. Me too, Hogwarts must have forgotten about me. Otherwise, why hasn't they come looking for me yet? Don't even think about it, magical talent is either there or it isn't. Upstairs, we're just keeping a memory for ourselves. Besides, you're not watching the live stream like us either. Sorry, I actually do. Let me show you my acceptance letter from 3 years ago. XXX.jpg. Wow, that's amazing. Really? It can't be fake, right? These are 10 for $1. I really do. You guys are just jealous. Just as the live stream was in an uproar, Paul suddenly heard a hoofbeat. He instinctively looked up and saw hundreds of birds flying towards him in the distance. Finally, The moment he'd been waiting for arrived, Paul immediately shouted, "Guys, stop arguing. Look! Look! They're here!" Paul pointed the camera towards the owls, and the live stream went silent for a moment before the chat exploded again. "OMG, they're here! I'm going to wait for my letter at the gate. I really want to buy an owl. They're so cool. Don't just stand there, streamer. Follow one and see which lucky person will receive the acceptance letter." Yeah. We love watching this. With the appearance of the owls, the number of viewers in the live stream skyrocketed. Actually, it wasn't just Paul. Every year at this time, all streamers watching Hogwarts experience a surge in popularity. This year was no exception. Seeing the viewers' demands, Paul didn't hesitate and immediately started his car and followed the largest flock of owls. The viewers in the live stream kept showering Paul with gifts thanks to his cooperation, but since Paul was located near Sky Island, he couldn't go too far. He followed a small group of owls to Historic County, and as the traffic increased in the city, Paul's speed gradually slowed down. Finally, he followed the largest wood owl to Hank Street in Historic County. Because the owl landed in a neighborhood a few hundred meters ahead of him, Paul had to slow down to search carefully. At that moment, an owl landed on the mailbox of the Link family at 115 Hank Street in Historic County. The owl stared with its large amber eyes at the little girl playing with her dog. Clearly, the little girl and the dog had noticed it too. The dog even growled threateningly. "What happened, Hannah? Why is Hans barking so much?" As the voice faded, the door to the house opened from the inside, revealing a mother. "Mommy, look! An owl!" Perhaps the little girl hadn't yet realized what was happening, but the mother clearly understood. "Oh my God! Honey! Honey! Come quick, our little one has received her Hogwarts acceptance letter." Just as this mother was calling out to her husband, Paul happened to arrive at 115 Hank Street. His live streaming phone was pointed directly at this lucky family, and the chat was flooded with comments. Wow, lucky little girl and her dog. So envious. Envious +1. Envious +2. Great. She can go to Hogwarts. The little girl clearly doesn't understand what's going on. At this moment, the little girl's father also came out of the house. This tall man, after learning the whole story, also had an incredulous expression. However, he quickly went to the owl, took the letter, and then read a line that he would never forget. To Hannah Link, playing in the courtyard of 115 Hank Street, History County. The back of the envelope had a shield-shaped school crest. It's true. Hannah did receive her Hogwarts acceptance letter. The little girl's father waved the letter to his wife and child, while the young mother was moved to tears. The little girl seemed to finally realize what was happening, repeatedly asking her mother, "Mommy, I can go learn magic, right?" "Yes, my child." Paul wanted to get out of the car to interview this lucky girl, but he was too slow. Hannah's parents had already taken her back to her room, so Paul had to give up. Meanwhile, this scene was playing out across the British Empire, with families receiving Hogwarts acceptance letters. These families were all excitedly celebrating the arrival of a wizard in their household. As time passed, at daybreak, numerous owls flew to their various destinations throughout the world, though their presence was concentrated in the 5 major world powers. Other countries, while not fewer in number, were practically non-existent. Chapter 449. July 1st, Anping City, Handong Province, Yen State, Blue Star. Today is a special day. Since Hogwarts appeared on Blue Star many years ago, the entire society has undergone significant changes. First, Blue Star students were admitted to Hogwarts and went to study in Great Britain. Then, Hogwarts and Yen State jointly founded Taishu. Today, Yen State is trying various methods to cultivate more wizards. For example, signing contracts with the parents of aspiring wizards on the day of the admission notice is an effective approach. Just like this year, all the 11-year-olds and their parents arrived at school early, waiting not only for the owls of Taishu, but also for leaders from relevant departments to give lessons to the children and parents. The main content of the lessons was about how, in the face of the current severe situation, the people of Yen State should unite, promote patriotism, and strive to serve the country after completing their studies at wizarding schools. The various primary schools in Anping City also held a parent-teacher meeting today regarding the students' future career planning. Xiao Lei sat listlessly in his seat, dozing off, while his parents listened attentively. Many children like Xiao Lei were listless. No one expected them to sit still and spend so much time learning about future career planning at their age. But the parents were different. They listened patiently to the speaker on the stage. The staff on the stage were talking about last year's employment situation and salary levels for various industries. Why last year? Because this year's statistics hadn't been compiled yet. As for how much of the data was inaccurate, that was for the parents to judge for themselves. Logically, the students and parents present should have hoped their children would be admitted to Hogwarts or Taishu. But everyone knew the odds of winning were extremely low. Each year, only 2,000 to 3,000 students from Yen country are admitted, meaning there are only a handful of spots out of millions of applicants. And it's purely based on talent, not grades. Preparing in advance or competing is useless, it's all about waiting for the draw. Since it's a lottery, and the odds are so low, many parents don't hold out much hope. However, the government arranging a career planning class is a good thing. At least parents from ordinary families can learn some industry information, unlike before when their children could apply to any school without any planning. But this year, Onping Railway Children's Primary School is different. They won. Halfway through the career planning class, an owl swooped down and started banging on the conference room window. This unexpected guest immediately attracted the attention of all the parents and staff, and everyone excitedly stood up. They knew all too well what this meant. It meant one of the hundreds of children present had won. The principal of Onping Railway Children's Primary School excitedly pumped his fist. Last year, the principal of the city's experimental primary school had been highly praised by the Education Bureau because one of their students had been admitted to Taishu school. Although it had nothing to do with that principal, the praise was real. This year, it was finally their turn. The owl delivering the letter, seeing so many people staring at it, wasn't intimidated at all. It continued to knock on the window, trying to deliver the letter. Finally, a teacher from the last school quickly ran over and opened the window. Then, as if on purpose, the owl circled the entire conference room before finally tossing the letter to Zhao Lei's location. Zhao Lei was already wide awake, completely stunned when the owl tossed him a letter. What did this mean? I only ever fantasized about becoming a great wizard, and now you're actually doing it. Everyone was looking at him with envy. Even those who used to ignore him were now staring at him eagerly. Zhao Lei, mediocre in both academics and sports, had never felt this way before. While Zhao Lei was still staring blankly at the acceptance letter, his parents reacted quickly. They immediately picked it up and confirmed it was indeed their son's before opening it, revealing familiar content. This familiarity was entirely thanks to the internet. Every year at this time, many people flaunt their or their children's acceptance letters. Showing off their kids has become a daily routine for most parents. Just as Zhao Lei's family was still immersed in joy, staff members immediately came down from the stage. Hello, Mr. and Mrs. Zhao Lei. This is Officer Wang from the district government office. He has something to discuss with you. All the parents around held their breath, eager to know what kind of offer the government had made to Zhao Lei, while Zhao Lei's classmates buzzed with discussion. Hello, Mr. and Mrs. Zhao Lei. I'm Officer Wang from the district government office. You can just call me Officer Wang. I know our child will definitely be going to Hogwarts or Taishu to study. But there's something I still need to discuss with you. If you're willing to let your child work for the Yen government after graduation, we will provide all of her tuition and living expenses. In addition, we will provide your family with a house worth no more than 10 million. If needed, we can also arrange jobs for you. What? They provide housing and even arrange jobs for the parents? Such great benefits? Wow, are the benefits for wizards' families this good? When Xiao Wang from the district government finished explaining the terms, the parents who had been eavesdropping nearby erupted in uproar. In the past, it was always the powerful parents who helped their children succeed. Now it seemed the children were the ones helping their parents. Hearing Xiao Wang's terms, Zhao Lei's parents remained calm. They didn't make a decision immediately, but asked what their requirements were, since the government must have some conditions for offering such good terms. Upon hearing this, Xiao Wang immediately gave his response. You too can rest assured about that. Once your child graduates, any government department they can choose from will only require a simple political background check. If your child really doesn't want to stay within the system, they can choose other professions, but they will need to help when the country needs them. Of course, it's not mandatory help, they can refuse, but there are limitations. They must complete 10 missions within 30 years. If your child doesn't want to go to the government, they can join our military. If they choose to join the military, their military service will start from the time they begin school, and whatever the government can provide, our military region will provide too. Hearing this, Xiao Wang, who had been enthusiastic, immediately became unhappy. Who was this person trying to poach people from the Onping municipal government? Did they have no sense of rules? Chapter 450. I'm sorry, Officer Wang. I was forced into this situation by my superiors. You know the pressure at the Yen Kingdom's outpost is immense right now. The military region leaders have instructed us to recruit as many wizards as possible into the army. I hope you can understand. That's not how it works, Minister Lin. You're a member of the leadership team, after all. You need to protect not only the interests of the military, but also the interests of our city. Ha ha ha, yes. It's alright, we're just conveying our stance. The specifics are up to Zhao Lei's family to decide. Both men looked at Zhao Lei's parents with enthusiastic expressions, leaving them momentarily at a loss. Just then, Zhao Lei suddenly noticed something else in the envelope. Taking advantage of the adult's inattention, he took out a piece of paper from the envelope and looked at it. Then he nudged his mother, signaling her to look at the note. What's wrong, son? What's this? Where did it come from? From the envelope. Dear Zhao Lei, if you are willing to serve the Ministry of Magic for 10 years after graduation, we will grant you special permission to study at the new campus on the continent of Karen. At the new campus on Karen, you will not only have new professors, but the different concentration of magic will also allow you to grow rapidly. If you are interested, please indicate your willingness to go to Karen in your reply. Zhao Lei's mother's reading of the letter caused another uproar. Everyone already thought it was impressive enough that the school could produce a wizard, but they hadn't expected that their child would attract the attention of the government and military before even starting school. Before everyone could recover from the generous benefits offered by the government and military, even more explosive news arrived. Hogwarts, or rather the Ministry of Magic, had already established a new campus on the continent of Karen. Hogwarts and the Ministry of Magic not only established a new campus on the continent of Karen, but also explicitly stated that studying there would make them stronger and allow them to learn new subjects. This seemed to contradict what the Daily Prophet had said, but who cared about that? Everyone was concerned about going to the New World. The New World was seen as a treasure trove by the people of Earth, and although it wasn't yet open to ordinary citizens, everyone still had immense enthusiasm. After all, it was a second world, just like when the Europeans discovered the New World. It would be a land of immense wealth, and everyone coveted it. Amidst the buzzing discussions around them, Zhao Lei's father was the first to react. I'm sorry, gentlemen, today's events were too sudden. I think we need to go back and think about it carefully. Xiao Wang, who had spent many years in government offices, reacted quickly and immediately stepped forward to agree. This is a matter of life and death for my child. It's only right. It's only right. I have a meeting in the district later, so I won't disturb you any longer. I take my leave. Immediately afterward, Minister Lin from the organization department also left, and the school principal immediately stood up to see the two off. Upon returning, he launched into another round of enthusiastic speeches, mainly because he was overjoyed. However, this speech didn't last long. The career planning class ended as its objective had been achieved. Meanwhile, not only had Anping finished its career planning classes, but other schools across the country were also concluding their programs. Schools with students becoming wizards were ecstatic, hanging up banners in celebration. Schools without such students were rather dejected. The matter quickly spread online, and netizens had varying opinions on the children's future planning. A well-known influencer specializing in career planning and postgraduate entrance exam strategies was also speaking eloquently in their live stream. Dear parents, information on this year's popular universities and majors is already included in our guidance courses. I guarantee our organization will provide one-on-one assistance to each child in choosing the best option. Now let's connect with the parents waiting online to see what their needs are. Hello parent, can you hear me? Hello Teacher Zheng, I can hear you. So what's the situation on your end? Please briefly explain. Well, my child is in 6th grade this year. No, wait a minute. 6th grade? Consulting about future planning so early? This is a special session for college entrance exam takers. This is too early. But since we're connected, let me give you a few suggestions. No, Teacher Zhang. I know this is a special session for college entrance exam takers, but my child is a little special. What do you mean? Which university's gifted youth program? No. Our child received an acceptance letter from Hogwarts. Teacher Zhang's live stream chat exploded with questions. Teacher Zhang's eyes widened instantly, and he leaned back dramatically. My God, this parent, are you kidding me? Huh? This. Are there really such amazing parents in our live stream? What else is there to say? Go. What else is there to say? This is a windfall. What are you hesitating for? This is something many people dream of. Teacher Zheng, I know our child will definitely go. It's like this. This morning, when they received the acceptance letter, the local government official also said that if we agree to let our child work for the government after graduation, they promised us a house worth no more than 10 million and some preferential treatment in finding a job. Isn't that a good thing? What are your concerns now? Well, not only the government, but also the military has contacted us. The military promised better treatment. And we found a note from the Ministry of Magic in the acceptance letter. They mean that if our child agrees to work for the Ministry of Magic after graduation, they will recruit our child to study on the continent of Karen. I'm torn between improving our family's situation and allowing my child to grow up better. I'd like to hear your advice, Ms. Zhang. My goodness, in all my years in this industry, this is the first time a parent has asked me about going to Hogwarts. The problem is, so this parent, would you mind posting our child's acceptance letter on the official website so everyone can see it? Sure. Sure, Teacher Zhang. Please wait a moment. While this parent is posting the acceptance letter, viewers in the live stream, what do you think is the best choice? Please type your opinions in the chat. The government is definitely the first choice. Need I say more? They even arrange jobs for parents. Where else can you find such a good deal these days? The military is good too. They provide food and lodging, and life is simpler. After discharge, you can not only transfer to civilian life, but also receive a substantial discharge allowance. Chapter 451. As a boy, I think I should strengthen myself first. Only when I'm strong can I help others. Going to Caring Continent to study magic will allow me to progress faster and learn new spells. What's wrong with that? Isn't that too selfish? After all, the country needs talent, doesn't it? It's only 10 years. After working for 10 years, I can still come back to Yin Country to work, right? Such a good opportunity. You know, previous Hogwarts students didn't have such good treatment. And after they trained there for a while, when they return to Yin Country to work, they have experience living on Caring Continent. Isn't that great? Alright, guys, the moderator notified me that the parent we were just connected with has sent over the admission notice. Let's connect with that parent again. Hello, parent. I post your child's admission notice on the public screen now. Okay, Teacher Zhang. Moderator, please mute me for a moment. After saying that, an image appeared on the public screen. An ancient parchment instantly came into view. Let's see who this year's lucky winner is. Dear Ma Xiaoyu, you will be allowed to study at Hogwarts. Thousands of words omitted here. The housing manager just informed me there's a second one, which means Hogwarts is different this year. Sure enough, Hogwarts has new options this year, no longer just England and China. It has to be said that Hogwarts' development in recent years has been incredibly rapid. Alright, lucky parent, you must have seen everyone's opinions. Yes, Teacher Zhang, I saw them. Our advice is to first communicate with your child and hear their opinion. If you want your child to go further on the path of wizardry, we suggest studying on the continent of Karen. Of course, the premise is that you are willing to send your child to such a far place. If you want your child to have a stable path, then the system would be better. The government is safer than the military. As you know, humans and orcs are currently at war on the Karen continent. Soldiers inevitably go to the battlefield, and there will be casualties. So you must discuss these things with your child carefully. Please be very, very cautious. Thank you, Teacher Zhang. Thank you, everyone. I will talk to my daughter again. Good. Thank you to this parent for giving us all an opportunity to broaden our horizons. This is also the first time I encountered a parent consulting about Hogwarts, but I still want to remind this parent that you must prepare the money first, based on past experience. Studying at Hogwarts requires a considerable amount of money. At the same time, some were happy and some were sad. Some were overjoyed that their children had a better future, while some families received bad news from the military. After more than 10 hours of intense counting and organization, the total number of soldiers who died in this war had been tallied. At this point, the importance of a complete organizational structure became fully apparent. Once the list of fallen soldiers was released, it was distributed down the ranks. Soon, the list reached the township-level Armed Forces Department, the very same department that had sent these young men into the army years ago, only to receive back small urns containing their ashes. The head of the Armed Forces Department of Huayuan District, Tianfu City, was holding a list, smoking repeatedly as he looked at it. He didn't recognize many of the long names. However, a small number of them were soldiers he had sent to serve, and one named Lu Fei left a particularly deep impression on him. Lu Fei's father was his old sergeant, who had taken great care of him during their time in the army. He still remembered the smile on his old sergeant's face when he handed Lu Fei over to him, but how could he explain this to his old sergeant now? He could ignore reports of other soldiers' deaths, but he had to make the call himself to inform him of Lu Fei's death. Better a short, sharp pain than a long, drawn-out one. Whether he faced death or not, it was all the same. The Armed Forces Department head picked up the phone and dialed the familiar number. The call was quickly answered. "Oh, Xiao Wei, what brings you to call this old man?" The Armed Forces Department head didn't know how to begin, opening his mouth several times, but no sound came out. The long silence made the person on the other end sense something was wrong, and their voice changed. "Minister Wei, is there something you're having trouble saying?" "I'm sorry, Sergeant. I didn't take good care of Xiaofei. I shouldn't have approved his application to go to Caring Continent. Minister Wei couldn't continue. He simply couldn't face his old sergeant. The person on the other end of the line, also a former soldier, understood the significance of this call. Their voice was hoarse. "When will he be back?" "He's already been brought back. There will be a memorial service here in 2 days." "Was he brave in battle? Did he not disgrace our Lu family?" "No, Lu Fei fought extremely bravely. He sacrificed himself to save his comrades. He is a true hero." That's good, that's good. Thank you for telling me all this, thank you, Minister Wei." "Old Sergeant, don't say that. It's all my fault. I didn't take good care of Xiao Fei." Xiao Fei was a soldier. Once you join the army, you have to be prepared to sacrifice. There's nothing more to say. Hang up, I want to be alone. Minister Wei then heard a busy tone on the other end of the phone, and finally, he could only silently hang up. Who was that? Old Lu. Come and eat quickly. Hearing his wife's question, Lu Fei's father didn't show anything. He simply replied that he didn't have an appetite. Lu Fei's mother looked at her husband in surprise, wondering why he had suddenly lost his appetite. Then she noticed that her husband, for the first time ever, started smoking, and not only smoking, he was also silently holding his son's photo, tears streaming down his face. At this moment, Lu's mother seemed to sense something too. Her heart ached, and the bowl in her hand shattered. Old Lu, has something happened to Xiao Fei? Father Lu was overwhelmed with grief, though he didn't speak, tears streaming down his face. Seeing his expression, Mother Lu immediately collapsed to the ground. This scene unfolded in the homes of every fallen soldier, and soon the government released the list of their names. The moment the list was released, it instantly topped the trending topics list online, suppressing all previous news about Hogwarts admissions. On this day filled with gossip, the atmosphere suddenly became somber. Chapter 452. Most people only knew that Yin had once again defeated the orcs in the war. As for the number of casualties, they only gasped in surprise upon seeing the numbers and moved on. Of course, the news media wouldn't miss this spectacle. After all, it was an eye-catching event. The entire planet was captivated by the war at the outpost on the Caring Continent and the Hogwarts acceptance letter event. Many television stations even began repeatedly broadcasting footage they had obtained. However, many in the West were more interested in gossip about Hogwarts, and what new and exciting things had happened in Diagon Alley. In fact, apart from the intelligence agencies and high-ranking leaders of various countries, ordinary people in this world didn't care much about the lives of foreigners. Some even mocked them. Therefore, the fact that Yin suffered such heavy losses in this war was of little concern to anyone except the Yin people themselves. The president of the Great Han Ming Kingdom and the Japanese soldiers of the Liao Kingdom felt extremely fortunate after watching the Yin Kingdom's battle videos. If it weren't for the orc invasion, perhaps those terrifying weapons in the videos would have fallen on their own heads. If they themselves were subjected to such a frenzied, all-out bombardment by the Yin people, they would be utterly devastated. They didn't have a territory as vast as the Caring Continent to maneuver around in. The camels wearing scarves drooled over the weapons in the video, and immediately picked up their phones to call the Yin ambassador to their country. "Hello, Ambassador X, this is XXXX. As friends, we hope to purchase the weapons in the video. I, Shah, have plenty of money, name your price. If I even flinch, I'm not a true hero." The ambassador from Yin, who answered the phone, immediately beamed with joy. Good news. Time to happily count the money again. Inside the Pentagon of the United States, lights blazed, and staff bustled about in various departments. Even as a staff member opened a door, voices could be faintly heard from inside. Their artillery's rate of fire far exceeds our previous estimates, which is extremely disadvantageous for us. No. John! Their drone parameters are definitely different from what the intelligence department provided us. See those missiles? I need their specific parameters. You only have 1 day. If you can't provide me with a satisfactory answer after 1 day, you have a new job. Gentlemen. The big boss demands we provide a feasible plan to defend against an attack of the scale Yin is suffering. He wants to know what price we need to pay to achieve the same level of defense as Yin. Understood. We work around the clock to develop this plan, but we hope the department can guarantee the supply of coffee." The man, who looked like a junior manager, shrugged and looked at the person giving the order. The middle-aged white man who gave the order looked at him, and then shouted, "Das! Give them the best coffee, drink it until they vomit." "Thanks, boss. We do our best." Cheers echoed from inside the room. In a very luxurious conference room in the Hexagon, the blonde-haired leader of the United States was listening to the Secretary of Defense speak. This was an impromptu ministerial meeting, filled with the highest-ranking officials in the United States. To put it bluntly, if a missile were to land here, the entire United States would be in chaos tomorrow. "How's our base on the Karen continent?" "Chief, the base is still under construction. We reached 50% completion, and everything is going smoothly so far." 50% after all this time? That's too slow. Look at the Yin people. Their construction speed is more than 10 times ours. I hope our people can speed things up. That's possible, but Chief, it might require more money. I must remind you that our fiscal expenditures this year have already far exceeded the budget. It will be difficult for us to persuade the Federal Reserve to increase the budget for the outpost plan. I have a copy of this year's fiscal budget here. You can all take a look. With that, the finance minister distributed the documents to everyone present. These people didn't have time to read these long and tedious reports. They all glanced at them and turned to the last page. "God, you're kidding, Belson. I wish it were a joke too, but unfortunately you have to accept reality, Lieutenant General Cruz. Belson, I know the financial pressure is immense, but we must ensure the safety of our troops on the Karen continent. Without sufficient funding, I'm afraid our plans will be difficult to realize. When it comes to securing military funding, the Minister of Defense will always stand with the military. If he remains silent on funding, he will find it difficult to gain the military's support in the future." The meeting once again ended unhappily amidst the argument between the Minister of Finance and the Minister of Defense, but those present were already used to it. Meanwhile, far away on the Karen continent, Andres encountered a slightly troublesome matter. This matter was both troublesome and simple. The main issue was how to handle it well. During this war, a Ravenclaw graduate couple, Gary Hodgson and Jenna Garcia, were on a mission in the same squad. During the war, Gary Hodgson was killed by an enemy curse that struck him in the head while protecting his wife. After the war, Jenna stayed indoors, grieving over her husband's body. Perhaps Jenna's grief unsettled Gary, or perhaps his love for his wife had become an obsession. After a day in her room, Jenna emerged with Gary's ghost following her. Jenna and Gary's ghost soon found their headmaster, Andres. "So Jenna, you come to me hoping I can persuade Gary to return to heaven instead of remaining on Earth?" "Yes, Headmaster Andres. But Gary is too stubborn." "No, Jenna. I can't leave you here suffering alone. I want to be by your side." "But what if I die too?" "Then you'd be left alone on Earth." Just as Jenna and Gary were unable to convince each other, Andres, standing nearby, intervened and stopped them. It's a pity that from the moment Jenna appeared in Gary's life, it was already destined that he would remain on Earth forever. Hearing Andres' definitive statement, Jenna covered her face in anguish. "No! It's all my fault. Jenna, this has nothing to do with you. It was all my own choice. At least we still have a lot of time together, don't we?" Gary wanted to hug his wife to comfort her, but his hands were destined to pass only through her body. Chapter 453. Seeing the two embracing so tenderly, Andres could only helplessly complain inwardly. "Who am I? Why am I here? What am I supposed to do? Why am I being forced to eat this dog food, especially this love story between a human and a ghost?" However, Andres didn't have to endure this dog food for long. Jenna and Gary quickly composed themselves. Even though they were separated by death, they could still be by each other's side. Whether this was lucky or unlucky was hard to say. Just as the two were about to leave, Andres called them back. "Jenna, Gary, if you're not in a hurry, perhaps you could listen to a story." Gary Hodgson and Jenna Garcia were a little confused. The young couple was grieving, yet their principal wanted them to stay and listen to a story. They didn't want to, but could they refuse? It was like a low-level civil servant being suddenly called into the governor's office and asked to tell them a joke. They didn't dare refuse. So, the two abandoned their plans to leave and returned to their seats, wanting to hear what Andres had to say. "I'm glad you're willing to listen to this story. Actually, I heard it from a myth in the Eastern Yin Kingdom. The story goes like this. In ancient times in the Yin Kingdom, there was a place called Shintang Pass. The general guarding the city, there had a group of adorable children. One of these children was exceptionally gifted and became the student of a powerful sorcerer, whom you could understand as a wizard. One day, this child went to play by the sea and encountered a newly grown dragon. The child, with his powerful abilities, killed the dragon. However, the dragon's father quickly learned of this, and found the general. He gave the general two choices. One was to exchange his life for the child's, and the other was for the dragon to slaughter all the people of Chintang Pass. In the end, for the sake of all the people of Chintang Pass, the general had his son commit suicide as atonement. Gary Hodgson and Jenna Garcia exchanged bewildered glances, not quite understanding why Andres was telling them such a story. "Oh, please be patient, my story isn't finished yet." "But wasn't the headmaster dead?" "Yes, but he had a wonderful teacher. This teacher used some magical materials to help the child rebuild his body, and in the end, the child's soul came back to life through that body." "What a lucky guy." Gary's tone held a hint of envy, and Jenna, noticing her husband's mood, quickly comforted him. "Gary, don't be sad. I'm happy just to have you by my side." Seeing the young couple about to start their public display of affection without fully understanding his meaning, Andres had to quickly remind them. "Gary Hodgson, Jenna Garcia, what did you learn from this story?" Gary Hodgson and Jenna Garcia answered somewhat uncertainly. If one's magic were strong enough, could one reverse life and death? The importance of magic? Andres rubbed his forehead, somewhat helplessly complaining. Perhaps the Sorting Hat isn't always entirely correct. How did it end up assigning you two to Ravenclaw? Gary Hodgson and Jenna Garcia immediately felt 1,000 points of damage. Headmaster Andres' words were somewhat sarcastic. Andres thought the young couple might be too heartbroken today, their brains perhaps not working properly, having wasted his story. Ahem, I told you this story to show you that you also have a good teacher. Jenna looked up instantly upon hearing Andres' words, her gaze burning with intensity. And, Principal Andres, do you mean you can bring Gary back to life? No, no one can reverse life and death. The child in this story has simply transitioned from a soul state into a new, controllable body. This body is clearly difficult to create. Although he will still bleed and retain his senses, it is undeniably a new body, requiring a complete soul-to-soul connection. Jenna immediately knelt, her words filled with fervor. Principal, I'm willing to give anything to save my husband. Please help him. Gary Hodgson also knelt. It was a lie to say he didn't want to be resurrected, who would willingly die. But for Gary, it was more about being by his wife's side. Andres waved his hand, and both Jenna and Gary were helped to their feet. Andres turned and retrieved a piece of soul-nourishing wood from a shelf behind him, handing the wooden plaque-like object to Jenna. Let Gary's soul reside temporarily in this plaque. I need some time to prepare the materials for Gary's new body. During this period, Gary needs to strengthen or nourish his soul so that he can better integrate with the new body. I will send someone to inform you when the materials are ready. Thank you, Principal Andres. The two were about to turn and leave when Andres called them back again. Oh, right. Gary Hodgson, Jenna Garcia, remembered to keep this a secret. Gary was able to do this because of a strong will and a stroke of luck. I don't want anyone to misunderstand. That would be very troublesome for me. We keep it a secret. Don't worry about the campus recruitment. Jenna arrived with tears in her eyes, but left with a beaming smile. Actually, Andres could immediately exchange enough materials from the system to help Gary create a body, but he didn't want to. He couldn't convey to the outside world that it was easy, as this would lead many to have inappropriate thoughts. The human heart is the most unpredictable and easily tested. While the human world was in turmoil, the Orc Empire on the Caring Continent was also embroiled in constant conflict. What? The front lines failed. How is Samuro? Is he all right? Kurt Elliott's tone was slightly anxious, not for the losses of his own troops. Those losses were acceptable. The Orc Empire never lacked soldiers. He was concerned for Samuro's safety. Samuro was the Orc Empire's sword saint. His reputation was immense. If something happened to Samuro, the impact on the Orc Empire would be enormous. Fortunately, his men told him that Samuro was alright and alive. This relieved Kurt Elliott, the king of the Orcish Empire, who had received little good news since learning that the portal was about to reopen. The best news for him now was the message from the High Priest. The portal had stabilized completely. The days of being able to only take hits without being able to fight back were finally over. It was time to teach those humans on the other side a lesson. Chapter 454. Samuro's remaining troops retreated to his main camp, but it was clearly not safe enough there. With nearly 400,000 troops, occasional losses here were insignificant, but now, all the troops combined numbered less than 50,000. Samuro had to conserve these troops for now until reinforcements arrived. However, Samuro didn't intend to leave the humans idle. He found a rather unpopular helper through his own channels. Yes, Samuro was calling for reinforcements. This person was a lich he had encountered in a small world. Normally, orcs or any other race would fight to the death with undead, a race that insults the dead. But these two didn't. To be precise, they even felt a certain mutual respect. Both were nearing the end of their respective paths and unable to break through. This lich had been a renowned mage before his death, and this mage had reincarnated as a lich to escape death. Samuro had met the mage during his previous travels, but he never expected to meet him again in a small world, where the mage had betrayed his race and become one of the undead. The atmosphere was somewhat awkward upon their reunion, but Samuro eventually set aside his prejudices and sat down to talk. Samuro stayed in that small world for a long time, discussing with the lich many questions about life, the soul, and the limits of the body. He received much help from the lich, and also helped him avoid many troubles. This time, Samuro was furious about the defeat in the war, so he used arcane magic to send a message to the lich, inviting him to help him. A few days later, in a desolate area of Ontario, Samuro finally met the lich. "Samuro, my friend. It's good to see you again. Where is the war site you mentioned in your letter?" "Bolvar for Dragon, though I hate to admit it, it's true. That battlefield is where I just suffered a defeat. There, approximately 400,000 lives were lost. You can take any of the souls there, but you must promise me, absolutely promise me, don't let those otherworldly humans get away with it," Samuro said through gritted teeth, which Bolvar could see. But for Bolvar, it wasn't a bad thing. Everyone got what they wanted. To be honest, battlefields that have just ended in fierce battles aren't always available. Now I can openly cause trouble here. No problem, I'd be more than happy to. By the way, Samuro, you better keep your men away from this battlefield. You know undead aren't popular, or rather, some of our spells aren't popular. Of course, this is your responsibility. With that, Samuro returned to his camp and summoned his lieutenant to move the entire camp back to the nearest city. This once quiet little town was instantly crammed with ugly and filthy orc slaves. Meanwhile, on the previous battlefield, human patrols suddenly began to be attacked. Although these attacks weren't fierce, and the humans dealt with them easily, the frequency was gradually increasing. This didn't initially attract much attention, but soon the disappearance of a research team raised high alert among Lu Changji and others. "Commander, a small team from our research station suddenly lost contact with us an hour ago. Is there a problem with the communication system? Have you found the cause?" "The communication system is working perfectly, and we even sent extra people to search, but we found nothing." "Was there anything special before they disappeared?" "No, they just vanished like that." Lu Changji quickly found Tang Jihong. This matter was clearly problematic and beyond the capabilities of ordinary people. Lu Changji explained the situation to Tang Jihong, immediately raising Tang Jihong's alert. Tang Jihong immediately dispatched a team of elite Oros to the location where the research team disappeared, a crater. A peculiar metallic sheen shone from beneath the crater. The research team had come here to collect samples. The Oros began using numerous tracking spells on the area, finally spotting the team members about 500 meters away. Following a red tracking line, they quickly found the captured team, imprisoned in a tent. The tent was surrounded by skeletons and zombies, and in the very center stood a skeleton holding a staff. It seemed the staff-wielding skeleton was the boss here. To prevent the hostages from being harmed, the Oros resorted to a sneak attack. This sneak attack involved luring the monsters, and the skeletons and zombies cooperated perfectly. Lacking intelligence and acting only on instinct, they quickly eliminated most of the surrounding fodder skeletons by the time the staff-wielding skeleton realized what was happening. Finally, realizing they had been discovered, the Oros squad abandoned their pretense and engaged in a direct assault. The result was the successful rescue of the research team and the complete annihilation of the undead forces in the camp. When the Oros stormed into the tents holding the hostages, the captured members of the research team were all unconscious. When the Oros discovered the hostages were unharmed but merely unconscious, they visibly breathed a sigh of relief. Each of them carried one of the research team members and apparated back to base. However, during their apparition, a man named Kushiotian's eyelids twitched a few times. In the following days, various patrol teams and research groups continued to operate in the Dawn Forest, venturing out from the outpost. Meanwhile, unexpected undead creatures began appearing at the previous battlefield, such as the Howling Banshees. The appearance of these creatures initially threw the patrolling Aurors into disarray, mainly because they used soul attacks. The Howling Banshees' cries could affect the soul, and being ghosts themselves, they were adept at concealment. Finally, the Department of Mysteries of the Ministry of Magic invented a detection crystal that solved the problem. Although the Aurors could no longer counter the Howling Banshee's sonic attacks, at least they wouldn't be ambushed anymore. By periodically using the detection crystal to illuminate the patrol area ahead, the presence of dangerous creatures was immediately apparent. While the humans and undead creatures of Earth were engaged in a battle of attrition and counterattack, the Lich Bolvar, using the identity of Kshautian, lived for a period of time at the outpost. The lifestyle and technology of the Earth's humans were a revelation to Bolvar, an experience he had never had before. Their way of thinking and their experiences greatly enhanced Bolvar's understanding of things. Of course, Bolvar was also secretly planting spies within the outpost. Chapter 455. Rewinding to a few days earlier, when the Aurors brought the research team back to the Yin Kingdom's outpost, they caused some minor trouble. Bolvar, while infiltrating Kshautian's body, had considered that humans might, no, they definitely would, have mechanisms to verify personnel identities. Perhaps some kind of array, perhaps some kind of energy detection. In any case, they wouldn't allow anyone to enter and leave without any precautions. Therefore, to avoid making his occupied body a target, Bolvar also imbued the other team members with some necromantic aura. He even secretly controlled a female team member, preparing to throw her out if necessary to protect himself. And Bolvar's actions did indeed help him. When the Aurors arrived into the base, the Wizarding Department's defense center did indeed glow red. This led the wizards in the defense base to believe that undead creatures were harassing the base again, and a team of elite Aurors on duty quickly went out to investigate. Delia Lawson was the squad commander, a cheerful Gryffindor. She was usually well liked at the base, and today was their squad's duty day. Just as they were about to grab a coffee, the warning mechanism in the defense center lit up. The warning mechanism in the defense center would light up red when danger was detected. Delia Lawson looked helplessly at the other members of her squad and said with a sigh, "Well, here comes another one of these silly low-level undead. Probably some mindless low-level undead has triggered the defense array again. Oh, Captain, this can't go on. How many times has this happened today? We can't keep torturing people like this, can we?" "You're right, Vincent, but you need to report this to the Ministry of Magic so they can deploy a more effective defense mechanism. Until then, we must fulfill our duties. If our negligence causes any trouble, we be held responsible. All right, everyone, get moving." With that, Delia Lawson waved her wand and instantly brought to the scene. Just as Delia Lawson's team appeared at the north gate of the base, they saw another group of Aurors, with the help of Yin soldiers, carrying a dozen or so unconscious researchers into the base. Delia Lawson went up and greeted the leader of the Auror group. "Hi, Stephen Ellis, what happened? Didn't you go on a mission early this morning? You're back so soon? Darling, that's not fast. We've been gone for over an hour. How are things?" Delia Lawson looked at the Yin soldiers still queuing to check those entering the base, and seeing the unconscious researchers, she was still a little worried. Following Delia Lawson's gaze, Stephen Ellis also looked at the people he had just rescued. "Oh, don't worry, dear Delia. Our operation went very smoothly, except they were already unconscious before we got there. We checked them and they're fine. At least we only detected a weak fluctuation of necromancy. I believe they recover soon. By the way, I still don't know what your team went to retrieve." "Don't mention it, this magic was brought by you, Stephen. The warning device in the defense center went off, so we came to check. It's obvious, these guys triggered the warning device. I guess it's what you said about them still having some necromancy on them that triggered the warning device, so I think our mission is complete. Congratulations. You don't have to go out and cause any more trouble." After saying this, Delia Lawson and Stephen Ellis were about to return to their respective groups when Stephen turned back and loudly asked, "Hey, Delia. Want to grab a drink after get off work tonight?" "Oh ho, boss. Are you extending a date invitation? Listen to what the boss just said." Delia's team erupted in laughter, with some even egging her on. "Stephen, our captain has time. You should have done that a long time ago." "Shut up." Delia Lawson and Stephen Ellis simultaneously yelled at their team members, then glanced back at each other. Finally, under Stephen's gaze, Delia nodded, accepting the invitation. While the two wizard teams were joking around, Bolvar successfully infiltrated Kshautian's body and slipped into the Blue Star human outpost. The rescued human expedition members were given a green potion, which smelled slightly like fresh grass, a scent the expedition members themselves couldn't detect. Only Bolvar felt a slight, negligible harm from this life-giving potion. Yes, it was undead, all life force magic would harm it, but Bolvar's power had reached a certain level, and the potion's power couldn't inflict sufficient damage. However, this potion not only caused it some harm, but also allowed it to perceive potion components different from those found on the continent of Karen. This would help it expand its knowledge base, since liches were also a type of mage. 4 or 5 hours after the expedition members drank the potions, they began to wake up one after another. Bolvar continued to pretend to be asleep, eavesdropping on their conversation. Although it had already taken over Xiaotian's body and memories, Bolvar still hoped to gather more information. Only after the other expedition members left the infirmary and returned to their rooms to rest did Bolvar get up and begin to observe its surroundings. Looking at everything around it, Bolvar couldn't help but sigh. The so-called technological power of the humans on Blue Star was so strong. Although technology seemed unmagical, it had its own undeniable charm. For example, the base room before it was something magic couldn't create. This room could be illuminated without magic, and it was permanent. Just as Bolvar was observing its surroundings, a medical staff member approached. "Xiaotian, how are you feeling?" "Oh, I'm fine. I'm fine. I was just a little disoriented when I woke up. Wasn't I collecting samples outside the base? How did I end up here?" "That's good. It seems you didn't realize you were attacked by the undead. But it's alright, the wizards rescued you. Don't worry about work, you've been granted a few days off." "That's great news, but I still want to get back to work as soon as possible. You know, our research is very important." Chapter 456. Soon, Xiaotian, now in Bolvar's body, became acquainted with Nurse Zhangyu. After Zhangyu examined Bolvar again, he was allowed to leave. He left the infirmary and walked into the Yen Kingdom's outpost. Although he had accessed Xiaotian's memories were one thing, but seeing the real thing was another. Walking through the base, acquaintances greeted him frequently, but Bolvar only gave vague responses. It wasn't that Bolvar didn't know their names, but rather that he had been alone for too long and was finding it difficult to adjust. As for why Bolvar could chat so happily with Nurse Zhangyu, that was probably due to their good looks. "Hey, Xiaotian. I heard you guys were attacked by the undead? How was it?" "Oh, it's alright. Wow, it's Xiaotian. I heard they escaped the undead siege by a hair's breadth." "How was it, Xiaotian? Were those undead stinking?" "No, not all undead smell rotten. At least I didn't smell anything." "Maybe. By the way, where are you planning to go?" "I'm going to the cafeteria. I haven't eaten in ages." Bolvar wasn't lying, he really hadn't eaten in a long time. Although he would occasionally occupy a body on the Karen continent to buy supplies, that was a long time ago. 10 years? 20 years? Bolvar couldn't even remember. Now that he had the chance, he naturally wanted to try the food of the humans on Blue Star. Anyway, going to the cafeteria would also give the humans a little trouble. Yes, Bolvar wasn't just going to the cafeteria to satisfy his appetite, he was also going to give the humans something to do. At the Yen Kingdom's outpost base, the mess hall served food 24 hours a day. When Bolvar arrived, only a few people were still eating. Bolvar went to the window and carefully examined the menu. The cook inside didn't pay much attention, glancing at Bolvar before going about his work. While no one was watching, a cockroach crawled out of Bolvar's trouser leg. It slipped into the kitchen through a crack. This was a plague worm Bolvar had prepared. This worm could spread disease, especially in food and water. Originally, the worm didn't have a fixed shape, but Bolvar had made it resemble a cockroach to delay the humans of Earth from discovering the source. Bolvar ate his meal in the mess hall and hurriedly left. After that, people began to fall ill. Their main symptoms were vomiting, diarrhea, and weakness. At first, everyone thought it was an isolated case caused by spoiled food. However, as the number of cases increased, it soon became clear that this might not be simple diarrhea. The base's sanitation system sprang into high gear, with all sick personnel being gathered at the hospital for examination. However, human detection methods were largely ineffective against magically generated plagues. They were essentially undetectable. Yet, the illness was undeniable, which caught the attention of the wizards. The wizards hadn't had much free time these past few days, and now this added another burden. What had the wizards been busy with? They were busy repairing and inspecting their protective array, as its early warning mechanism had been in a state of constant danger alert ever since the expedition team's accident. Initially, the Aura squad on duty was kept busy because the warning mechanism remained bright red. A bright red warning signal indicated danger, so the Auras had to eliminate all threats. However, even with all the wizards in the base mobilized, they still couldn't find the problem. Finally, the Auras had to admit that the warning device on the protective array was likely malfunctioning. But they weren't professional repair personnel, so they could only write a report requesting the Ministry of Magic to send someone to fix it. However, after the Ministry's personnel arrived and replaced some components, they found that the warning mechanism was still emitting a dangerous red glow. This was baffling. Finally, they had no choice but to write to Andres. By the time Andres arrived with his men, several days had passed. Andres found the base still in a state of tension, and after casually inquiring with the staff, he learned that a plague had broken out. Andres, Dumbledore, McGonagall, and a group of professors sat in a circle in the conference room, drinking tea and chatting about the current events. Headmaster Andres, I think it's not a malfunction in the defenses, but rather something has actually infiltrated the base. But Professor Dumbledore, we mobilized all the wizards in the base to investigate. We haven't found any signs of intrusion. Dawn, don't panic. I believe this might be some kind of hidden magic from the continent of Karen. The reason you haven't detected it is because you don't understand this type of magic enough. That's why we're here. We resolve this issue as quickly as possible. Do you have any suggestions, Principal Andres? Andres pondered for a moment, holding his teacup, then suddenly looked up at Tang Jihong. Captain Tang, I'd like to know when the protective array malfunctioned, and if anything special happened that day. When did the plague appear in the base? The early warning device malfunctioned 5 days ago, and the plague started 4 days ago. As for what happened 5 days ago, I need to think about it. Delia Lawson, I remember you were on duty then, right? The usually quiet Delia Lawson, still immersed in the sweet memories of the past few days, was completely bewildered by being called by name. Delia Lawson. What's wrong? I'm fine, Captain. What did you call me for? Principal Andres wants to know if anything special happened in the base 5 days ago? No, nothing special. I was leading a team to check around that day. Alright, then let's think about other clues. Andres felt he might be overthinking things. Perhaps he should try other approaches. I remember now. If there was anything special that happened that day, it was that an expedition team at the base was attacked. Then Stephen Ellis's team rescued them. Andres listened to Delia Lawson's account, lost in thought. After a while, Andres said to Delia Lawson, please gather that attacked expedition team in the meeting room. You can make up any excuse, but don't tell them I need to see them. Chapter 457. Now, I trouble Severus to brew some healing potions. I believe they be enough to solve our current problem. Of course, if Severus has more important matters to attend to, we can also transfer some from Hogwarts. No need, Headmaster Andres. I don't have anything urgent to attend to right now. And healing potions are no problem for me at all. By the way, Headmaster Andres, I might need to go out and find some herbs recently. The magic system of Karen Continent has given me some new ideas. No problem, Severus. But I hope you find suitable teammates, rather than acting alone. I will. Minerva, how's Hogwarts on Earth doing lately? Everything's going well, Andres. This year, nearly 10,000 young wizards will be enrolling globally. In the acceptance letters, I also sent out a questionnaire asking if they would like to study and live on the Karen Continent. How many students will come to the Karen Continent? Last year, over 8,000 7th grade students came to continue their studies here, while we only arranged for about 2,000 new students. To welcome these students, we will arrange for the Azure Cloud to travel between Blue Star and the Karen Continent to transport them. Excellent. We should also make some preparations. I think some 7th grade students will be willing to come to the Karen Continent for a visit and exchange beforehand. I will arrange it. In fact, there's no need to make any special arrangements. You know that the Mirror Floating Island is now on track. Yes, I'd like to stroll around there when I have free time. I haven't seen Rubius Hagrid much lately. What has he been busy with? Oh, Headmaster Andres, you need to keep an eye on him. He recently went deep into Dawnwood to look for crystal beasts, a kind of crystalline life form that's quite magical. But I don't think it's safe, and he sneaked away in the middle of the night. Andres immediately felt a headache coming on after hearing Professor Minerva McGonagall's complaint. Rubius Hagrid wasn't a bad person, he just had a different perception of Rupert Hagrid than most. But that wasn't a bad thing. As long as he was careful, and didn't cause any trouble, Andres was willing to let him go, and find some new creatures to expand the students' knowledge. After chatting idly in the meeting room for a while, everyone dispersed. These professors were used to studying in the library, or searching for the magical items and materials they needed in the wild. Since the new semester was starting in a little over a month, they needed to improve their abilities as quickly as possible to teach their students well. In the afternoon, Andres and Dumbledore met with the rescued expedition team in the meeting room. Andres only offered some words of comfort, while Dumbledore remained silent, silently observing the people before him. After some encouragement, The research team returned to their laboratory, somewhat bewildered. Bolvar, feeling guilty, seemed to sense something was amiss. Bolvar couldn't understand why the two powerful wizards opposite him hadn't done anything. Was his disguise too good for them to detect? In the conference room, Andres and Dumbledore exchanged a smile after everyone had left. Andres spoke first. "So, Professor Dumbledore, what did you find?" "My opinion is the same as Principal Andres's. Two of them are suspicious. But I also think now isn't the time to expose them. We should see what they're really up to." "A wise choice." "Dobby." "At your service, Principal Andres. Please have two house elves keep an eye on these two. Be careful they don't discover you." Andres handed Dobby a slip of paper with two names on it. Dobby glanced at the names, bowed to Andres, and disappeared from the meeting room. Back in the lab, Bolvar, thinking it over, decided to use his safety precautions. For the next few days, he did nothing out of line, working, eating, and sleeping like a normal person. Meanwhile, the female team member controlled by Bolvar began causing trouble around the base, and the house elves reported her every move to Andres. Although the female team member caused some trouble for the outpost, everything was still under control, so Andres didn't take any action, simply observing the situation. On Earth, Hogwarts and the wizarding world were equally busy, focusing entirely on the new enrollment. Nearly 10,000 students were going to study on the continent of Karen, and much work needed to be done to ensure their learning and well-being. In fact, just as Andres had predicted, although Hogwarts had only recently begun its holiday break, some students had already started writing to the school, inquiring about when they could go to the new campus on Karen. Many of them had fallen into a holiday trap. The first day home, their parents treated them like treasures. The second day, their parents were still somewhat friendly, but by the third day, parents and children were practically at odds, and it was considered good if they didn't even need to be punished. After receiving instructions from Professor McGonagall, Hogwarts on launching began replying to its students. They were instructed to travel between the Yin Kingdom's Taishu and the Karen continent on the Qingyin ship every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. However, this travel was restricted. Only 7th-year graduates were allowed to travel to the new campus on the Karen continent. The day after receiving the reply, 7th-year students began appearing in Diagon Alley in London and the Taishu Commercial Street in Yin Kingdom, further increasing the already crowded streets. Jackson Booker, a 7th-year Slytherin, had originally planned to enter the Department of Magical Creatures Control. However, now that the Karen continent was open to them, he abandoned his original plan and decided to continue his studies. Just yesterday, his roommate Raul Costa had sent him a letter via owl, informing him that Hogwarts had confirmed the opening date for travel to the Karen continent. To go to the Karen continent to learn new magic as soon as possible, they agreed to buy some school supplies in Diagon Alley, London today. Jackson Booker was sitting in an ice cream parlor, eating ice cream and reading today's Daily Prophet. Just as Jackson Booker was finishing his ice cream, a voice came from behind him. "Sorry, Jackson. I ran into a little trouble on my way out." Chapter 458. Costa, is it your bed that's controlling you? Come on, Jackson. I wish it was my soft bed that was controlling me. Unfortunately, what kept me from arriving on time was my lovely little sister. She insisted on coming with me. To prevent her from affecting our schedule today, I signed a series of unequal treaties. That must have been really tough on you, all. Let's go, we still have a lot to buy today. After saying that, Jackson Booker and Old Costa headed towards the bookstore across the street, skipping the entrance to the Leaky Cauldron. The Leaky Cauldron was now completely overrun by muggles, packed with people regardless of whether it was a day off or not. Even with the Leaky Cauldron constantly expanding its staff, the massive influx of customers still couldn't be met. There were even long queues outside the Leaky Cauldron, so the Hogwarts students had reached a consensus: never go to Diagon Alley through the Leaky Cauldron. In fact, most students now preferred using the Flynn network, since only wizards could use it, so they didn't have to worry about crowds. Jackson and Yule chose a less crowded entrance, because they were on vacation and their homes lacked fireplaces. The bookstore was that less crowded entrance, while many people exited through it. Even so, large crowds often gathered in front of the bookstore waiting to enter Diagon Alley. Jackson and Yule, dressed like muggles during summer vacation, escaped unnoticed and weren't photographed. This is a lesson learned by Hogwarts students. If you just want to shop normally, it's best to keep your attire inconspicuous. Otherwise, you'll be mobbed like movie stars. Some just want autographs or photos, which is fine. But some are more disturbing. It's hard to describe, and I spare you the details. Long lines had already begun forming outside the bookstore, in preparation for the Auror's random checks. Yes, not inspections, but random checks, because when Diagon Alley opened, the Ministry of Magic had prepared a countermeasure. They would send an entry badge by owl to every Muggle who planned to visit Diagon Alley the following day. However, after a while, the Ministry discovered that some wizards were forging badges to deceive their relatives and friends. Therefore, the Ministry had to station auras at each entrance to conduct random checks of the badges. This policy did significantly curb the arrogance of those counterfeiters, but it wasn't without consequences, the lines that formed now. However, Jackson and Ull had no intention of queuing like the Muggles. They went straight to the front of the line, whispered a few words to the Auros at the entrance, and showed them an envelope. The Auros glanced at it briefly, and then signaled that they could enter. Their actions caused a commotion in the line, but it was quickly queued up by the Auros. Jackson and Ull are Hogwarts students. They need to buy supplies for next term. This simple explanation still sparked a murmur among the group. They're wizards? But they look so ordinary. Wizards are just like us, they can use magic. If I'd known they were wizards, I should have gone over and taken a picture with them. Alice bragged about taking a picture with a little witch last time. Sigh, why don't I have any wizarding talent? Alright, Albert. Most people don't. If everyone had wizarding talent, it would be chaos. Jackson and Ull, having entered Diagon Alley, didn't hear the Muggles chatter. Even if they had, they wouldn't have cared much, as they'd been constantly envied and resented since entering Hogwarts. They were used to it. When they entered the bookstore, they glanced at the shelves. Most of the books were useless to them. Many were simply books the Ministry of Magic had provided to fool Muggles. Books on magic were scarce, since Muggles wouldn't understand them anyway. Instead, there were many esoteric divination books, because people always hoped to know their future to have more confidence when making decisions. After finding none of the books they wanted, the two finally entered Diagon Alley. Once inside, they didn't go anywhere else but went directly to the candy store across the street. This was Ull's insistence, because one of the unequal clauses in his contract was that he had to buy candy for his adorable sister. This was a newly opened candy store, called Tea and Flowers Candy Store, opened last year by a Hufflepuff senior. The name itself revealed their main products, various tea-infused and flower-themed candies. Their products quickly gained popularity among women, especially little witches. The two entered and were immediately overwhelmed by an cloyingly sweet smell, so they quickly closed the door and retreated. Just as they were mentally preparing themselves, the store door was pushed open from the inside. Several girls emerged, giggling and giving the two strange looks. Finally, Jackson and Urk mustered considerable courage to push the door open again and go back in. Inside, it felt like entering a tea party world, albeit with an unusually large abundance of flowers. Because of the predominantly female atmosphere and the overly sweet air, the two had no interest in lingering. They quickly selected a few candies that looked appealing, bought them, filled out their home addresses, and had the clerk ship them home. Emerging from the candy store, the two breathed a long sigh of relief. Jackson, what do you need to buy today? Some quills and parchment. If possible, I also like a backpack with a seamless stretching charm. I have quite a lot to take to the continent of Karen. What about you are? I need the quills and parchment too. We can go together. But besides these, I also need some experimental magical materials and potion-making materials. I almost forgot, you're in an advanced potion-making class. Looks like I have to rely on you for the potions I need from now on, you are. No problem, Jackson, don't worry, I carry you on my back. Godfather, go for it. Good boy. You really are taking advantage of the situation. With that, Jackson pretended to grab Yuar's neck, and the two playfully wrestled their way to a potion shop. Chapter 459. When they arrived at Diagon Alley, their mouths jingled with the sound of galleons clinking together. But as they prepared to leave, most of the galleons in their pockets had disappeared. In their place were various magical items and materials in their backpacks, things they used for their studies and experiments. That's enough for today, you are. How much time do you need to pack? Me? I don't have much to pack. I haven't even opened my suitcase since I got home. I can just grab my bag and go. I just need to tell my family. I'm almost done packing. How about we head to Yen Kingdom the day after tomorrow? I want to get to the Caring Continent as soon as possible to learn new magic. No problem. So how do we get there? Philonet? No, I have this. Jackson pulled two business card-sized cards from his pocket. A closer look revealed the name Victory on them. Wow, Jackson. Where did you get 2 tickets for the Victory? These have been hot commodities ever since Hogwarts expanded its enrollment. I did Professor Leach a little favor before graduation, and you know professors always get some perks. What do you say, my brother? The next victory is the day after tomorrow. We can even do a graduation trip on the way. No problem, it's a deal. See you at Hogwarts the day after tomorrow at noon. See you at Hogwarts. After saying that, the two left Diagon Alley and returned to their respective homes. 2 days later, Jackson, carrying a travel bag, sat by the Black Lake at Hogwarts, watching the giant squid basking in the sun. Compared to the giant squid, the victory looked rather small. Fortunately, Jackson understood that this ship belonged to the Ministry of Magic, and the space inside was definitely not as small as it appeared. Otherwise, he would have doubted whether the victory could hold so many people. Yes, nearly 1,000 people were bustling around the Hogwarts docks. Among them were professors, students, and even some muggles, all heading to Yen Country by ship. The victory no longer needed to cross half the globe to pick up students. Now, it primarily carried Hogwarts students on trips around the world. While Jackson was idly waiting for Ol, he saw Ol in the distance, also carrying a small suitcase, chatting and laughing with a young woman as they approached the docks. Holy crap, when did this guy meet such a pretty girl? How come I didn't know? Damn it! That was Jackson's initial thought, but he quickly changed it. The reason Jackson changed his mind so quickly was because Nash Burns had an equally beautiful best friend already waiting for her at the docks. The two girls embraced upon meeting. As they embraced, Jackson also came to Ol's side and gently bumped her with his shoulder. Ol smiled knowingly and whispered, "This is someone I met on the Hogwarts Express, a Ravenclaw graduate named Nash Burns." As for the one next to her, what are you two whispering about? Come here, this is my roommate Zoya Vera. Zoya, this is Costa, a Slytherin graduate. Oh, and who is this? He's my roommate, Jackson Booker, also a Slytherin. We're also going to Yen Kingdom on the victory, and then to the continent of Karen. That's wonderful. Nash and I are also going to study on the continent of Karen. Looks like we have company on our journey. Zoe's smile instantly brightened Jackson's heart, making him feel that life was so beautiful. Just as Ol thought his brother was about to succumb to her beauty, the bells on the victory rang. The crisp sound of the bells, amplified by magic, echoed throughout Hogwarts, immediately attracting everyone's attention. Captain Nelson, dressed in a naval uniform, appeared on the ship's railing, looking at the crowd. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. The victory will be setting sail in 2 hours. Please proceed with boarding in an orderly fashion. The previously bustling crowd began to line up to board, and the 4 who had been standing on the dock also began to move towards the victory. What deck are your tickets? Although the cabins on the victory are all very nice, the closer to the deck, the easier it is to get in and out. Nash and I were assigned to cabins near the deck last time, which made it much easier for us to get on and off the ship. Nash, you and Zoya have been on the victory before? That was when we were in our 3rd year. Professor Flitwick gave us these as a reward for our excellent exam results. We took a cruise during the Christmas holidays. Ravenclaws are all top students. We even been in the top 10 of our year. The line quickly reached 4 people, and the 4 of them walked into the cabin chatting and laughing. Because of the ticket issue, Ol and Jackson were on the 3rd deck, while Nash and Zoya were on the 4th. Since they had already arranged to have dinner together at the restaurant at 6 o'clock that evening, everyone went back to their rooms to pack their things. They would be spending the next week on the ship. After entering his cabin, Jackson dropped his luggage and plopped down on the soft bed. After rolling around a couple of times, he began to observe the room. The room was similar to a typical Muggle hotel, the only difference being a large glass window offering a view out of the ship, something Jackson hadn't expected. He had spent considerable time observing the victory from the docks earlier, and hadn't noticed a window on the hull. After Jackson settled his belongings, came to his door and knocked. The two went up to the deck, where many other wizards were chatting. 2 hours later, the victory automatically lowered its ramps and sails, and began to slowly depart from Hogwarts docks. Over the next few days, the victory docked at various ports during the day, allowing passengers time to disembark and explore, and at night, it would submerge and accelerate its voyage. This voyage first took them to Iceland and Greenland, then along the Canadian coast into the Caribbean. After a day's stop in the Land of Lighthouses, they set sail again for the Land of the Samba. Then, they rounded Cape Horn and entered the Pacific Ocean. After their victory, they sailed directly to Yen Kingdom after passing Easter Island. After a week of living together, Jackson, Nashi, and Zoya had become friends. Soon, the 4 of them boarded the Azure Cloud with other wizards heading to the continent of Karen, while the victory's journey continued. Chapter 460. The Qingyan followed the supply convoy sent by the Yen Kingdom to its forward base through the spatial rift. The young wizards, curious, peered out of the Qingyan's windows, watching the Yin Kingdom army traverse between the two worlds. Wow, they're like robots. Their movements are exactly the same. The media says their minds are controlled. Everything is based on the will of the other country's high command. They're heartless executioners. Perhaps it's you whose minds are controlled. You can only see what those celestial dragons want you to see. Don't you have any independent thinking ability? Who can control the minds of 1.5 billion people? Not even magic. Several young wizards, clearly from the Yin Kingdom, immediately retorted angrily before leaving the four bewildered individuals standing there. However, their awkwardness was quickly alleviated by the scenery of the Karen continent. They were immediately captivated by the view outside the window. Wow, look at the sky. What an amazing sight. The enormous, bright blue planet hanging in the sky astonished everyone visiting the Karen continent for the first time. This was truly the magical world of their fantasies. Nearby, a massive steel base showcased the beauty of technology. The Azure Cloud made a brief stop at the Yin Kingdom's outpost before continuing its journey into the Dawn Forest, while the floating set was still some distance from the outpost. Jackson, you felt it? I felt so much lighter after arriving on the Karen continent. You felt that? I thought it was just my imagination. Actually, this is a manifestation of the higher local magic concentration compared to Earth. We wizards are more sensitive to magic. I think you're not very interested in some of the advanced books on spells. Boys are interested in fancy stuff, not fundamental principles. Okay. Nash, Zoya, we understand Ravenclaws like to study, but we didn't expect you to like such obscure and difficult things. We just happened to see some books on that topic. Back on the Victory, these friends had discussed some things about the continent of Karen. One of them was the issue of magic concentration. If the magic concentration here wasn't higher than on Earth, then Hogwarts wouldn't have needed to establish its magic school on Karen. Now they had a more direct understanding of this, and they could understand why some wizards wanted to stay on Karen and didn't want to leave. The magical journey continued, but some people hiding their figures in hoods boarded the outpost of the Yin Kingdom. Their faces were obscured, but one thing was clear: they were also human. So the four friends simply assumed they were just reluctant to interact with outsiders, the so-called social anxiety, and didn't think much of it. Standing aboard the Qingyun, the four looked down at the dense forest below, with flocks of birds occasionally flitting through the trees. These unknown animals and plants excited everyone visiting the Karen continent for the first time. Soon, the mountains deep within the Dawn Forest came into view. The appearance of the mountains meant they were approaching the mirror floating island, and the Qingyun's announcement system sounded at the opportune moment. The Azure Cloud will arrive at the mirror floating island in half an hour. Please prepare to disembark as soon as possible. Upon hearing the announcement, everyone on the Azure Cloud returned to their rooms to pack their belongings. After packing, they stood on the deck of the airship and looked down. The mirror floating island, starting as a small black dot, slowly grew larger, gradually transforming into a colossal object before their eyes. When everyone saw people moving about on both sides of the mirror floating island, they were all stunned. Although they were wizards and had witnessed many things incomprehensible to ordinary people, they had never seen anything like this before: an island with identical structures on both sides, and people living and moving about on it. At this moment, everyone marveled at the wonder of magic once again, as this had shattered their normal understanding. However, the Azure Cloud quickly docked at the floating island, bringing everyone back to their senses. When Jackson, Nash, and Zoya disembarked from the Azure Cloud airship, a long line of carriages was already waiting at the docking point. A house elf stood beside the carriage, welcoming the wizards alighting from the Azure Cloud. The wizards boarded in small groups, heading towards various parts of the school. Welcome to Mirror Island. Where are you headed? School? Dormitories? Commercial area? Or somewhere else? We need to register at school first, then go back to our dorms to unpack. Alright, please aboard. The four of them boarded a carriage, constantly looking out of curiosity about the new campus. Clearly, the new campus was larger than Hogwarts on Earth, but also more complex. Fortunately, the house elf guided them, and their registration went smoothly. The dormitory assignments also differed from those at Hogwarts Castle. Instead of separating the four houses, they were placed in a unified dormitory area. The only similarity was that the male and female dormitories were separated by a wide road and landscaped trees. The dormitories were still four-person rooms, but there was no longer a strict distinction between dormitories belonging to different houses, meaning that roommates could potentially live together. Andres had actually been asked about this issue when the school was first established, but he made this change for the sake of unity among the four houses. The original competition among the four houses had its advantages and disadvantages. The advantage, of course, was that it could cause division within the wizarding community. To maintain unity within the wizarding community, Andres conveniently eliminated the separate living arrangements in the new campus. As for why the distinction between the four houses wasn't completely eliminated, it was for stability reasons. After all, the young wizards were already accustomed to their own houses, and a complete elimination wasn't practical. After familiarizing themselves with their new dormitories, the four reunited for dinner in the Great Hall. Finding it was still early before dark, they began to wander around the floating islands. While the four were strolling around the new campus, Andres stretched in his headmaster's office. Andres had been under immense pressure for a long time, and now that it was finally over, he could relax. So he picked up the teacup on his desk, took a sip, and went out onto the balcony to look at the people moving around on campus. Chapter 461. Yes, just now, Andres created a body for the deceased Gary Hodgson, composed of various magical materials. Although it was done with the system's help, it was Andres' first time doing this, so he needed to be careful, especially since it was for a student. Andres chose a suitable design from the system's suggestions. For the bones, he used the bones of a white tiger, a magical creature from the Karen continent, to ensure the body's strength. The flesh was made from jade ore, and the most crucial part, the heart, was made from a millennium-old crystal. This millennium-old crystal cost Andres a significant amount of points, and would serve as the body's power core. The setting sun shone into the office. On the conference table sat a humanoid object. At first glance, it looked like a person lying there. But upon closer inspection, it was simply a human-shaped stone sculpture. After finishing his tea, Andres looked at his creation with satisfaction, and then stored it in his spatial bag. Although the body prepared for Gary Hodgson was complete, merging his soul into it was no easy task. It required a magical ritual, which had to be performed on the night of a full moon. The nearest full moon was 2 days away, giving Andres a chance to rest. Just as Andres was about to go to dinner, there was a knock on his office door. "Come in. Principal Andres, I think there are a few people you should see." "Oh, Minerva, who's come to the school so late?" "It's them," Professor McGonagall said, turning to the people behind her. "You may come in." Then, the same people Jackson and the others had seen on the azure cloud, hidden in hoods, appeared before Andres. The 5 of them removed their hoods and bowed to Andres. Through their somewhat pale faces, Andres realized they weren't human, or more precisely, not ordinary humans. They were a group of vampires. "Good evening, Headmaster Andres. It's unfortunate to bother you. I am Daventer de Leoncott from the City of Rest." "Good evening, Mr. Daventer. And these?" "Juniors. They are the most outstanding juniors of our family." "Well, juniors." "Oh, perhaps I was a little rude to make the guests stand. Please come in. What would you like to drink? How about a Bloody Mary? I think you'll like it. As for these children, I think candy would be more suitable for them." After saying this, Andres invited the 5 vampires from the City of Rest to sit in the headmaster's office, and a glass of crimson Bloody Mary was placed in front of Daventer. It must be said that this kind of mixed drink from Earth, modified by the wizards, really suited Daventer's taste. It was much better than what he had drunk in the City of Rest. This was because the wizards added a little dragon blood to this drink. Dragon blood is quite hot in nature, but adding ice makes it much milder, and paired with some strong liquor, it becomes irresistible. Meanwhile, the 4 children de Winter brought looked curiously at the candy in their hands. Blood lollipops from Honeyduke's candy shop. These were gifts the students had given Andres after the end of the school year, and now they came in handy. After settling in, Andres quietly observed Daventer before him. Although he recognized Daventer as a vampire, the man's formal visit showed no hostility. Now, he awaited Daventer's explanation. Daventer appropriately set down his cup. He hadn't come out of curiosity but to discuss something. "It's like this, Principal Andres. We come to ask for your help. As you can see, we are vampires." "Yes, we are vampires. There's no hiding it. But we must admit that this identity has brought us immense trouble on the continent of Karen. People fear us." Seeing that Andres didn't show any disgust, Daventer felt much more at ease. "Although we, as vampires, possess innate magical talents, our identity also limits us. The children need to learn more. They need better development. Therefore, I brought the most outstanding juniors of my clan, hoping they could study at your school." Andres was initially taken aback, but he quickly couldn't hide his surprise. He hadn't expected this request. After a moment's hesitation, Andres still hadn't spoken. De Winter, sensing Andres' concerns, explained, "Please rest assured, Principal Andres, we at Deliancott are moderates. Not all vampires need to drink human blood. Of course, if your school can provide fresh blood for the children, that would be ideal. I can assure you of the vampire clan's honor that they will not attack anyone at the school. I'm glad the vampires trust us, entrusting their children to our care. We will treat everyone equally. Thank you so much, Principal Andres. This is just a small token of my appreciation. I hope you accept it. Devante rose again and bowed to Andres, then placed a bag in front of him as he straightened up. What is this? Bloodstone. This is something unique to our vampire clan. It requires a vampire's own blood essence to condense. Its function is to enhance the power derived from blood, and for humans, it's also a treasure for prolonging life. In short, it's an extremely useful thing. It's very rare because vampires are rarely willing to sacrifice their own blood essence to condense it. Thank you for your generosity. I happen to have an experiment that might use it. I achieved my purpose here, so I won't bother you any longer, Principal Andres. I hope you can visit Rest City when you have time. These 4 children are in your care now. I take my leave first. I need to board the Azure Cloud later to return to your outpost. Of course. After seeing Davinter Delian cut off, Andres turned his gaze back to the 4 little vampires. These little vampires, 3 boys and 1 girl, were of indeterminate age, but judging from their appearances, they shouldn't be very old. Minerva, these children are in your care. Let them stay for now, and they can study with the first graders when the new school term begins. Okay. Watching Minerva McGonagall take the 4 little vampires away, Andres fell into deep thought again. Chapter 462. For Andres, who he taught at Hogwarts, and who he didn't teach was of little concern. Andres' very existence in this world was an accident that allowed humanity on Earth to avoid many misfortunes and, through his efforts, project human power onto the continent of Karen. The system he acquired was also a complete accident. He didn't know why the system had approached him and given him task after task. However, thinking about these things was pointless. Everything would eventually come to an end, and he would naturally find the answers. Now, he needed to consider how to promote his school on the Karen continent. Recruiting students from Karen would not only increase his system points income, but more importantly, it would benefit Earth's rule over Karen. For Earth to better colonize Karen, it needed to divide and weaken the local forces. Earth's history taught that simply suppressing or enslaving another race was unwise. The best approach was to control the opposing race's leadership, and then have that leadership control the opposing race. This way, even if the opposing race resisted, it would be a resistance against the rule of their leadership. If resistance fails, then continue ruling. If resistance succeeds, then continue to win over and corrupt the enemy's leadership to make your rule more covert. Now, the natives of the Karen continent have proactively sought to join Hogwarts, which is undoubtedly a good thing. Even though their race isn't ideal, isn't it a good start? Bringing little vampires to Hogwarts will not only better integrate the local natives, but also broaden the horizons of the native wizards. A win-win situation. Besides, they've given me a great gift. It wouldn't be right not to teach them. After all, they've given so much. Just then, Gary's body-making process also required some blood. Andres had originally intended to use human blood, but with these bloodstones, Gary Hodgson would undoubtedly become even more powerful in the future. Lost in thought for a moment, Andres was startled awake by the rumbling of his stomach. Dobby, could you get me some food? If you have any lamb chops, please give me one. Soon, a plate of roasted lamb chops with vegetables and a glass of red wine was delivered to Andres' headmaster's office. After dinner, Andres wrote a letter to Gary Hodgson, informing him to come to the school for the launch ceremony on the night of the full moon in 2 days. Meanwhile, Professor McGonagall brought the 4 young vampires to their dormitory. Currently, Hogwarts on the floating island only had some professors, house elves, and the 7th-year graduates who had arrived early to study. The first-year students wouldn't arrive until the end of August, so Professor McGonagall had to entrust them to the 7th-year graduates for care. Coincidentally, the people Professor McGonagall had entrusted with the task were Jackson and Zoya. Professor McGonagall called them into her office, arranged things, and gave them a large bag of galleons, a scholarship of 800 galleons for the 4 little vampires, averaging 200 each. In Professor McGonagall's office, in front of her, Jackson and Zoya agreed that after breakfast in the Great Hall the next morning, she would take the children to buy the supplies they needed for their first year. They could also visit the area below the floating island. Zoya tore 4 pieces of paper from her notepad, wrote down the time and place, and with a gentle wave of her wand, the 4 notes transformed into 4 small airplanes that flew out of Professor McGonagall's office. The next day, the sunlight from the continent of Karen shone into the Hogwarts students' dormitories. It was clear that the sunrise here was earlier than on Earth. Jackson and Zoya, who had arranged to meet the day before, arrived early at the Great Hall for breakfast. They chatted as they waited for the young wizards Professor McGonagall had entrusted to them the previous day. Professor McGonagall had only told them that these 4 young wizards were somewhat special, but she hadn't explained why. Therefore, Jackson and Zoya assumed that the first-year wizards appearing on Mirror Isle at this time must be descendants of Aurors. After all, Muggle children would likely still be waiting for the start of school, and wizarding children wouldn't need their guidance. The only explanation was a wizarding family with busy parents, and in the entire wizarding world, an Auror family seemed to fit this description best. The 4 little vampires didn't keep Jackson and Zoya waiting long. They soon appeared in the Great Hall. "Hey Zoya, these 4 hooded guys look so familiar." "You think so too?" "I do think I've seen them somewhere before." "Let me think. Oh right, it was on the Azure Cloud. They came with us? What a coincidence. I wonder why they're all wearing hoods. Is it convenient for them to eat?" "We find out soon enough." Actually, these 4 little vampires didn't need breakfast. The reason they came to the auditorium so early was twofold. Firstly, it was the meeting place Jackson had arranged, and secondly, they wanted to taste what human food from Earth was like. However, it seems they didn't keep Jackson and Zoya waiting too long. After finding the food didn't quite suit their tastes, they abandoned their breakfast and came to find Jackson and Zoya. Out of politeness, the 4 little vampires immediately removed their hoods as they approached, allowing Jackson and Zoya to see their faces clearly. Their complexions were somewhat pale, but otherwise they were indistinguishable from humans. If there was any difference, it was that their appearance leaned more towards that of humans from the continent of Karen. Upon seeing this, Jackson and Zoya exchanged a glance, both seeing surprise in each other's eyes. Clearly, they had guessed wrong. These 4 young wizards were most likely not from a wizarding family. They were probably natives of the continent of Karen. When did Hogwarts start admitting natives of the continent of Karen? This was truly an unexpected surprise. What did this mean? It meant that they would have natives of the continent of Karen as classmates in the future. "Good morning, sirs." "Oh, no need to call us sirs. We just arrived at Hogwarts a few years earlier than you. I'm Jackson, you can call me Senior, and this is your senior Zoe. We belong to 2 different houses, I'm Slytherin and she's Ravenclaw. You will also be sorted into one of the 4 houses in a little over a month. Do we really have to be separated? What's the difference between the 4 houses? Not necessarily, it mainly depends on your wishes. As for what you learn in the 4 houses, there's no difference. Sorting is just to help you better integrate into the wizarding community." Chapter 463. Then I hope we can be assigned to the same house. It's human nature to huddle together for warmth in unfamiliar places, and this rule applies to the continent of Karen as well. The one who spoke was the only female vampire among the 4, a little girl with a full head of black hair. She looked very well behaved. If it weren't for her slightly pale complexion, she would be no different from an ordinary girl next door. Zoya clearly liked this well-behaved little girl, and she tried to take her hand. "I'm Zoya, Zoya Vera. I hope you can come to Ravenclaw, because we Ravenclaws are known for our wisdom. What's your name?" "Jenny, Jenny de Leoncourt." "Jenny? That's a nice name. And you are?" Zoya turned her gaze to the other 3 little boys, who stepped forward and introduced themselves. "Hippolytos de Leoncourt. Zygmunt de Leoncourt. Leopold de Leoncourt." Hearing 4 names with the same surname, Jackson clearly became interested. This might be the first time at Hogwarts that 4 members of the same family have been in the same year, a rare occurrence in the wizarding world. "Wow, the 4 of you are from the same family. Are you siblings?" "No, Jenny is a generation above us. She's our aunt, and the 3 of us are cousins." "I see. All right. It's almost time. De Leoncourts, we need to go buy you some school supplies for this semester. Here's the money, it's your allowance for the whole year. Not much, but enough." Jackson pulled 4 identical bags from his pocket. To be honest, 800 galleons was quite heavy, which was why he chose to distribute the money to the 4 of them now. The 4 little vampires took the bags, curiously opened them, and peeked inside. They were then blinded by the golden light. This is the currency used in the wizarding world, called galleons. Of course, you can still use them in the Muggle world if you want. Muggles love them, and will be willing to pay high prices for them. "Senior, these galleons are much nicer than our dinars." Hippolytos took a few dinars from his pocket, and placed them next to the galleons from the bags. It was obvious that the dinars were old, and couldn't compare to the galleons. These galleons were made by fairies, and they're imbued with their permanent magic, so they stay brand new no matter how much time passes. Alright, now we need to go to the bottom of the mirror floating island. We find what we need there. The six left the school's main hall, and arrived at a public carriage stop on the street. Jackson drew his wand, and tapped the stop sign twice. Suddenly, a two-horse carriage appeared on the street in the distance and approached. The carriage quickly stopped in front of him, and after everyone boarded and the doors were closed, Jackson explained to the four younger children, "Later, I take you to buy wands. Once you have your own wands, you can summon public carriages around school like I did just now. Remember, you only need to tap twice with your wand." The carriage arrived at the portal to the floating island. After a flash of white light, they reappeared beneath the mirrored floating island. Anyone observing from a distance would have been astonished to see a carriage vanish from the island's surface and reappear below. The entire carriage and its occupants were upside down, yet neither seemed to notice anything amiss. When the six young wizards alighted from the carriage, they were amazed to find the sky above them gone, replaced by a dense forest. It was a magical sensation. The world had shifted. They weren't worried about falling into the forest, but rather about things falling down and hitting them. However, their worries were clearly unnecessary. Their primary concern was awe of magic. Jackson and Zoya first took them to a tailor's shop, where each of them had several sets of Hogwarts robes custom-made. Even without house crests, the Hogwarts uniforms looked quite good on them. Afterwards, they visited the wine shop, bookstore, and pet shop on the floating island. Besides their usual school supplies, each of them bought a black mamba snake as a pet. This puzzled Jackson and Zoya greatly. They hadn't expected the young wizards of the de Leoncott family to like snakes. Perhaps only the de Leoncott family themselves knew the truth. They were vampires, inherently cold-blooded, so naturally they preferred cold-blooded animals. However, after seeing their chosen pets, Jackson was even more certain that these four de Leoncotts would be assigned to their respective houses. Seriously, where could they possibly be assigned if they chose snakes as pets? While Jackson and Zoya were buying textbooks with the four children, Zoya curiously asked them about magic on the Karen continent. "Jenny, what's magic like on your Karen continent? I mean, how do you learn magic?" "Senior Zoya, I don't really know. People in our de Leoncott family are born with magic. We don't need to learn it." A Versailles-like feeling welled up inside her. What did that mean? Born with it. Such a good thing exists. I want it too. Zoya was utterly shocked by Jenny's answer. In Zoya's eyes, Jenny and the others were the real wizards. Their magic was innate, while she had to practice day and night. Was there any justice in that? "Jenny, are all professionals on the Karen continent like this?" "Others may not know, but that's how it is in our family." "Then how do you distinguish between strong and weak?" "Our de Leoncott family's strength increases with age. I think this must be a unique magical talent of our de Leoncott family. Not everyone has it." "Talent? Does that mean other families on the continent of Karen also have their own unique magical talents?" "That's probably it. That's why we came to Hogwarts. We want to learn more different schools of magic." Hearing this, Jackson and Zoya understood. After all, everyone is different. These de Leoncott family members possessed talents that they could only envy, but thankfully, they weren't all-rounders and still needed to study hard to improve themselves. After buying a bunch of things, it was noon. Instead of returning to the academy, they enjoyed a delicious lunch in the living quarters. Chapter 464. At lunchtime, the living area beneath the floating island was unusually lively. Several hundred wizards lived there, and with the addition of professors and students who didn't want to eat at the new Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, it became even more bustling. Through the crowded streets, Jackson and Zoya led the four young wizards to a corner table. While everyone else ordered steak, Jackson and Zoya opting for medium rare, the little ones had surprisingly ordered rare. This greatly surprised Jackson and Zoya, who wondered if this was some strange tradition from the Karen continent. Wouldn't eating rare steak at such a young age cause stomach upset? However, it was clear that the four de Leoncotts didn't think so. For them, steak without any blood was simply inedible. Because of the large number of people at lunchtime, they quickly finished their meal and rushed to the dessert shop. The delicious sweets made the little ones squint their eyes happily. It's worth noting that the Karen continent didn't have that many varieties of desserts, especially since no wizard wanted to waste time on food. The wizards from Earth, clearly, had put thought into their products to make their shops more popular. Jenny chose the Happy Forest Companion, a deer made of cream and chocolate, complete with red berry juice as its blood for added realism. Jenny, a little girl, licked her lips, a trace of bright red remaining at the corner of her mouth. A strangely eerie sight. Happy times always pass quickly, even when it comes to dessert. After finishing her dessert, Jackson carefully examined the long list of school admissions. Although it wasn't their first year at Hogwarts, they had long forgotten what they needed to buy for their first year. After carefully reviewing the list, Jackson realized they hadn't bought a model of the solar system for astronomy. Have you all rested enough, little ones? We still need to buy you things for your astronomy lessons. To be honest, I'm very curious how astronomy professors teach astronomy on the continent of Karen. It's completely different from astronomy on our planet. But since it's on the list, let's go buy it. I don't need to worry about it. As they spoke, Jackson and Zoya led the 4 young wizards to a magical item shop, run by a senior who enjoyed collecting trinkets. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm a bit busy right now. You can browse around the shop for a bit, and call me if you need anything. A middle-aged wizard with a magnifying lens in his right eye was fiddling with something with a screwdriver. He didn't even bother to look up when someone entered the shop. Excuse me, sir, I need to take the little ones to buy a solar system model. Where are they? On the very back shelf on the right. The telescope is also nearby. A solar system model costs 3 galleons, and a telescope costs 1 galleon and 5 sickles. If you buy a whole set, you can get a 3-sickle discount. After entering, the 4 little wizards kept looking around, curiously observing everything in the shop. An automatically rotating globe, a sighting scope that flashed red light, origami cranes spinning in circles on the ceiling, and various strange and wonderful organs floating in tubes. A mist slowly formed inside a crystal ball on a shelf, and 4 young wizards stood curiously observing it. Suddenly, a slender arm pulled Ginny de Leoncott away, forcing the other 3 to follow. That's a crystal ball, only used in 3rd-year divination class. It's useless to you yet, come this way. Just as the 4 young wizards left the crystal ball, unnoticed, a bat, lying upside down in a tree, appeared faintly in the mist within. The innermost shelf on the right. Where is it? Oh, Zoya's model of the solar system is here. A surprised voice came from behind Zoya as she appeared behind Jackson, leading the little girl by the hand. Wow, this is the solar system model you were talking about. It's so beautiful. Before them lay a vast, empty space, in which floated a burning planet radiating red light. Around it, 8 relatively smaller planets orbited in different paths, one of which, a striking blue, was particularly captivating. Isn't it incredible? I don't recommend that everyone buy one of these. We can work in groups during astronomy class anyway. 2 people can share one set, but if you want, you could each have one. But Senior Jackson, how do you get these things away? They're constantly spinning. These are just samples. You need to understand, they're just for display. Once you buy them, you just need to infuse them with some magic, and they fly into the air and become like this. Of course, when the magic you infuse is drained or completely used up, they all fall back to their original state. The 4 children huddled together and whispered something. Then, 3 of the young wizards reluctantly took some gold coins from their pockets and handed them to Jackson. It meant they wanted to buy 4 sets of solar system models and telescopes, but Ginny wouldn't have to pay. If you think it's too expensive, you don't need to buy 4 sets. Senior Zoya, we want to buy 2 more sets to send home. You know my family's knowledge of stars is very limited, and I want to give them home as gifts. I think they'd be very happy to receive them. All right, whatever you like. With that, Jackson led the 4 children to the counter, where the middle-aged wizard was listening intently to something, his ear pressed against a silver pocket watch. Boss, we want 4 sets of solar system models and telescopes. Since we're buying so many, could you give us a discount? These 4 children have a special status. They need to use their scholarship money to buy these things. The middle-aged wizard at the counter satisfiedly put the repaired silver pocket watch into the drawer, and then looked at the 6 Hogwarts students before him. He first looked at Jackson and Zoe, then at the 4 children, and said with a troubled expression, "As your senior, I also need to eat. So I give you a discount of 2 sieverts per set, making it 16 gallons in total. If that's acceptable, I go get the items for you now. If you're not satisfied, you can check out the second-hand shop next door. Perhaps they have what you need." Jackson turned to look at Ginny de Leoncott. After all, he wasn't the one buying. Whether to buy or not, he needed to ask the owner's opinion. Seeing the girl nod to him, Jackson turned to the shopkeeper. Deal. Chapter 465. Fill in your address here, and I have an owl deliver the things to you later. Of course, you can keep them if you want. No, thank you. Let the owl deliver them. We still have other things to buy. Jackson and Zoya, with their 4 children, returned to the street. According to the item list, they still needed a potion-making cauldron. Just as Zoya was looking for a potion shop, Jackson nudged her with his shoulder. Hey, Zoya. Look over there. See who's there. Zoya, initially annoyed by the interruption, gasped in surprise when she looked in the direction Jackson was pointing. Jackson grinned mischievously at the two sitting in a coffee shop in the distance, jokingly saying, "No wonder he refused when I invited him out yesterday. He had a date with someone else," Jackson said, noticing Zoya's surprised expression, and then added playfully, "Obviously, Nash didn't tell you either, right?" "Yes, she told us she wanted to go to the library today." "Obviously, this isn't the library. Should we go say hello?" "No, obviously not the time. I'm curious to see what kind of story you will tell me when we get back to the dorm tonight. Come on, we still need to buy tongs for the kids." Jackson and Zoya spent the day with the four delinquents in the living area below the floating island. They not only helped the four little vampires buy their school supplies, but also familiarized themselves with the entire living area. After returning to New Hogwarts and having dinner, Jackson and Zoya gave the four young vampires some instructions. "During this time before school starts, I suggest you spend more time in the library. If you have any questions or encounter any trouble, feel free to come to us. But I hope it's not something trivial, as Zoya and I also have a lot to do. Understand?" "Yes, thank you, Senior Jackson." "Thank you, Senior Zoya. We won't be a burden to you. Also, congratulations on your acceptance into Hogwarts." After saying this, Jackson and Zoya shook hands with the four delinquents one by one before returning to their dormitories. On the mirror floating island, in a spacious classroom on the new Hogwarts campus, various props were placed in the corner of the classroom: a moving mannequin, a circular target, and a huge floor-length mirror. Silvery moonlight spilled onto the classroom floor, on which a huge pentagram was drawn with an unknown liquid. For some reason, the classroom windows were wide open, the curtains fluttering in the night breeze. As the moonlight shone, the pentagram on the ground gradually began to glow silver. Gary Hodgson and Jenna Garcia were both incredibly excited. One anticipated her husband's resurrection, the other awaited her own rebirth. Besides Gary, Jenna, and Andres, the spacious classroom also contained Dumbledore, Professor McGonagall, Professor Snape, and Professor Flitwick, who had come to help. The reason several professors were called in was because Andres himself wasn't entirely confident of success and needed some backup. "It's almost time, Headmaster Andres. Let's begin. Ready, Gary?" "I'm ready." After saying that, Andres looked at the pentagram on the ground, now bathed in moonlight. He stepped into the magic circle and placed the body he had prepared for Gary Hodgson on it. Andres began to draw his wand and chant a spell softly. His wand continuously shot magic into the pentagram's magic circle. As Andres continued to pour magic into the pentagram, its light grew brighter and brighter, and at the same time, the light began to converge towards the body in the center of the circle. Time passed slowly. Half an hour had gone by since the ritual began. During this half hour, Andres continued to pour magic into the magic circle, while those standing by silently observed everything. This was a rare learning opportunity for them. This was about to resurrect a person, a rare feat in the history of magic. "Gary! Now! Lie down on the body." Gary's ghost, already impatient, immediately floated over and lay down on the body upon hearing Andres' command. The instant Gary lay down, he felt as if a stream of cool water had passed over him. This refreshing sensation cleansed his soul. He had lost all feeling since his death. Now he felt it again, a comfort he had never experienced before, not even while alive. Gradually, he began to lose himself in this feeling, and before he knew it, he lost consciousness, as if falling asleep. Just as he began to drift off to sleep, those outside noticed the pentagram magic circle slowly dimming. Jenna, bewildered, clutched her clothes tightly, but dared not make a sound. She was afraid that any sound would disturb Andres' spell casting. If the spell failed, Gary would never come back to life, something she couldn't accept. Even after the magic circle's light completely disappeared, Gary Hodgson on the ground remained unconscious. Jenna's tears flowed incessantly, while Andres, standing in the center of the circle, had long since stopped casting and awaited the final result. Everyone in the classroom waited until the chest of the body on the ground began to rise and fall. Andres bent down and checked Gary's breathing. Only after feeling Gary's breath did he relax. The ritual was successful. Gary is just asleep. Jenna rushed forward and threw herself onto Gary's body, bursting into tears. The others in the room also came forward to carefully observe Gary's condition. They had clearly seen it before. The body Andres had placed in the magic circle was a magical artifact, its face previously blank. But now, a sharply defined face had appeared, A face they somewhat recognized. It was the face of their former student, and they vaguely remembered it. "Jenna, don't cry. I suspect your tears will drown me again." Hearing her husband's voice, Jenna cried even harder. Andres and the others in the classroom, seeing the situation, knew it wasn't the time to talk, so they quickly left, leaving the young couple, separated by life and death, alone. Chapter 466. Andres and the others quickly returned to the headmaster's office. Just as Andres sat down to rest, Severus opportunely handed him a bottle of mana-replenishing potion. "This is a new product I developed on the continent of Karen. Although it looks similar to the previous mana-replenishing potion, it now has a nerve-soothing effect." Andres took the small blue bottle from Severus and, without thinking, tilted his head back and drank it in one gulp. Tastes good. Lemon flavor. Thank you." Professors Minerva McGonagall and Flitwick, sitting nearby, whispered something, while Rubeus Hagrid muttered something under his breath. Tonight's events had greatly shocked them. Although the magical world had long held the concept of immortality, and some had even achieved it, resurrection was a first. Well, that's not entirely accurate. The resurrection stone can resurrect. More accurately, it's a resurrection without the resurrection stone, a new attempt. If one could live forever, who would willingly choose to die? Clearly, Gary's resurrection offered everyone a new possibility. Although Gary had a different body, it also meant he could achieve immortality in this way, didn't it? The professors were all pondering or discussing this new method, occasionally taking a sip of water. After a short rest, Dumbledore was the first to break the silence. He was the professor with the highest magical level, making him the most appropriate person to ask. "Headmaster Andres, is this method applicable to everyone?" Andres didn't answer immediately, but pondered for a moment. "Yes and no. If someone dies with a strong will and becomes a soul, they can indeed be reborn into a new body like Gary. However, this isn't entirely resurrection. They need energy to maintain their body's functions. Energy can be anything containing magic, including food. But a crucial point is that they must be a recently deceased soul. The shorter the time since death, the easier it is to resurrect. Conversely, the longer the time since death, the lower the probability of resurrection. To be honest, this is the first time I've done this, and I didn't expect to succeed on the first try." Andres' answer immediately caused the professors, who had been listening attentively, to start discussing again, because Andres' answer surprised them. They understood Gary's situation. Gary was like a magical object, requiring magical energy for maintenance. He needed to maintain a sufficient supply of magic at all times, and once Gary's body's magic was depleted, he would die again and become a soul. According to Andres' words, once Gary becomes a soul again, it might be very difficult for him to merge into a new body. Because his time since death might have been quite long, Gary couldn't be so lucky as to successfully merge into a new body every time. What are some things to be aware of when performing this ritual? And what materials are needed to create that body? Dumbledore's question silenced the entire office once more, and all the professors turned to their headmaster. Such advanced magical knowledge wasn't something one could learn at any time, and this magical ritual wasn't something one could witness all the time. Everyone wanted to learn as much as possible, just in case they might need this magic someday. Upon hearing Dumbledore's question, Andres didn't answer immediately but stood up and went to his desk. He bent down, opened a drawer, and took out a book that wasn't too thick. The title read, "Some Discussions on the Resurrection of Souls." "I've written this book about the magical ritual, the method of creating the body, and some things to note. If you need it, you can take it back and take a look. After reading it, if you still have any questions, you can come and discuss them with me. I'm happy to discuss and research various kinds of magic with everyone." Andres then handed the book to Professor Dumbledore, who took it, carefully examined the cover, and then put it in his robes. "Thank you. I study it carefully when I get back. It's a very interesting spell, isn't it?" Dumbledore turned around and saw the envious looks in the other professors' eyes. Clearly, they also wanted to see it, but they were no match for Dumbledore. "I return it to you soon, Headmaster Andres." "No need, this is what I wrote. I have no use for it. Just remember to take it to the library, and to prevent the young wizards from rummaging through it, it's best to put it in the restricted section." "I will. I think you must be very tired today, so we won't disturb your rest." With that, Dumbledore left with the professors, and Andres, indeed very tired that night, collapsed onto the bed and fell asleep instantly. As time passed, the new Hogwarts on the continent of Karen quickly became more and more lively. Mainly, the 7th-year graduates were arriving early to register, gradually increasing the area's popularity. Jackson, being among the early arrivals, was also one of the quickest to get up to speed. While others were still curiously observing the floating world of the Mirror Island, Jackson and his friends had already found themselves some good jobs. Yes, Andres had set up a mission center in the new Hogwarts campus. This mission center was like a mercenary guild in a novel, assigning bounty missions to adventurers. Jackson became one of the receptionists at this mission center, his task being to register those who came to pick up missions each day. Working here, Jackson could earn 10 galleons a day, a relatively modest wage. However, Jackson wasn't there for the galleons, he was there for the first-hand information on all the missions. This was crucial, because missions varied greatly. Some missions were easy and had high rewards, while others, seemingly simple, were actually fraught with danger. With the convenience of working at the mission center, Jackson could quickly find out which professor had posted a high-value mission, and which might be more dangerous. Jackson recently made a small fortune thanks to this convenience, and his friends Nash, and Zoya also received considerable preferential treatment. Andres established this mission center because the school's professors needed more magical materials for research, and also because the senior students needed more experience, or some senior students were short of funds. The mission center could effectively solve these problems. Chapter 467. Welcome to the Mission Center. If you haven't registered yet, please fill out your identification information at the counter by the door. If you want to receive or submit a mission, please wait a moment. I finished this report right away. You know Vice Principal Professor McGonagall is always very strict, and I don't want to get into trouble with her in this kind of situation. Hearing someone approach his counter, Jackson didn't even look up before launching into a long speech, but he was telling the truth. Recently, more and more people have been coming to the Mission Center to register and receive missions, and many are first-timers and don't quite understand how to do things. So Jackson patiently explains the process to everyone, and it's clear he has other things to do. Wow, look who it is. Isn't this our hard-working Jackson? Hearing the familiar voice, Jackson looked up and saw his friend and roommate, standing behind his fiancée Zoya and Nash. Jackson quickly put down the report he was holding, looked at the three of them, and gave Zoya a big hug. Was everything alright? Fine, but we ran into a little trouble while picking the 9-leaf fruit. Yes, our Mr. volunteered to do it to show his manly side. Then he got knocked down by the 9-leaf fruit tree. The two girls burst into laughter, while wore a bitter expression and complained. They clearly saw the tree moving, but they didn't tell me. When I got closer to the tree to pick the 9-leaf fruit, I accidentally. Alright. I understand. So where are the items? If there are no problems, I can register your mission as complete and collect your reward. Here. Took out 10 translucent fruits from his pocket and neatly arranged them on the counter. Jackson glanced at them to confirm they were indeed 9-leaf fruits, then put them away and retrieved another notebook from the counter. Mission number. The mission register began to automatically flip through the pages, quickly finding the mission number. Mission initiator, Professor Wendy Ryan. Mission content. Obtain 10 9-leaf fruits within 10 days. Mission reward, 70 galleons. Jackson waved his wand, and a red checkmark instantly appeared on the mission list. A few minutes later, a house elf suddenly appeared before them, carrying a bag. The house elf bowed to Jackson. Mr. Jackson, Professor Wendy asked me to give you 70 galleons. They're all here. The house elf handed the bag to Jackson, who tossed it to all without even looking at it. Then he handed the bag containing 9-leaf berries to the house elf. Could you please run another errand and deliver these to Professor Wendy? Yes, sir. The house elf vanished from sight again, just as it had arrived. Alright, your mission is complete. Any other suitable missions for us? Let me see. This quest and the other quest can be done together, because the required materials are right near the quest area. You can complete both quests at the same time. Okay, it's settled then. You can register us. By the way, Jackson, how about we grab a drink tonight? With pleasure, Zoya. Oh, and and Nash, come over tonight. I have something to tell you. What's so mysterious? You find out soon enough, but there are too many people around, so let's wait until tonight. Nighttime, in a bar below the floating island. The wizards, having worked hard all day, sat chatting with a few friends in the bar, while in a corner, young people were whispering amongst themselves. Jackson, you didn't call us over just to make us third wheels, did you? We're really busy. UR's teasing made Jackson and Zoya blush slightly. Although they both had feelings for each other, something seemed to be missing, so they weren't officially together yet, which made their friends anxious and frantically urged them to make progress. Stop fooling around, let's get down to business. You know Darius Peak, right? Our former Minister of Magic. Of course we know him. What happened to him? He's perfectly fine. Shut up, you are. Let Jackson finish. Darius Peak and his expedition team recently discovered a small world near the Edge Canyon. It's said that this small world was originally the divine realm of a certain god on the continent of Karen, but this god supposedly perished 10,000 years ago. Therefore, the inhabitants of this divine realm should have all perished with it, but because the divine realm's barrier is still intact, it hasn't been destroyed and is well preserved. Wow, there really are gods on the Karen continent. I thought those were just hoaxes. There are indeed gods on the Karen continent, but it's not as exaggerated as you imagine. These so-called gods are just powerful beings capable of comprehending the laws of nature. They're only called gods because they're powerful enough. That's it? You've been all mysterious just because you discovered a divine kingdom? Yes, because Darius and his group weren't prepared enough this time. They didn't open the divine kingdom's barrier. Now they're preparing for their second expedition. This time, they need a lot of manpower, and the missions will be issued in a couple of days. So what I wanted to say is, after you complete the missions you accepted today tomorrow, don't accept any new missions. I sign the 4 of us up as soon as this one is released. There's such a thing? This is wonderful. I read some travelogues in the library before, which said that the divine realms of gods contain their insights into the corresponding laws. Maybe one of us will be lucky enough to comprehend the power of the laws. Comprehend the power of the laws? Does that mean we can become gods too? Don't dream about it. As long as we gain something, that's enough. Then tomorrow, the 4 friends were secretly discussing their possible adventure, unaware that news of this mission had already spread throughout the wizarding world. Because this divine realm discovered by Darius Pick and his group was the first time wizards had visited the continent of Karen, all the wizards were paying close attention to this mission. Chapter 468. Andres stood on a classroom platform, surrounded by hundreds of wizards. At the front, besides elders like Dumbledore and Professor Minerva McGonagall, sat former Minister of Magic Darius Peak and others. Since stepping down from his position at the Ministry of Magic, Darius Peak had come to the continent of Karen. No longer minister, Darius Peak was finally free from his daily grind, spending his time either in the library or exploring the wilderness of Karen. Of course, many other Ministry of Magic members had also stepped down with Darius, and after a long period of relaxed enjoyment, they began to feel aimless again. Although everyone had been researching new magic, wizards are human and also need something new to lift their spirits. So these former Ministry of Magic members reunited under Darius Peak's command, forming an adventure group to explore this new world. Yes, they established an organization called the Dragon's Roar Hall, its initial idea being to gather like-minded individuals to adventure together and help each other. As a result, the number of members in the adventure group called Dragon's Roar Hall grew rapidly in the days that followed. With their increasing strength, Dragon's Roar Hall became a major force for wizards exploring new planes. Meanwhile, Darius Pick, the main presenter for this meeting, and his team were waiting for the meeting to begin. Standing on the podium, Andres began the meeting once everyone had arrived. Welcome, professors, Ministry of Magic staff, and my friends. I gathered you all here today to inform you of an important matter. As you probably heard, our former Minister of Magic made a new discovery during his last expedition. So without further ado, Darius, come up and say a few words. So Darius stepped onto the stage and briefly recounted their adventure. It was basically about how, one day, while idly flipping through a miscellaneous book sent by the City of Rest, Darius discovered a story. This story recounted a deity worshipped by a human kingdom 10,000 years ago. Most of the book proclaimed the god's greatness and power. Darius automatically ignored this part, as it was all meaningless praise. Darius knew perfectly well what these so-called gods were, just powerful practitioners who had comprehended the laws of nature. Although much of the book was irrelevant, Darius did manage to extract some useful information. From the descriptions, he determined the approximate location of the kingdom, coincidentally situated at the edge of a canyon on the other side of the Dawn Forest. So, wanting to add some amusement to his peaceful life, Darius led a few members of his adventure group to the edge of the canyon. There, Darius, using his powerful magic, sensed a magical barrier. This magical barrier contained the divine kingdom of the fallen god, though the barrier had weakened considerably over time. But this was still beyond the reach of Darius and his companions, so they returned to Hogwarts to inform Andres. That's why Andres organized today's meeting, because the various legends surrounding the divine realm were rampant, and many people were curious about it. For example, they wondered if one could gain a better understanding of the rules possessed by the gods within the divine realm, or perhaps the divine realm contained something left behind by a powerful being who had comprehended the power of laws. So after Darius Pick recounted his group's experiences, a buzz of discussion arose among the audience. Clearly, this was a golden opportunity to become stronger, and no one wanted to miss it. However, sending everyone seemed a bit too many, so the itinerary needed to be coordinated. After some discussion, Andres finally made the decision. Darius Pick would lead 100 wizards to the Edge Canyon to explore the Divine Realm again. The others would wait for news, and further arrangements would be made based on the situation in the Divine Realm. After the meeting, Andres called Darius Pick aside into his office. Andres had some other arrangements for the expedition, and in Andres' principal's office, Darius learned of a new development. Darius, to ensure your success this time, I'd like to assign you an assistant. This person will definitely be helpful, but he's a bit troublesome. Troublesome? Principal Andres, what kind of trouble are you referring to? He's an undead. To be precise, I think he's a lich. A lich? Yes, just recently one of our research teams was captured by undead outside the outpost. However, our people quickly rescued them. But we discovered that one of them seems to be problematic. To be precise, he's not the original person. And according to Dumbledore and me, that person is possessed by a lich. Then why didn't you capture him immediately? Why let him stay in the base? Because Dumbledore and I believe it might have other uses, and since it's been under our surveillance, it can't do anything else. The reason we thought of sending it with you is that this lich is also a high-level professional from the continent of Karen, and perhaps it has more experience in opening the barriers of divine realms. Of course, you also need to be careful. I understand, Headmaster. I have my people keep an eye on it. I make sure to inform the outpost. They'd definitely be happy to explore the Edge Canyon with you. Soon, the expedition was announced. In addition to the 100 adult wizards, Hogwarts also recruited 50 students. Andres also extended an invitation to the outpost, inviting them to send people on the expedition as well. The 50 students were said to give them some experience, while the invitation to the Yen Kingdom's researchers was, of course, to prevent the Lich Bolvar for Dragon from discovering that he was the special case. At the Yen Kingdom's outpost, Kshautian was fiddling with a microscope, observing something. At this moment, the Lich Bolvar for Dragon was still marveling at the ingenuity of these otherworldly humans. They could magnify things so many times, and observe such minute details. This period of scientific research had greatly benefited the Lich, giving him a clearer understanding of the world. This was also why he hadn't attacked the Yen Kingdom's outposts again. Simply put, he was completely immersed in the ocean of knowledge. Chapter 469. Hey Kshautian, what are you doing? Oh, nothing. Just looking around. A researcher from the same project team came over and greeted Bolvar, then leaned closer with a mysterious air. Heard? The wizards discovered something interesting. They extended a formal invitation to us, planning to take us along. What did they discover? I heard it's some kind of divine kingdom, or something, I'm not sure. I think it's probably some kind of temple built by the people here. Anyway, I'm a staunch atheist. Even though we have wizards and magic now, I still don't believe in gods. The speaker meant no harm, but the listener took it to heart. A divine kingdom? Bolvar immediately felt a surge of curiosity. Humans on Earth didn't know what a divine kingdom was, but Bolvar did. Originally, Bolvar only wanted to see if there were any good opportunities with the humans from this other world, but now he had received an unexpected surprise. That's a divine kingdom. What if there are fragments of remaining divine essence inside? Maybe he could become a god himself. Thinking about this, Bolvar was very happy, but now the problem arose. How could he join this expedition? Just as Bolvar was racking his brains for a solution, his supervisor's voice rang out behind him. Kshautian, I don't remember you being a biology expert. Can you tell me what you've been busy with in my research group all day? Supervisor Chin, I just been a little curious about this area lately and took a look. Don't worry, my data report is finished. I sent it to your email right away. Hey, you weren't like this before. I know it might be because of that last trip that you're traumatized. We originally wanted you to come on this expedition, but you don't seem to be feeling well, so let's forget it. An expedition? Bolvar's heart tightened. He had to seize this great opportunity. How could he let it slip away? Manager, I'm fine. I was just thinking of leaving the base to clear my head. If possible, I'd like to participate in this expedition. Are you sure you're okay? Don't push yourself. Your health is the most important thing. There are plenty of opportunities like this anyway. Why don't you take a few days off and get some rest? No, really no. How could I trouble Manager Chin because of me? I can manage. Rest my ass. Kshautian himself had already logged off. What did it matter if he rested or not? finding a way to see that Divine Kingdom was the real priority. While Bolvar was cursing Manager Cheen in his heart, Manager Cheen was also completely bewildered. Just now, he had been called to the base's big boss's office, and he had thought it was because his efforts had been recognized by his superiors. Little did they expect that the big boss, Lu Changji, had other plans. Lu Changji chatted with him for a long time, subtly implying that Xiaotian was the son of one of his former superiors, and he needed to take care of him, but he couldn't be too obvious. Being too obvious would be deliberate, and would leave a bad impression on his former superior. Therefore, he needed to handle things subtly and quietly, like this expedition, which he saw as a good opportunity to earn merit. Manager Cheen understood perfectly. On the way back, he kept reflecting on whether he had offended Xiaotian since he started working on the project. What if he had? How could he make amends? After much thought, he realized that Lu Changji truly lived up to his boss's reputation. He was incredibly thoughtful. He couldn't be too obvious either. He needed to subtly change his image in Xiaotian's eyes, which led to what had just happened. What Manager Cheen didn't know was that Lu Changji was putting on an act. Lu Changji knew exactly what Xiaotian was up to, but he hadn't told Manager Cheen for fear of giving him away. It wasn't that Lu Changji didn't trust him, but who knew if Bolvar might have some hidden tricks up his sleeve. So Lu Changji put on an act for a while. Manager Cheen looked at Xiaotian, who was confidently asserting he was fine, and felt a surge of annoyance. You have connections? You should have said so earlier. What era are we living in? Why are you still playing the pretending to be weak game? If you told me you had connections, I have played dumb for you. But since this young master likes this undercover operation, I play along. Alright then, you come along this time. Xiaotian, although I'm usually a bit strict, it's for your own good. If you have any difficulties, just let me know. I still have high hopes for you. Thank you, Manager Cheen, I will definitely work hard. Having completed the task assigned by the big boss, Manager Cheen patted Xiaotian's shoulder warmly and left. Seeing Manager Cheen leave, the colleague from before immediately kicked the ground and started spinning around. The chair slid over. Holy crap, Xiaotian. Was that Supervisor Cheen just now? Did someone use some kind of magic to conjure him up? When did he become so polite? I don't know, did he take the wrong medicine? Xiaotian, are you some kind of high-ranking official's son who didn't tell us? Get lost. If I were a high-ranking official's son, would I be here doing research like you guys? That's true. But why did you go on this expedition? There was an accident last time, and you still dare to go? You're really something. Last time we acted on our own. This time with so many wizards following us, what danger could there be? Besides, it's a good opportunity to broaden our horizons, and if we make any new discoveries, we can do our own research. Yeah, I need to think about whether I should sign up. With that, the colleague slid back to his workstation, seemingly busy with something else. Meanwhile, Bolvar was overjoyed. He'd just been wondering how to sneak into the expedition team, and now the opportunity had come so quickly. He was actually on the expedition's list. Things had gone so smoothly that Bolvar could hardly believe it. After finishing his work, Supervisor Cheen returned to the base command center to report to Lu Changji. Lu Changji, as if nothing had happened, told Supervisor Cheen to go back and prepare for the expedition. Andres also received news that his work was done, so he wrote a message on parchment. Then, with a tap of his wand, the parchment transformed into a small bird and flew away. A few days later, Darius Pick's second expedition was about to begin, with a team of 400 people, including wizards and muggles. Besides Bolvar, the Lich Avatar Xiaotian, his 4 friends, Jackson, Yuar, Nash, and Zoya, had also successfully joined the expedition. Because of the large number of muggles involved in this expedition, the journey will not be fast, which is in line with the wizard's desire to train the young wizards. The research team, on the other hand, is eager to study every flower and plant along the way. Chapter 470. On a misty morning, the 400-person expedition team set off. For safety, everyone on this expedition traveled slowly in a convoy of Yen Kingdom vehicles. Some wizards and Yen Kingdom soldiers served as scouts, searching around the convoy in case any rare items were discovered along the way. Professor Qi Yongqiang, along with several students interested in magical creatures, walked on the outer edge of the convoy, as the large crowds and noise of the vehicles were very unfriendly to animals. To find more magical creatures, they had to stay on the periphery. As the students chatted and laughed about today's itinerary, Qi Yongqiang gestured for everyone to stop. Seeing their professor stop, the students immediately stopped as well, looking at their professor curiously. What was wrong? Why did they suddenly stop? Chi Yongqiang touched his sleeve, then took out his wand from his pocket and pointed it at a large tree ahead. Petrify them all. A flash of green light struck the large tree, and to the students' astonishment, a long strip of bark fell to the ground with a soft thud. Chi Yongqiang then withdrew his wand and walked over, and the students immediately followed their teacher to see what had happened. They saw a strip of bark, resembling a long rope, stiffen and fall to the ground. The students realized that what had been struck by the petrification spell was definitely not bark. Just as someone was about to ask a question, Chi Yongqiang began explaining the object to the students. This is a phantom serpent, a type of snake that preys on small animals. It generally doesn't attack creatures larger than itself, so as long as you don't provoke them, you don't need to be afraid. Of course, according to my research, even if you accidentally get bitten, it won't be a big problem, just a temporary paralysis for about 30 minutes. It's fine in the base, but it can be dangerous in the wild. Wow, but they're so elusive, how are we going to find them? There's no good way right now, mainly relying on intuition. Or you need a pet with an exceptionally strong sense of smell. Professor Chi must have incredibly powerful intuition? No, it's because of this. As he spoke, Chi Yongqiang raised his left hand, and a bird snake slowly emerged from his sleeve, flicking its tongue. After everyone saw it, the bird snake nodded at them and retreated back into Chi Yongqiang's sleeve. This is my pet bird snake. Its name is Lucky Day. So can any of you tell me what characteristics a bird snake has? The students, who were originally waiting for Chi Yongqiang to introduce his bird snake, immediately became nervous. What to do when the professor suddenly asks about subject knowledge during the autumn outing? It's urgent. Fortunately, everyone was an upperclassman, and someone would always know some strange knowledge. Of course, this was because some people did not continue their studies in the course of protecting magical creatures after passing the OWL level exams. Coincidentally, only one Slytherin in this group of students had pursued advanced studies in this subject. And his pursuit of this subject was not because he was particularly fond of it, but because he wanted to run a business in magical materials, and the business of magical materials required knowledge of most magical creatures. Professor, the owl is a very dangerous snake. It has a strong sense of aggression and defense. Most importantly, the owl's venom has the effect of erasing memories, making it a key ingredient in amnesia potions. Perfect. Mr. William Ramsey's answer is perfect. It summarizes all the characteristics of the owl. If this were in class, I wouldn't mind giving Slytherin a perfect score. But unfortunately, we're on holiday. However, I must add that snakes are extremely sensitive to smell. Lucky Day discovered this phantom serpent just now because of its scent. After speaking, Chi Yongqiang crouched down to examine the petrified phantom serpent. He found that the snake's abdomen was bleeding. The wound was clearly caused by another wild animal, which explained why the phantom serpent didn't hide when it sensed a large creature approaching but instead chose to conceal itself. It was injured. Chi Yongqiang then took out a bottle of purple powder from his pocket and sprinkled some on the snake. He then drew his wand and whispered a spell. After a flash of white light, the snake's wound disappeared. The phantom serpent quickly regained its vitality and slithered towards Chi Yongqiang. The students behind Chi Yongqiang immediately drew their wands and shouted warnings to their professor. Chi Yongqiang, however, made no move, allowing the phantom serpent to approach him. Then, to the students' astonishment, the phantom serpent crawled from Chi Yongqiang's leg to his shoulder and affectionately rubbed its head against his cheek. Then, under the students' astonished gazes, Chi Yongqiang stretched out his arm and placed his hand on the large tree he had just been standing on. The snake, as if receiving a command, slithered back up the tree. Chi Yongqiang then began to bask in the students' admiration, who, like curious children, began to bombard him with questions. Professor Chi, you're amazing. How did you tame that snake so well? If I take your class next semester, can I do the same? No, Miss Ellie. It's a talent. I was born with the ability to attract animals. Basically, most creatures have a natural affinity for me. As long as I don't harm them, they won't harm me. I remember now. A senior student mentioned that we have a grand druid at Hogwarts, Hufflepuff. Could that be you, Professor? If I'm not mistaken, that's me. Chi Yongqiang, a little embarrassed by the student's comments, touched his nose. I think I heard this story before. The upperclassmen say that whenever a grand druid takes the conservation of magical creatures class, all the magical creatures flock to Professor Chi. Really? I never heard of that. I'm from Hufflepuff. Oh, I see. Looks like I don't have that talent. Ellie finished speaking and sighed along with the other students. This answer was a blow to these young students. Seeing their low spirits, Qi Yongqiang immediately changed the subject. Don't be so discouraged. Taking the conservation of magical creatures class isn't without its benefits. At least thanks to the efforts of our school's teachers, the taming of these phantom serpents is almost complete. In a while, you can all have a phantom serpent as a pet. Chapter 471. Those students whose illusionary form charms aren't working well are in luck. Our research has found that prolonged companionship with illusionary serpents amplifies the illusionary form charm. In fact, we underestimated the effect of pet companions, especially since arriving on the Karen continent. Therefore, the school is increasing its investment in this area, so I think you should consider it for the sake of your future. Thank you, Professor Qi. We will consider it carefully. Qi Yongqiang looked at the children before him, understanding their thoughts. They had all been young once, and it was natural for young people to want to serve their country. It's just that these children didn't understand that the development of a civilization cannot rely solely on force. Internal strength must also be cultivated. But it didn't matter, weren't these old guys here to cultivate these passionate individuals? Only then would wizarding civilization have a brighter future. Let's go, let's continue forward. Let's see what else is ahead. Qi Yongqiang led the search team forward, and the entire expedition continued slowly forward. Inside the headmaster's office of the new Hogwarts on the Karen continent, Andre stared at the letter in his hand, a letter that had just been sent from the Ministry of Magic on Blue Star. The letter, though simple, contained a wealth of information, as it was from the Yin Kingdom. High-ranking officials of Yin Kingdom hoped Andres could come to discuss the next strategic move. Andres sat in his armchair, deep in thought as he read the letter. Discuss the next strategic move? What strategy? Wasn't it just about defending the outposts? It seemed the Yin Kingdom's high-ranking officials had other ideas. This was a matter of great importance. It seemed he had to go. But before he left, he needed to make some arrangements. Dobby, please inform Professor McGonagall. I need to speak with him, and could you please prepare 2 cups of tea for us? Yes, Headmistress Andres, I'd be right there. A moment later, there was a knock on the headmistress's office door, and Professor Minerva McGonagall entered. Headmistress Andres, I heard you needed to speak with me. Minerva, you're here. I have to go to Yin Kingdom, which might take a few days. So I'd like you to oversee things here during these few days. It's my duty, Headmistress Andres. Is there anything special you need to keep an eye on? Well, you better inform Professor Dumbledore to keep an eye on the team exploring the Edge Canyon. After all, there's a lich mixed in with them, and I'm a little worried. I understand. I go see Professor Dumbledore when I get back. Oh, right, Minerva. There's something else I need you to keep a close eye on, those vampires from the City of Rest. They're the first batch of students we recruited on the continent of Karen, and I hope you keep a close eye on them. Oh, okay. Those 4 little guys are quite well behaved. They spend all their time in the library. I keep an eye on them from now on, so you can go to Blue Star with peace of mind. Leave this to me. After giving his instructions, Andres started chatting with Professor McGonagall over tea until noon, when Professor McGonagall finally left. After lunch, Andres rushed to the Yin Kingdom's outpost before the spatial rift opened, waiting to return to Blue Star. As usual, the Yin Kingdom's outpost was filled with staff waiting to return to Blue Star. Upon returning to Earth, Andres didn't go directly to Yin Kingdom. Instead, he went to the Ministry of Magic and met with the newly appointed Minister of Magic, Peng Minghui. Principal Andres, what brings you here? Has something happened on the Karen continent? Peng Minghui, busy signing documents, was surprised to see Andres enter, as Principal Andres hadn't visited the Ministry of Magic in a long time. Didn't you know Yin Kingdom invited me to visit? No, I didn't know. What does Yin Kingdom want with you? They didn't say in their letter, but I have some guesses. It seems the Yin people are tired of endless defense, and they want to expand their occupied territory. Hearing Andres' words, Peng Minghui's expression turned surprised. As the Minister of Magic, Peng Minghui certainly knew the situation of the Orc Empire on the Karen continent. Its vast territory and enormous population were a difficult problem for Earth's humans to solve. But he hadn't expected Yin Kingdom to want to expand. No other country on Earth currently possessed such ambition. Other countries on Earth have only established a few outposts. They're barely able to defend themselves, let alone launch an attack. Headmaster, how confident are you? That depends on the determination of the Yin people. You have to pay a price to gain something. Without being prepared to make sufficient sacrifices, success is impossible. I came here to find out the Ministry of Magic's attitude towards this matter. They won't succeed without the support of our magical community. Peng Minghui didn't answer immediately, but tapped his fingers on his desk for a moment in thought. Principal, If Yin Kingdom wants to occupy a region, then our current strategy is no longer suitable. Oh! How so? Our current strategy is to station people at various outposts, only responsible for the security around those outposts. But if it's about occupying a piece of land, then we need to do much more. For example, we need to regularly send enough people to patrol the border, and also send people to eliminate threats within the territory, establish various defensive or reconnaissance outposts, and so on. That requires a huge amount of manpower and resources. I understand what you mean. I will consider that. I think Yin Kingdom will provide the supplies and money, mainly in terms of manpower. How many wizards can we currently mobilize? There are currently about 230,000 adult wizards in the magical world. Subtracting those stationed on the continent of Karen, and those defending various spatial rifts, plus logistics personnel, we can still spare 80,000. I think these people are enough to protect a sufficiently large territory. 80,000? I see. It seems our wizard training speed is still too slow. Perhaps we need more manpower. Hearing Andres say this, Pang Ming, we seem to understand what Andres was trying to say. Headmaster, do you mean we need to expand our enrollment? Yes, we need to expand our enrollment beyond the 5 great nations. Also, if we do this, we need more schools. After all, children always need a place to go to school, right? Then what do you need the Ministry of Magic to do? Find several suitable locations on Earth to build schools. Perhaps in the near future, we will have the 3rd Magic Academy on Earth. Chapter 472. I wonder which school Principal Andres prefers. I haven't decided yet. Building a new magic school isn't just our own business anymore. You know how many people on the entire planet are watching this. Let's release the news first and see the reaction. By the way, could you arrange an appointment with the higher-ups in Yin Kingdom on behalf of the Ministry of Magic and see what they say? Okay, Principal Andres, would you like to have lunch with us later? Many of our new students in the Ministry of Magic are looking forward to your address. No need for lunch, let's meet my students. Half an hour later, the Ministry of Magic's press conference room was filled with members of the ministry. Some were veterans, but most were newcomers. Looking at these still youthful faces, Andres felt a mix of emotions. Logically, the opening of a new world should be more beneficial for magical cultivation, but there are too few wizards right now, forcing some to work first. Although they will have opportunities for further study later, someone always has to sacrifice more for everyone. Fortunately, these were all Andres' students, and Andres had subtly instilled some of these principles in them during their school years. The current headache wasn't how to persuade them to go to the front lines, but rather to get them focused on expanding production in the rear. These were all passionate students. Their classmates were fighting in another world. Why should they be left to be slaves in the rear? Fortunately, Andres, having lived 2 lives, used a brief speech to calm these newcomers to the Ministry of Magic. Andres gave the newcomers a good pep talk, then returned to Hogwarts Castle. There were very few people at Hogwarts now, as it was summer vacation and few lower-year students stayed at school. The upper-year students' internships were scattered throughout the entire planet, and very few actually stayed at school. Most were working part-time in Hogsmeade Village. The next morning, Andres got up and went to his desk. His house elf had already brought him breakfast, a cup of fragrant coffee, a sandwich, and some fruit. Andres sat in his office chair and picked up the Daily Prophet, sipping his coffee and reading the paper. Today's Daily Prophet had a striking headline: Hogwarts may welcome a new campus to cope with interdimensional expansion. According to our reporter, Hogwarts intends to expand to a new campus next year to cope with its increasingly strained manpower. Sources within the Ministry of Magic have revealed that the ministry has reached an agreement with Hogwarts on this issue, and will begin sending staff to search for a suitable site on Earth in the second half of this year. As Andres enjoyed his breakfast and read the newspaper, owls occasionally flew into his office. These letters were from 3 countries besides Yin and the British Empire. Their contents clearly indicated they were trying to secure the opportunity for their respective nations to build a new campus. Wizards are currently the most sought-after group on Earth. Anything related to wizards sells out instantly, and any area associated with wizards is a popular tourist destination, overflowing with visitors. Securing a new Hogwarts campus for one's country is like securing a golden goose. Not only will the new campus train more wizards for the country, but the accompanying wizarding quarters will also generate substantial revenue. These wizards are from the United States, France, and Bering, and they already hold certain positions within the Ministry of Magic, which is why they knew about this beforehand and were able to lobby Andres. However, Andres' considerations differed from theirs. For him, boosting the local economy was secondary. The key was to extend its influence to more regions. Therefore, France and Bering were ruled out first, while the United States was a good idea, the only problem being its ambitions. Now it depended on whether the United States' ambitions could be controlled. If so, the United States would be a good place. However, he needed to observe further, so Andres ignored the letters and continued eating his breakfast. While Andres was comfortably enjoying his breakfast, the entire planet was in an uproar. All the countries on Earth had seen the prophet's report, and they were now trying to persuade the new Magic Academy to be located in their own countries. Some quick-acting countries had already sent delegations to the British Empire to contact the Ministry of Magic and see if they could persuade it. The matter was also a hot topic in the planet's media, dominating the trending searches, while only the British Empire and the Yin Kingdom were watching the spectacle. On Earth's online forums. Finally, a magic school will be established in our great Haning Kingdom. Magic is something our ancestors created, we just couldn't contain it. Now it's finally returning to Great Haning Kingdom. Ministry of Magic, please make sure the new magic school is built in our Great Haning Kingdom. Another lunatic upstairs. Stealing other people's culture has reached new heights, and now they dare to say magic is theirs too. Do they even know how pitifully small their country is? Can such a small place even house a magic academy? The people upstairs are hilarious. They probably really don't know. Ha ha, I'm dying of laughter. Our India is so big, come to India. Great India is the perfect place to build a magic school. Brother India, wake up. Did you drink too much river water and mess with your brain? If you ask me, Australia is pretty good. It has abundant natural resources and a good environment. It really is good. Spiders are as big as my face. At least you can box with kangaroos when you're bored. You guys are all talk and no action. Our country, Riyadh, is willing to offer $10 billion to invite the Ministry of Magic to build a school here. Yoshi still. It's because we, the people of Riyadh, are sincere. I hope that one day, we can also learn magic without leaving the country. You little devils, you're dreaming? Don't you even know where the current Minister of Magic is from? It would be a miracle if you succeeded. You Yin Kingdom are too bullying. Just because the Minister of Magic is from Yin, you reject us? That's so narrow-minded. You should be glad you didn't ban Riyadh citizens. As for the school, forget about it. While the entire planet Earth was hotly debating where the new Hogwarts magic school should be built, in the highest conference room of Yin Kingdom, a group of people were smoking and looking down at documents. Chapter 473. Everyone has seen this document before, so let's discuss it. They already notified us to schedule a meeting. By the way, I'm sure you all heard the latest news, right? Minister Pang Mingwei has privately hinted that they probably won't be building schools in Yin Country or Great Britain this time, so we can just watch the show. That's such a pity. You know, a magic street can bring huge profits to a local area. I don't care much about that. Money can be earned back. But the wizards we train are real. Although they're under the Ministry of Magic's jurisdiction, who dare say they aren't Yin Country citizens? Number 4 is right. Just like the instructor said, if you lose the land, you lose both land and people. If you lose the land, you lose both land and people. I think Andres. The headmaster must understand our thoughts, otherwise he wouldn't have announced the construction of a new campus. Yes, it's such a pity it's not in our Yin Kingdom. But I'm curious if they're taking too big a step? Yes, they already started recruiting new students for their campus on the Karen continent this year. Next year they're building a new school, which, combined with the existing 2 campuses, will mean recruiting approximately 40,000 new students annually. That's right, which means they're expanding at a rate of 40,000 students per year. What are you worried about? Are you worried they become so arrogant that they betray humanity? No, we're afraid some people with ulterior motives will cause trouble. Therefore, maintaining a certain proportion of wizards from Yin Kingdom is necessary. I hope that in the upcoming negotiations, Hogwarts can recruit more students from Yin Kingdom. We add this to the agenda. The current issue is whether we need to expand our occupied territory on the continent of Karen. I think there's nothing more to say about that. Haven't we already invited Principal Andres to Yin Kingdom to discuss this matter? Alright, in the coming days, we need to discuss a feasible plan and then negotiate with the Ministry of Magic. The closed-door meeting continued all day, filled with smoke. This wasn't because there were no contingency plans, but rather because each party wanted to secure more opportunities for their subordinates. In peacetime, there aren't many opportunities to make a name for themselves, but the continent of Karen is different. There are plenty of opportunities for these young soldiers to earn merit. Foreign Office, British Empire. Good heavens, have they all gone mad? How come they all suddenly flew to London? I even sent my cleaning staff out to greet these guys. Well, I hope those cleaning staff can at least look presentable. Their clothes should be neat enough. Come on, Winston. I just wanted to complain that these people are crazy. But it's true that I even sent my interns out to greet foreign guests. Your information network is good enough. Can you tell me what they're here for? Good heavens, don't you watch the news? I'm so busy, I don't even have time to go to the toilet. How could I have time to watch the news? Here, take a good look and you understand why. The middle-aged diplomat, who had been complaining, took the newspaper from his colleague Winston and saw the eye-catching headline frowny face Hogwarts to welcome its third campus on Earth. Damn, I only just found out about such important news. No wonder these guys were so enthusiastic when they saw me. It turns out there's something big going on in the wizarding world. So these people came for this? Isn't that enough? Don't even mention you. Even our foreign minister is having a major headache. These guys can't get in touch with the Ministry of Magic, so they're all crowding into the foreign minister's office. I bet it won't be long before he has to send someone to fix his office door. Just as the two middle-aged officials were complaining about their miserable lives, a clear voice rang out at the door. Gentlemen, the people from Camel Country have arrived, but we don't have enough manpower to receive them. So the foreign minister hopes one of you can send someone over. What do you two think? The two men in the office shook their heads with wry smiles. Finally, the one named Winston stood up and walked towards the door. As time passed, the number of ambassadors from various countries in the British Foreign Office increased. Countries that could contact the Ministry of Magic had already made arrangements with it. Those who came to the Foreign Office were those without connections. To fight for even the slightest chance, they had to shamelessly linger at the British Foreign Office, which brought the Foreign Office both pain and pleasure. When was the last time their country was so popular? During the Queen's reign? Everyone had long forgotten. 2 days later, at the press conference held by the British Foreign Office, the hall was packed with diplomats from various countries, as well as state media representatives from several nations who were allowed to attend the talks. The Ministry of Magic had sent representatives to resolve a problem for the British Empire. They couldn't let these people keep blocking their doors indefinitely. Besides, this whole affair was caused by the Ministry of Magic's leaks, so it was only natural for them to come and clean up the mess. At 10 a.m., Pang Mingwei led a group of officials from the Ministry of Magic into the conference room. All eyes were on the young Minister of Magic, and all cameras were focused on this group. Welcome everyone to our press conference. Due to limited capacity, we chose this location. I know many of you are concerned about the veracity of the news reported in the Daily Prophet. I can assure you definitively that the wizarding world does indeed plan to build a new school. The audience erupted in excitement upon receiving this confirmation, as previous reports were merely speculation. Minister for Magic, Pang Mingwei, had given a definitive answer, causing a frenzy. A diplomat from India immediately stood up, disregarding the order of the room. Dear Minister Pang Mingwei, our country is willing to build a school for Hogwarts free of charge. Minister Pang, in addition to the school, our country is willing to contribute $5 billion as operating funds. Our country, Bering, is also willing. We are too. The conference room filled with noise, everyone shouting to get Pang Mingwei's attention. The press officer maintaining order stepped forward to stop them after Pang Mingwei took a step back. Just as everyone quieted down, a man from Camel Country wearing a white scarf spoke up. Our Camel Kingdom is willing to contribute $50 billion to support your school. Upon hearing this offer, the representatives from other countries immediately cursed inwardly. You big spender, how are we supposed to bid when you're offering so much? Chapter 474. Minister Pang Mingwei, our Camel Kingdom doesn't require you to build a school in the desert. What I mean is, wherever the Ministry of Magic builds the magic school, we're willing to contribute $50 billion, as long as the Ministry of Magic is willing to enroll a certain percentage of white-hooded students. Wow, they gone mad. The camels are really rich, but this isn't how you spend money. Just asking to enroll students from their own people is too extravagant. The camels. Unexpected. My God. Another murmur arose in the meeting room, all shocked by the camels' decision. However, some clever people immediately realized that the camel people weren't just rich, they were also cunning. Yamamoto Ichiro, as the representative of the Kingdom of Ria, was one of these clever people, his expression somewhat conflicted. He understood the camel people's intentions. Where the new Hogwarts campus was built wasn't important. What was important was getting the magical world to enroll more of their own people as students. But when they came, the cabinet only gave them $30 billion, which was clearly not enough to maximize profits. Little dog, contact the cabinet immediately. Tell them Camel has offered $50 billion. Yamamoto-kun, Should we also relay Camel's conditions back home? No, that would only waste time in meetings back home. This is a rare opportunity. We must seize it. Don't worry, do as I say, I explained to home. Understood. The representative from the Lighthouse Nation, sitting on the other side, remained calm. After all, they were one of the 5 major rogue states on Earth. They didn't need to compete for scraps with these smaller countries. The magic world wouldn't lack their enrollment quotas regardless. And based on the meeting results in the White House, they still hoped to establish a magic school campus dominated by Lighthouse Nation citizens. So, the United States not only wanted the quotas, but also the campus. They weren't just asking for benefits for nothing. They would pay a price, but they had connections who would naturally fight for them. For example, Bruce Hayes, the former director of the Treasury of the Ministry of Magic, was a U.S. citizen and the highest-ranking U.S. citizen in the Ministry of Magic. Of course, the United States also persuaded many others to help, but appearances still mattered, so they also sent representatives. It would have been better if they hadn't come at all. Their arrival was met with a devastating blow from the U.S.'s $50 billion offer. The most agitated by the U.S. representatives were those who hadn't needed to pay so much, only to have their prices inflated by the U.S. Standing on the podium, Peng Minghui clearly saw the expressions on the faces of the audience. He understood what they were thinking. To save time, Peng Minghui used a loud voice on himself, trying to suppress the noise. Quiet, distinguished representatives, please listen to me. We will be sending an inspection team to find a suitable location for the newly built magic school, and the school will accept students from all over the planet Earth. As you know, we are short-handed on the Karen continent, so you don't need to worry. We will try our best to recruit children with magical talent to study at the school. Please rest assured, we will treat every country fairly. We also need everyone's strength. Alright, this press conference is now over. Please return to your respective embassies, or countries, and wait patiently for further news. After finishing his speech, Peng Minghui immediately left with his men, ignoring the representatives from various countries, who were still discussing the matter. Right after the press conference, Peng Minghui and his men rushed to Yen country to meet up with Andres, who had arrived earlier. In fact, Andres had been at the Taishu campus for a day, wandering around. He even went to the famous Sword's Edge and tried flying on a sword. It must be said, these kids are quite creative. Having a rare moment of leisure, Andres even gave a public lesson that evening. However, since the other children were on holiday, only the older students remained. So, Andres focused more on introducing magical theories and solving problems encountered by the older students. Andres joked with the students in Chinese, and they treated him like a friend, not being too reserved. Soon, the lesson turned into a tea party, with people constantly asking questions and Andres solving them. The next day, Andres met Peng Minghui and his entourage, who had just finished a press conference, and then traveled to the capital of Yen Kingdom via the flying network. In the conference room of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs in the capital of Yen Kingdom, he arrived 10 minutes early as a sign of respect for the Yen Kingdom attendees. When Andres led Peng Minghui and his entourage into the conference room, they were warmly welcomed by all the staff of Yen country. Welcome, Principal Andres, Minister Peng Minghui. It's a pleasure to see you again, Foreign Minister Wang. I'm delighted to have been invited by Yen country, you know. It's been a long time since I visited the capital. This is our oversight. We remember to invite you to visit more often in the future. Please have a seat, everyone. We like to know what your country invited us here to discuss. If there's anything we can help with, we certainly will. Principal Andres, we like to know your thoughts on developing the continent of Karen. Oh, is that related to today's events? To be honest, our magical community is very much looking forward to colonizing Karen. It has a better magical environment and more magical resources. Excellent. It seems we can reach an agreement. Foreign Minister Wang, what do you mean? We invited you here primarily to discuss further expanding our colonization of Karen. Our country wants to increase its investment in Karen to expand our territory in the Dawn Forest. We need your help. Simply put, we hope you can help us defend against magical attacks from another world. That's a good question, Foreign Minister Wang. In fact, we considered this possibility before coming. That's why I specifically sought out Minister Peng Minghui. He's very familiar with the situation in the magical world. We can hear his opinion. Peng Minghui, who had been silent for a long time, took a document from his entourage, then waved his wand to copy it many times and distributed it to the Yen Kingdom staff in the conference room. Foreign Minister Wang, here is a list of all personnel and supplies we can mobilize without changing the status quo, as well as a list of items needed to expand the occupied territory. I hope you won't be surprised to see this. Chapter 475. Everyone who received the materials silently began to examine the Ministry of Magic's documents, which listed a series of supplies and somewhat alarming figures. No one spoke. Instead, they began assessing whether the country could afford these items. Principal Andres, Minister Peng Mingwei, we need to discuss the materials you provided. This will take time, and since you come from afar, perhaps you should rest first. We continue our discussion this afternoon. By the way, we prepared a banquet for you tonight. Our highest-ranking official looks forward to your presence. Andres and Peng Mingwei exchanged a glance, nodded, and went to rest next door. However, the Ministry of Magic left staff with the Yin Kingdom staff, ready to consult them if needed. Andres didn't attend the afternoon meeting, as such detailed debates were no longer appropriate for his position. Andres only needed to sit down for dinner with the Yin Kingdom's highest leader at the banquet and nod. That would be enough. The remaining matters would naturally be handled by others. If Andres had to handle everything personally, he would eventually be exhausted. Besides, wasn't his initial purpose in establishing Hogwarts to find helpers? Finally, after a day of urgent negotiations, the Ministry of Magic and the Kingdom of Yen reached an agreement. Based on existing cooperation, the magical world agreed to send personnel to help the Kingdom of Yen expand its occupied territory, with all resource needs to be provided by the Kingdom of Yen. As the leading party in this operation, the Kingdom of Yen would possess full sovereignty over the entire Dawn Forest, excluding the Mirror Island, which is magical territory. In the future, if the magical world needs to establish a base in the Dawn Forest, it will need to negotiate with the Kingdom of Yen. Regarding resources, especially magical resources, the magical world will receive a 70% share. After the General Framework Agreement was signed, the remaining negotiations fell to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and the International Magical Cooperation Department of the Ministry of Magic of Yen. This negotiation continued until the entire plan was implemented and completed, resulting in the Ministry of Magic staff returning from Yen gaining considerable weight, reportedly due to the irresistible allure of Yen's cuisine. Following the agreement signing, Yen quickly mobilized. First, the military began conscripting retired veterans. All veterans meeting the age and physical requirements were summoned. In the past, if Yen had dared to do this, the entire planet would have trembled. However, now, due to a common enemy, many countries only speculated privately without excessive fear. These veterans, once assembled, began rehabilitation training. They weren't to be sent to the Karen continent, but rather to replace troops destined for it. The troops sent to Karen continent wouldn't all arrive at once, but in batches, as the necessary infrastructure would take time to establish. In the office of a certain bureau of launching Longtai, the chairman and his project managers were silently smoking around a conference table when a slightly authoritative voice rang out. "Speak up, everyone. So many brothers are waiting to make a living. But this year's performance is so meager. Think of a solution. Chairman, if it really comes down to it, maybe cut this year's performance bonuses." Explaining the situation to everyone should be understandable. After all, it's not just us failing, it's the overall economic climate that's bad. Oldine, the year-end bonus has already been cut. Cutting performance bonuses again might leave many of us struggling to survive. But with no revenue, we don't know if people will survive, but the company definitely won't. Chairman, Moutai has always been one of our major clients. Can't they offer some support this year? Moutai? Old Zhao, you know the situation. Their Minister of Housing and Urban Rural Development just took office. He's a new guy. He has to put on airs for a while, right? Just when everyone was at a loss, a fruit phone in a corner that no one noticed suddenly lit up a few times. A project manager in his 30s picked it up, glanced at it, and then instantly revealed an expression of ecstatic joy. The chairman, sitting in the main seat of the conference room, was already worried sick, and now this idiot was so happy. Although the other party was a high-ranking official parachuted in from the capital, he was still showing no respect for him, a local bigwig. "Little Bao, what's making you so happy? Tell us so we could all have a laugh. Look at everyone at this table, they're so worried they could wring water out of their chests." This Mr. Bao, still immersed in his immense joy, was completely unaware that his boss was subtly hinting at him. Of course, even if he realized what was happening, he wouldn't say anything, because he had just received important news from his uncle, so he didn't care what the chairman was thinking. Chairman, inside news. The higher-ups in our Yen Kingdom recently reached a cooperation agreement with the Ministry of Magic, saying they're going to carry out large-scale development on the continent of Karen. This is a great opportunity. We need to act quickly before the news gets out. This is a huge project. If we take a bite, it'd be enough to live on for a long time. Upon hearing this, The chairman stood up abruptly, then stared intently at Manager Bao. Xiao Bao, where did you get this information so accurately? Chairman, it's from my uncle. You know his current position. The chairman immediately became excited upon hearing this, pacing back and forth in the conference room while issuing orders to his subordinates. Old Wang, quickly get your men to come up with a proposal. Include as many of our advantages as possible. I go to the capital this afternoon to see the old leader. Okay, Chairman. My suggestion is that you don't wait until this afternoon. I book you the earliest flight. I guarantee you have the proposal before visiting the old leader. Yes, your idea is correct. Old Ma, go and compile all the construction data from our outpost on the Karen continent. Estimate a price based on this data and see which parts we can acquire. Also, try to avoid our competitors. There are some areas where we can't compete. Okay, I go now. With that, the head of the technical department immediately turned and left to attend to his own business. Don't just sit there waiting. Get everyone moving. Especially you, Xiao Bao. You're coming with me to the capital later, and we visit your uncle while we're at it. Okay, Chairman. I go prepare some things. As a junior, I can't go empty-handed. No need to spend money. A friend just sent some excellent tea to my office. Take it with you. The entire conference room was thrown into chaos by this unexpected surprise. But what they didn't know was that this news had reached not only them, but also all the large and small construction companies throughout Yin country. Chapter 476. In the afternoon, Manager Bao first visited the chairman's former superior with the chairman, but the result was not ideal. Because everyone who needed to know already knew, everyone is shrewd and has connections. Some even knew earlier than them, so their actions were a little slower. Since everyone was there to plead poverty, the effect was bound to be poor. However, this was within the chairman's expectations. If his own company could receive the news, there must be people with even better connections than them. So the chairman of a certain railway bureau wasn't too discouraged. At least the matter was definitely true. That evening, Manager Bao brought the chairman to his uncle's house. The chairman of the railway bureau was very enthusiastic. Normally, he wouldn't be able to have dinner at this leader's house on his own merits. He was only there because of Manager Bao. Uncle, how have you been lately? Ah, getting old always brings a few minor ailments. You flatter me, sir. You're in your prime, the age for hard work. Haha, you have a good eye for people. How's my nephew doing at work? Young Bao is a backbone of our company. I have high hopes for him. And I'm planning to give him more responsibilities. Oh, that's good, that's good. He's been spoiled since childhood. His family pampers him rotten. The fact that he brought a colleague to visit this old man today must mean he needs something, right? Uncle, what are you saying? I simply brought the leader to visit. Oh, really? Then let's not talk about business today. Well, boss, we really have something we'd like to ask for your help with. I knew it. This tea isn't easy to drink. Go ahead, as long as it doesn't violate principles. I help to the best of my ability. Thank you, boss, thank you. It's just that Xiao Bao told me this morning that there's news our country is going to develop the Karen continent on a large scale. Yes, that's true. The previous veteran recall was because of this. What? Does your company have any ideas? Boss, you don't know. Our industry is extremely slow right now. Our performance is terrible. This morning we were even planning to cut all this year's performance bonuses, and everyone's complaining. So when we heard this news this morning, we rushed over to see if we could get some business to support this large group of people. Oh, that shouldn't be the case. When the people in the number 3 node area were being relocated, wasn't the country doing massive infrastructure construction in the mainland? What, you didn't get to the project? Boss, we did get some. But it's not enough. The lion's share went to those people from the Northern Bureau. They're raking in the profits, and we only got a little soup. Oh, I see. Then it seems we need to consider the difficulties of the grassroots in our future work. I can try to get you more, but don't get your hopes up too high. You know there are too many people vying for this piece of the pie. Thank you, boss, thank you, boss. As long as I have your words, I'd be willing to go lay the foundation on the project right now. Hey, you're the chairman of the company. You have your own work to do. Some things need to be delegated to the younger generation. After saying this, the leader looked at his nephew. The meaning was clear. Don't try to make empty promises to me. It's always me making empty promises. The chairman of the Longtai Bureau immediately understood what was going on, and after thinking for a moment, he cautiously said, Boss, our company's deputy general manager in charge of materials is due at the end of the year, and I have high hopes for Xiao Bao. Xiao Bao is a good professional, hardworking, and I like to give him more responsibilities. Well, Xiao Bao is still young, and his family hopes he can travel more, see more, and learn more. Caring Continent is the future of Blue Star. Yes, yes, yes. Boss, you have great foresight. We should cultivate young people like Xiao Bao. How about Xiao Bao take over our company's Caring Continent project as project manager? Very good. You just said your company is having difficulties? Yes, yes. We hope boss will support us more. Well then, don't just rely on me. There are too many influential people involved, and the situation is very complex. I have an idea for you. You need to act quickly. What do you mean? The Ministry of Magic has sent several representatives to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Yin Country, mainly to discuss some minor issues. The chairman of a certain bureau of Long Tai and Xiao Bao looked puzzled. What does this have to do with us? We don't even know the people from the Ministry of Magic. The leader was quite satisfied with their expressions. This was the advantage of having a wide range of information sources. One of the representatives from the Ministry of Magic is from Yin Country, originally from Yu Province. Xiao Bao was still confused, but the chairman of this certain bureau of Long Tai was truly shrewd. The leader's meaning was clear. We had to pursue a two-pronged approach. We needed to cultivate relationships with higher-ups, and we also needed to cultivate relationships with the client. Although the Ministry of Magic wasn't the actual client, their influence was still considerable. Is that so? That really makes us Yin Country proud. I wonder what this person's name is. As he spoke, Manager Bao's uncle took a small note from his pocket and handed it to the sensible chairman. The chairman glanced at the note and immediately put it away. Thank you for your guidance, leader. I finished this drink. You can drink as you please. With that, the chairman of the Longtai Bureau raised his glass of baijiu and downed it in one gulp. The family banquet continued amidst laughter. The next day, the chairman of the Longtai Bureau asked Manager Bao to stay and spend more time with his uncle, while he immediately flew to Yu Province. Once there, he used all his connections to inquire about the name on the note, and quickly gathered detailed information. Gao Jincheng, male, 28 years old, a very handsome young man. Gao Jincheng's family was an ordinary farming family in Yu Province. Before becoming a wizard, Gao Jincheng himself was an ordinary child with decent grades, but he was very intelligent. One day more than 10 years ago, this child was suddenly taken abroad to study by a distant relative. The villagers all thought the Gao family had gotten incredibly lucky, and they were even envious, wondering why they didn't have such a good relative. Little did they know that years later, when the magical world announced it, they would find out that Gao Jincheng had become a high-ranking wizard. As a result, the Gao family became famous throughout the village and surrounding areas. There were only a handful of wizards in the entire Yu province, and the second son of the Gao family was one of them. Chapter 477. Gao Rongshuan, Gao Jincheng's father, has been enjoying considerable success in recent years, his once dark face now beaming with smiles. Both the Yin Kingdom and the Ministry of Magic have protection policies for wizards' families. The magical community could arrange for them to be placed under protection in Hogsmeade Village, but Gao Rongshuan felt that, after living most of his life in Yin Kingdom, he would be completely lost abroad and refused to go. Gao Jincheng had no choice but to leave his parents in their hometown. As for the welfare benefits in Yin Kingdom, they were quite good, offering suitable jobs and housing for Gao Jincheng's parents. But Gao Rongshuan refused again. What a joke. What's so good about hiding in a strange place? Now everyone in the surrounding area knows my son is successful. At village ceremonies or banquets, I sit at the same table as the village chief. Hide? Are you out of your mind? In fact, there are many wizarding families like Gao Jincheng's parents, both domestically and internationally. Such families are not uncommon in the magical world, but the governments of various countries on Earth are very willing to provide them with some support. After all, no one can predict when they might need a favor, so these families live quite comfortably in various countries. Gao Rongshuan feels incredibly proud whenever he thinks about his current life. My father was so wise. He thinks. Back then, when my son received the invitation, I defied everyone's objections and sent Gao Jincheng away. My own wife even called him a fraud. She didn't even consider that our Gao family was dirt poor. What could we possibly be fooling about? Besides, who would dare to scam so many people in a government agency, especially the County Education Bureau? This is the first time in my life I've been invited to a government office. I guess I'm only doing this because of my little rascal. He's truly a descendant of my father. Gao Rongshuan, still swaying unsteadily as he staggered home after drinking at the village chief's house, felt a wave of disgust as he recalled the obsequious manner of the chief's family. They used to bully me all the time, relying on their family's status as village bullies. Now that my kid's successful, They come to fawn over me. Pa! They don't even know their own worth. They even want to marry their daughter into the family. Don't they even look in the mirror and see what kind of person their daughter is? My son is now surrounded by high-ranking, important people. Do you think your family is good enough for him? Speaking of that brat, he saw on TV that he's in the capital meeting with leaders, and he doesn't even come home to see his dad. What a scoundrel. I deal with him when he gets back. So what if he's a wizard? A wizard is something else. I'm a wizard's dad. Just as he turned a corner, Gao Rongxuan saw a black sedan parked in front of his yard. Gao Rongxuan walked over, puzzled, wanting to see whose car it was. Before he even got close, his wife quickly grabbed him. Drink, drink, drink. All you do all day is drink. Hurry up, and we have guests. Go wash your face. You reek of alcohol. Before Gao Rongxuan could speak, his wife pushed him to the tap. So he washed his face while asking, "Hey, the village chief was just being too hospitable. We had a few drinks. Who's here?" He said he's your uncle's cousin, but I don't know him. He brought two men who look like officials with him. Looks like they're here to give gifts. Uncle's cousin? Is it Jiang Yufeng? We haven't been in touch for over 10 years. Why is he here today? And with gifts? Gao Rongxuan walked into his house, looking confused. Inside, 3 middle-aged men were smoking. One of the older men, seeing Gao Rongxuan enter, immediately stubbed out his cigarette and came over with a broad smile. "Cousin, it's been so long. I missed you terribly." 2 other middle-aged men, who looked like officials, also quickly came forward. "Is this Gao Rongxuan? Please forgive my intrusion." "Cousin, esteemed leaders. Please sit down, ladies, bring tea." The group began chatting casually, and after listening to the flattery for a while, Gao Rongxuan finally understood the situation. It turned out that one of the 2 officials was the chairman of a certain bureau in Longtai, who had used his connections at the party school to find Gao Jincheng's hometown. Coincidentally, Gao Jincheng's uncle was a minor section chief in the county office, so the chairman, along with his party school classmate, brought the section chief to Gao Jincheng's home. "Cousin, this is County Chief Wei, and this is Chairman Mu. They come today to ask for your help." "Cousin, you're really teasing me. These are high-ranking officials. What kind of help do they need from me? I be the one asking the leaders for help." "Oh, Brother Gao, you're too modest. This time, it's mainly about our company that we need your help with. You don't know how tough things are for us at Longtai Bureau right now. Even our employees' salaries are sometimes delayed. As the chairman, I'm very worried. So many families are counting on me to put food on the table. But Brother Mu, what use is it for you to come to me? I'm just a farmer." County Chief Wei, standing to the side, coughed lightly. "Gao Rongxuan, it's like this. The country is making a big move right now. Your Gao Jincheng is in the capital of Yin, discussing matters with the leaders. He's in charge of these things. As long as your Jincheng puts in a good word about this, it be settled." Gao Rongxuan suddenly realized that they weren't looking for him, but rather trying to get through him to Jincheng. But thinking about it, what use would it be to him? His own son was more capable. However, he couldn't agree to this rashly. What if it caused trouble for his son? "Huh? Is that so? That brat didn't tell me. I call him and give him a piece of my mind." The 3 middle-aged men opposite him looked puzzled. What did this mean? They came to ask him for a favor. Why did they need to call and scold their son? County Chief Wei gave Jiang Yufeng a wink, and Jiang Yufeng immediately understood, grabbing Gao Rongxuan's hand and whispering, "Cousin, you have to help your brother. I've been a section chief in this general office for 5 or 6 years without a chance for promotion. Now that I've finally gotten in touch with County Chief Wei, you absolutely have to help me this time. It's not that I don't want to help, it's that I don't know how. You know, this is such a big national issue. What can an old farmer like me say? What if something goes wrong and it harms Jincheng?" Chairman Mu, standing nearby, immediately chimed in. "Brother Gao, please rest assured, this is a national project. No one would dare to act recklessly. To be honest, our company was originally supposed to get a share, but as you know, Yin State has so many people to support, it's impossible to only give it to our company. We're here hoping to get a larger share through Jincheng. We just need Jincheng to put in a good word for us at the meeting, and there won't be any trouble that would implicate him." "Really?" Gao Rongxuan looked at his cousin with suspicion. Chapter 478. Although he hadn't seen his cousin for many years, he figured the cousin wouldn't betray him. Besides, the government would handle something this big, right? Gao Rongxuan pondered for a moment, then looked at Jiang Yufeng. Jiang Yufeng's gaze was also very eager, nodding vigorously, as he looked at Gao Rongxuan. Seeing Gao Rongxuan hesitate, Chairman Mu decided to add fuel to the fire. He walked out of the room and gestured towards the car. A young man immediately got out and began unloading things from the trunk. Cigarettes, alcohol, tea, bird's nest, deer antler, and various other odds and ends quickly filled a corner of the room. Brother Mu, what's the meaning of this? Don't worry, Brother Gao, these things aren't taboo. They were all sent by the project teams below. I returned any that had problems. These things would be a waste if they were just sitting there. Giving them to Brother Gao is perfect. Seeing that such a high-ranking leader was so considerate, Gao Rongchuan steeled himself and took out his phone to call his son, Gao Jincheng. At this moment, Gao Jincheng was discussing matters with the staff from Yin Country. The Ministry of Magic wanted to acquire a piece of land in Yin Province, mainly for planting magical plants and raising magical creatures. Meanwhile, the Yin Country staff were trying to secure more benefits for Yin, hoping to get a share of the profits. Mr. Gao, I understand what you mean. You will manage your park well, but the people don't understand. Based on our experience, people generally don't want to move away from their homes. Heh, Director Wei. You're treating your brother like an outsider. You're really treating your brother like a human being. Don't forget, I'm also from Yin Country, from a rural family. Do you think I don't know what the people are thinking? As long as the compensation is right, they can move their entire village overnight. For the sake of us being from Yin Country, tell me your conditions. As long as it's reasonable, I help you fight for it. Mr. Gao, you truly are an outstanding scion of Yin Kingdom. Then I won't stand on ceremony. The land is absolutely no problem, but we hope you can share some of the produce with me. That's no problem. I can agree to exchange 20% of the produce for the land use rights. Ah? Only 20%? Isn't that a bit too little? That land is extremely fertile. We won't ask for more than 40%. Gao Jincheng laughed in exasperation. He never expected these officials to be so shameless. Director Wei, we established this industrial park to provide material support for your country's expansion of its occupation of the Dawn Forest. If we give you everything, what will the expeditionary force of the Caring Continent use? Director Wei was also taken aback, then chuckled awkwardly. This was a habit for negotiating with foreign countries. Whenever interests were involved, he wanted to secure as much as possible for his country. I know. We just want to get more supplies for the outpost. We take 20% each, but Mr. Gao, we absolutely must manage the industrial park. You're from Yin, and that's how things are in Yin. Important industries are always state-owned. Director Wei. Brother Wei. Can you please be reasonable? What do you need the management rights for the industrial park for? Are you good at planting magical plants or raising magical creatures? What exactly do you want? Can't you just say it outright? Those who can be accommodating will never make things difficult for the country. Those who can't, please let it go. We still have many things to discuss. We can't waste all our time on one project, can we? Since Brother Gao has said so, then I be frank. It's not that we insist on management rights, it's mainly those old men at the Dragon Science Academy. They're all national treasures, but they're incredibly stubborn. They heard about this project and absolutely wanted to go there to study it. The connections they built have gotten higher and higher, and in the end, all the pressure has fallen on me. What can I do? How many people will be involved? There are 5 leading professors, and the rest are their students. Less than 100 people in total. Don't worry, we cover all expenses. If we need any experimental materials, we buy them. Having said all that, Gao Jincheng didn't want to waste any more time. Alright, I give you 150 permanent positions. But they can't interfere with normal work, and they need to sign a confidentiality agreement. All research results will be shared by Yin Country and the Ministry of Magic. Is that alright? No, absolutely no problem. It's always so much more straightforward to talk to Brother Gao. After saying that, Director Wei immediately called over a staff member, whispered a few words to him, and the staff member quickly left with the document. Just as the two were about to discuss the next issue, Gao Jincheng's phone rang. The moment the phone rang, Gao Jincheng knew it couldn't be work-related. Because his colleagues were all staff members of the Ministry of Magic, they would never call him, even if it was more convenient to do so. So it was probably a private number, and very few people knew his private number. Sure enough, when Gao Jincheng picked up the phone, he found it was his father calling. Had something happened at home? Thinking this, Gao Jincheng ignored the people around him and immediately answered the phone. Hello, Dad? Sai, son? Why are you calling me? Is something wrong at home? What are you saying, you little rascal? If it weren't for something, wouldn't your father be calling you? Oh, is that so? That's good, that's good. I'm busy with work here. I hang up now and call you back when I have time. Upon hearing his son about to hang up, Gao Rongxuan on the other end of the line immediately stopped him. Don't hang up, don't hang up. I have something important to tell you. Then what is it? It's like this, your cousin. Gao Rongxuan explained the situation to his son, then summarized that he wanted Gao Jincheng to help out because of their kinship. Gao Jincheng hadn't expected his father to call for something like this. He was also annoyed, and hadn't expected these people to be able to trace their connections back to his family. Gao Jincheng now deeply regretted agreeing to let his parents stay in their hometown. If he didn't agree, his father would be unhappy. If he agreed, he'd never have peace and quiet again. Because Gao Jincheng wasn't hiding his phone call, Director Wei overheard the whole thing. He immediately understood Gao Jincheng's predicament, having been in similar situations himself. While this was a headache for Gao Jincheng, it was a good thing for Director Wei. The company seeking Gao Jincheng's help was a state-owned enterprise. It didn't matter who did the project. It was all going to benefit them anyway. Plus, it would give Gao Jincheng a favor. And favors are easy to repay. To repay this favor, wouldn't the subsequent negotiations be, good thing, a really good thing. Chapter 479. No, Dad. It's no use asking me about this. I'm not an official from Yin country. I can't decide something this big. I don't care. You have to do it whether you can or not. I already boasted about it. If you can't do it, where will I put my old face? How can I face the villagers and relatives after this? Gao Jincheng was sweating profusely at his father's unreasonable demands. Was this something he could handle? He was just a small supervisor under the International Magical Cooperation Division of the Ministry of Magic. Even if the director of the Cooperation Division came, Yin country might not give him face. No, Dad. Be reasonable. Your son really doesn't have this ability. Director Wei, seeing that the time was right, asked with a smile. Mr. Gao, are you facing a problem? Gao Jincheng was startled by Director Wei's question, then covered his phone, and repeatedly apologized to Director Wei. Sorry, Director Wei. This is disrupting our work. I need to say a few words to my family, then we can continue. Gao Jincheng was about to refuse his father again, when Director Wei quickly stopped him. Mr. Gao, would you mind letting me speak with the person on the other end? It's the one who asked your father for a favor. Aw? Sure. Dad, hand the phone to the person who can make the decision. Without waiting for a reply, he handed his phone to Director Wei, looking at him with confusion. Director Wei took the phone without hesitation and asked, This is Wei Jingde, Director of the XDH Division of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Yin State. May I ask who you are? The chairman of a certain bureau of Longtai, who had just received the phone, was also startled, thinking it was Gao Jincheng speaking to him. He hadn't expected it to be a leader from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Chairman Mu immediately stood up from his chair and cautiously said, Hello, leader, I'm Xiao Mu, chairman of a certain bureau of Longtai. Xiao Mu, do you guys even have any principles in your work? Who gave you the audacity to harass the family of a Ministry of Magic employee? Do you know how much impact your actions will have on Mr. Gao's family? Yes, leader, your criticism is correct. I was under too much pressure and resorted to a foolish move. My subordinates are all waiting for their livelihood. As chairman, I had no other choice. I will definitely criticize and self-criticize at the party group meeting when I get back. I understand that carrying out our work is difficult right now. But you can't use such methods to carry out our work. If it weren't for Mr. Gao's sake, you can expect to be invited for tea by the Discipline Inspection Commission. Now, immediately, take your people and get to the capital. Director Wei, I know I acted without thinking. But you don't need to go to the Capital Discipline Inspection Commission for tea, do you? I was thinking a verbal reprimand would be enough. Chairman Mu of the certain bureau of Longtai sweated more and more as he spoke, his voice growing softer and softer until the last few words were almost inaudible. What nonsense are you spouting? Who told you to come to the Capital Commission for Discipline Inspection? You're here as part of the Capital Negotiation Team. Giving your company a little more business out of respect for Mr. Gao isn't out of the question. Besides, you want to be chatted with the Capital Commission for Discipline Inspection? Dream on. You think you're worthy? Just when Chairman Mu was worried about being reprimanded by his superiors for his rash actions, the other leader actually agreed to give his company more business. This made Chairman Mu so excited he was almost incoherent. We don't need to go to the Commission for Discipline Inspection? What? You're going to give us more projects? Thank you, leader. On behalf of Longtai Bureau, I thank you for your support and care. I will definitely strive to reach the level of being chatted with the Capital Commission for Discipline Inspection as soon as possible. What nonsense! Would you have had this opportunity if Mr. Gao hadn't been so soft-hearted? Properly thank Mr. Gao's father, and then hurry over with your men. Director Wei hung up the phone, handed it back to the somewhat dazed Gao Jinqing, and smiled meaningfully. The problem is solved, Mr. Gao. Let's continue. Leaving aside the overjoyed chairman of a certain multi-bureau, Gao Jinqing immediately sensed something was terribly wrong. Director Wei had resolved such a big matter with just a few words. How could he possibly repay such a huge favor? Because of this, Gao Jinqing's position in the subsequent negotiations became increasingly skewed, eventually leading to his subordinates looking at him strangely. Meanwhile, Chairman Mu of the Lontai Bureau not only took more than his share of the profits in the subsequent project, but he himself had also cultivated a connection with Director Wei. Back at his company, Chairman Mu, having made a name for himself in this project, received the support of all his employees. In the current economic climate, whoever can find work for everyone is the boss. Some employees were so excited they almost worshipped Chairman Mu. While the Ministry of Magic's International Magical Cooperation Department and the Yin Kingdom's Ministry of Foreign Affairs were urgently negotiating the terms and conditions, a similar meeting was being held at a Marquise Manor somewhere in the British Empire. In the meeting room, because it was a cloudy day outside, the lights were on. A handsome young man was giving a presentation on the stage, while a group of middle-aged and elderly people with gray hair sat listening attentively. We already invested over $1 trillion in manpower and resources in the New Eden project. In the next phase, we need to invest another 2 to 3 trillion to achieve our goals. The major expenses are the environmental remediation of the area surrounding New Eden and the establishment of outposts. Also, labor costs are too high. We suggest hiring some inexpensive Indians or Southeast Asians as laborers. Just as the young man was about to continue his explanation, a clear voice interrupted him. All right, Eric. Don't scare these gentlemen. Can't you see how distressed they are to hear about the huge sum of money spent? Let's hear some good news to ease their tension. Yes, Miss Catherine. Next, I talk about the revenue. Since our New Eden is still in the early stages of the project, our income is quite limited. First, there's the revenue from Earth. Almost all capable high-tech companies within our region have invested in our project, mainly for their respective development and research projects. We already received $150 billion in this area. Secondly, there's the development of mineral resources. Besides some ordinary deposits, our biggest gain is fire crystals. After speaking, the young man took a fiery red crystal from his pocket and displayed it to everyone. Chapter 480. The moment Eric pulled the fire crystal from his pocket, all eyes in the conference room were drawn to the shimmering stone. My God, what a beautiful gem! Look, it looks like there's a flame burning inside. Eric, give it to the gentleman. Let everyone experience it for themselves. Upon hearing Catherine's instructions, Eric immediately stepped down from the stage and took several more fire crystals of varying sizes from a briefcase, distributing them to the VIPs in the conference room. These glittering fire crystals took nearly 20 minutes to circulate among the VIPs before being piled in the center of the conference table. Everyone snapped out of their earlier amazement. These VIPs, all incredibly wealthy, wouldn't have been so overly attracted to such things before understanding their true value. Ellie, these beautiful gems must be extraordinary, otherwise you wouldn't have singled them out specifically, would you? Yes, Marquis Klein. Fire crystal is a rare magical crystal in the world of Karen continent. It's extremely rare even there. Previously, it's only been found near a few scattered active volcanoes, making it very valuable. If we had to measure it in dollars, its price would be around $20,000 to $23,000 per gram. Gentlemen, please note I said per gram. My God, this stuff is so expensive. And I just noticed it seems to have a very high density, even a small piece is quite heavy. Yes, Prince Hunter. You're right. Just now, the smallest piece weighed about 30 grams, while a diamond of the same size is much lighter. Ailey, how much of this stuff have we found? So far, it seems we discovered a sizable vein, with nearly 100 tons already proven reserves. So you mean, with just this, we already recouped all our initial investment? Yes, not only that, we made a considerable profit. But I must remind everyone, 30% of this is Ministry of Magic property. The tycoons in the meeting room, who had been heartbroken over their trillion-dollar investment, were ecstatic upon hearing the estimated value of the fire crystal mine. What was this? This was the allure of sudden wealth. Although these tycoons had seen money before, it was all accumulated family assets over time. But now? They had simply joined a program, and in less than 6 months, they had recouped their entire investment with interest. In today's information-rich society, Getting rich overnight like in the past is extremely difficult. And now, the New Eden project has succeeded. Let those fools who lack the courage to join cry. Those without extraordinary courage and vision will be eliminated by society. In every era, there are always those who stand at the forefront of the times and rise with the tide. They are those people now. After their initial euphoria comes heartache. Why share some profits with the Ministry of Magic and various government agencies? If it were just distributed to everyone present, it would be an immense fortune. Now they deeply regret involving so many governments, corporations, and individuals to reduce risk. But these things are best left unsaid. Without more power, they wouldn't have been able to implement this project on the continent of Karen. While these powerful figures were still in a state of shock and delight, Catherine, who had been feeling bored, slowly stood up. All right, gentlemen. Don't let this immense value cloud your judgment. We don't need money. To be precise, these fire crystals are far more valuable than mere money. Our plan is to mine only enough fire crystals for our needs each year. This will not only allow us to control the market, but also give us the upper hand in our dealings with other Blue Star regimes. Because this stuff has unparalleled value for both the magic stones of the Karen continent and the wizards of our Blue Star. Everyone snapped out of their euphoria. They understood Catherine's meaning. Anything only becomes precious when it's rare, and controlling production is perfectly normal. Just like the Kimberly Group controlled all the diamond mines 100 years ago, if diamonds were mined at full capacity, everyone on Blue Star could get hundreds of grams. Catherine on the podium ignored what the audience was thinking, because she had already been shocked when the fire crystal mines were first discovered. Catherine and her team had already figured out how to handle these shiny little gadgets. She just wanted to get back and rest rather than waste time arguing with these old men. From what we understand, fire crystals are extremely beneficial to fire mages on the continent of Karen. Besides significantly increasing a mage's training speed, fire crystals also greatly enhance their casting speed and power. Simply put, it's like a cheat code in a game, providing these mages with a huge boost. We also contacted some wizards in the Ministry of Magic. Fire crystals are equally effective for them. Besides being used directly by mages, these fire crystals are also processed into various magical artifacts. These artifacts, after modification, can also be used by ordinary people, which means that fire crystals also have enormous potential in the Blue Star market. Even without turning fire crystals into magical artifacts, just selling them as gemstones to the noble women of Blue Star can generate a fortune. So, gentlemen, are you still regretting your previous investments? Do you have any objections to the upcoming investments? I am ashamed of my previous thoughts, Miss Catherine, you are right. To succeed, one must have a spirit of adventure. Just like our ancestors conquered the entire planet Earth through their efforts. I agree to continue the New Eden project, no matter how much money is involved. If anyone here wants to withdraw, I'd buy their share at a premium. You're dreaming. Anyone can see the New Eden project is a goldmine. I also agree to continue increasing investment in the New Eden project. I agree too, Miss Catherine, I believe in you. I agree too. The entire conference room was filled with voices of agreement. Faced with enormous profits, these people had no scruples and began to support it frantically. Catherine stayed in the meeting for a while longer before leaving with Princess Julia. Master's wife, hasn't my master returned from Yen Kingdom yet? Don't talk nonsense. How old are you? Have you no manners? Andres returned from Yen Kingdom a long time ago. He's been at Hogwarts these past few days, only occasionally coming to my place for a meal. Chapter 481. Master's wife, what did my master do in Yen country? I heard that the Ministry of Magic and the Yen country's high-ranking officials reached a new agreement. Catherine looked at Julia meaningfully. This little girl had learned to be cunning, and she even tried to outsmart her. What? You want to know so much? Hearing Catherine's teasing, Julia immediately clung to Catherine's arm and began to whine. Master's wife, just tell them. They're so curious. All right, you find out sooner or later anyway. A day or two won't make a difference. The Yen Kingdom plans to expand its territory on the Karen continent. This time, they intend to swallow the entire Dawn Forest and the Edge Canyon, a vast area. What? How dare they? They not only dare, but they already started taking action. Andres went to the Yen Kingdom mainly for this matter. The Ministry of Magic is currently discussing these matters in detail with relevant agencies of the Yen Kingdom government. Master's wife, why don't you stop Master? Why should I stop them? What good would it do me? But Master's wife, if we don't stop them, the Easterners will surpass us. If this continues, we'd be suppressed by the Easterners. Catherine didn't speak, just quietly looked at Julia. Julia noticed Catherine's gaze, and looked at her in confusion. Finally, Catherine sighed, shook her head, and began to ask Julia. Julia, you still haven't figured out your identity and position. Julia, from the day you became a wizard, you were no longer just a princess of the royal family. You have transcended the ordinary people of Earth. You should be looking at things from a higher perspective. But your thinking is still from the perspective of a princess of the British Empire. You only see the interests of the empire and the royal family, not the interests of the entire Earth and all of human civilization. But even if Master's wife is to represent us, shouldn't it be us white people who represent her? I'm not being racist. I just simply believe that we should be in charge of the fate of Earth. So in this respect, you never be as good as your master. Your master, Andres, understands what he wants. So he fight for all forces to his advantage without caring whether the other side is Asian, white, or black. Why didn't Andres cooperate with the British Empire, France, or the United States at the initial outpost, but instead chose Yin? That's because the former only consider the interests of small groups, while the latter, although they also have their own agendas, are more willing to fight for this blue star. Master, why do you think that way? We can do it too. We can fight for the entire blue star. The premise is that some people have to get enough benefits, right? Humans are greedy and never satisfied. Didn't you see it in the meeting just now? These most enlightened people felt heartache over the expenses in the report, but they were so crazy when it came to the profits. Are you sure they will sacrifice their own interests to lead the entire human civilization forward? Or will they greedily absorb all kinds of benefits, like when they first arrived in the New World? Julia fell silent. She understood that Catherine was right. Just like the New Eden Project, when they were initially established, their priority was how to protect the interests of the shareholders, not promoting the progress of human civilization. In the New Eden Project, it was all about the interests of governments, politicians, and the wealthy. Ordinary people didn't even have the right to know about the project. Even if ordinary people knew, so what? Did they have the money to participate in the project? Obviously not, and naturally, they wouldn't have any connection with the project's profit sharing. As for whether it would help the progress of civilization as a whole, of course it would, but only for a minority group. It wouldn't concern most people. Julia felt a little frustrated thinking about this. As a princess of the British royal family, she naturally had to prioritize the interests of the royal family. She was willing to help ordinary people if she had the ability, but how much power did she personally possess? Seeing Julia's troubled expression, Catherine softened. Don't worry, your master values the interests of the entire human race more. We are also part of this race, and helping Yen Kingdom is partly a trial balloon. Once the time is right, we can do what Yen Kingdom can do. Besides, the Ministry of Magic has already begun preparations. Julia looked up at Catherine with some confusion. The Ministry of Magic had already begun preparations? How come she didn't know? Catherine looked at Julia's expression with a mixture of amusement and exasperation, and then explained to her. Fool, you don't actually think Hogwarts is expanding its campus again just because they're bored, do you? What's most important for expansion on the continent of Karen? It's us wizards. As long as there are enough wizards, we can conquer not only Dawnwood, but even the entire continent of Karen. So, the Ministry of Magic's announcement of a new Hogwarts campus is preparation for human expansion. Okay, that's all I can tell you. Think about the rest yourself. Come tell me when you figure it out. If you really can't figure it out, go to the continent of Karen for a while. I believe it will help. Catherine took Julia back to her home. Beretta had also brought her boyfriend over for dinner. Just as they were about to eat, Andres brought over. During dinner, Catherine told Andres about Julia's confusion. After dinner, Andres called Julia to his side. Catherine has told me about today's events, and I think your teacher's wife is right. You're no longer suited to stay on Earth. You should come with me to the Karen continent for a while. I also send you to the City of Rest on a diplomatic mission. Go, and see what the situation is like for the humans on the Karen continent. Julia thought for a moment, and didn't refuse her teacher. She knew her teacher had his reasons for making this arrangement. Okay, teacher, I go back tonight to prepare. I come to the school to see you tomorrow morning. The next day, Julia and Andres traveled to the Karen continent. After spending a week on the Mirror Floating Island, Julia went to the City of Rest with a small diplomatic mission. This mission was organized by the Ministry of Magic. Their purpose was to purchase supplies and sell some trinkets crafted by wizards in the City of Rest. The mission planned to stay in the City of Rest for half a month, and Julia's task was to observe the living conditions of the humans on the Karen continent. Chapter 482. While Julia was waiting for the delegation to assemble on the Mirror Floating Island, another group had already arrived at their destination. My God, is this Edge Canyon? It's magnificent. Now I know why it's called Edge Canyon. It's like the end of the world. You are, exclaimed, looking at the Edge Canyon before him. Jackson beside him agreed wholeheartedly. Nasi and Zoya also looked at the scene with great wonder. A wide canyon with towering cliffs reaching into the clouds. Huge trees filled the canyon, and the roar of waterfalls surrounded them. The expedition team rested here for over an hour. During this time, everyone gathered in small groups, like on a picnic, eating and taking photos. For a moment, the entire rest area seemed like a popular tourist attraction on Earth, bustling with activity. In the center of the group, a group of people were huddled around a map, pointing and gesturing. Darius, how far are we from where you found it? According to our map, it'd be about half a day. Of course, I'm referring to walking. Beyond that, vehicles can't go any further. We need to leave some people here. My suggestion is that we set up a small supply depot to store the vehicles. I agree with Darius. Let's set up a simple base first. Darius, have your Dragon's Roar people keep watch outside. We need you to lead the way later. Yes, Professor McGonagall. After saying this, Darius approached a group of middle-aged wizards, who quickly gathered around to see what their leader's orders were. All right, ladies and gentlemen. We got work to do. Professor McGonagall and I have decided to establish a small supply base in this open area. Our assigned task is to keep watch around the perimeter. You're all old hands, you know what to do. Move out in groups of 3, and don't stray too far. We lead the way when we get back. Understood, Minister. Understood, Lord. I'm going east. Anyone want to come? The crowd gathered and quickly formed teams, each heading off. After Darius finished assigning tasks to his team, Professor McGonagall's group began their work. She called over the accompanying professors and students, letting the children do the work while the professors assisted. Mr. William Ramsey, why don't you demonstrate your idea first? William Ramsey looked around, thought for a moment, and then operated to a spot about 500 meters from the woods in the open area, beginning to cast a spell. Due to the distance, the others couldn't hear him chanting the incantation. They could only see him waving his wand. Then a yellow earthen wall began to rise from the grass, extending outwards. Very good. Mr. William Ramsey thought of security first. He wants to build a wall to protect this place. That's excellent. Security conscious. So we need a few people to help. Anyone willing to go? Me, Professor McGonagall. Me too. Several young wizards volunteered for the task. Seeing that the number was about right, Professor McGonagall nodded in agreement. The young wizards exchanged a few words, then operated in different directions. After a while, earthen walls began to rise, gradually converging on the others' walls. All right, children, forget about their walls. Any other ideas? Professor McGonagall, perhaps we need a well to solve our water problem. A girl with long, straight black hair was the first to suggest building a well. After receiving Professor McGonagall's approval, she and her 2 friends began searching for underground water sources in the fenced-off open area. Anything else? Miss Ellie, what are your thoughts? Seeing her headmistress call her name, Ellie thought carefully. Her hometown was just an ordinary small town. What was in a small town again? Right, in the center of the town was a small square formed by the confluence of 2 streets, and in the middle of the square was a monument. Professor McGonagall, we might need to build 2 roads. If possible, we could also erect a monument in the very center of the base. Let's leave the monument for now. I agree to let you build an owl tower in the center of the base. This will make it easier for us to contact the new Hogwarts school. I think you're capable of this task. I allow you to choose 2 students as helpers. Also, to ensure the owl tower is completed smoothly, I send a professor to assist you. Professor McGonagall then called on a professor, who led Ellie and her friends to begin their task. Does anyone else have any ideas? Professor, we need a sturdy gate. Very good, go and find a solution. Remember to communicate with Mr. William Ramsey and the others beforehand, so they don't fence us off. We can use wood from the forest for the gate for now, and we get more later when we find suitable materials. Professor McGonagall, I suggest building a few watchtowers on the city walls. Good idea. You need to. Professor McGonagall, I suggest we build some inns for everyone to rest and eat. Good idea. Build a few houses in the northern area. Professor McGonagall, we might also need some warehouses to store supplies. I allocate a plot of land under the eastern city wall for you. Remember to add freezing magic arrays to store perishable items. Professor McGonagall, I specialize in medical magic. I think we can build a simple hospital here, so that anyone who gets sick can be treated. I also need some rooms to brew some potions. Excellent suggestion. I have a professor help you. Professor McGonagall, perhaps we could build a library here? I'm sorry, Mr. Theron, this idea is somewhat impractical for us, who are here on an expedition. The students offered suggestion after suggestion, some of which Professor McGonagall adopted and implemented, while others, not yet necessary, were rejected. Soon, the open land was transformed beyond recognition by various forms of magic, and after some time, a simple town appeared before everyone. The Muggles who had come with him were especially stunned by the sight. Just a few tens of minutes ago, this place was a desolate wasteland, and now, in a short while, it had become a simple human town. It was simply unbelievable. Even the people of Yen, known for their infrastructure prowess, were astonished. Chapter 483. After resting for more than 2 hours, the temporary supply base was considered completely completed. Most people had their own tasks to attend to, with only a few professors wandering around the small base to assess the students' work. Did you build this section of the wall? Professor McGonagall, I did. A boy timidly answered Professor McGonagall's question, but his voice clearly lacked confidence. The reason for his lack of confidence was simple. His transfiguration spell had gone wrong. The other sections of the wall were either made of brick or stone. Only this boy's wall was an earthen wall. Although this was only a temporary supply base, his spellcasting did not satisfy Professor McGonagall. Malachi, I don't know your transfiguration grade. At least for now, I think it needs improvement. I estimate the expedition will rest here all day, so you still have time to rework this wall. William Ramsay, help him out. I hope it will perform better when we set off tomorrow. Yes, Professor McGonagall. Malachi, come with me. The young wizard named Malachi didn't say anything, just nodded and left the group with William Ramsay to resume casting spells on the wall he was responsible for. Professor McGonagall led the other students to continue inspecting the base. The students who received praise were very happy, and those who received criticism began to rebuild according to Professor McGonagall's instructions. However, most of the apprentices received praise. After all, their age was a factor, and their transfiguration level was quite good. Just as Professor McGonagall had predicted, the expedition rested for a day at their temporary base. The main reason was that some of the food they had brought on their initial expedition had been used up and needed replenishing. Several wizards used apparition to bring back a considerable amount of food from the Yen Kingdom's outpost. The reason for preparing so many supplies was to prevent the expedition from getting stuck in the Divine Kingdom. Having ample supplies would allow them to survive longer. As night fell, all members of the expedition returned to the temporary supply base. The team, having worked hard all day, could finally rest properly. Several young wizards, unwilling to rest too early, lit a campfire in the open and began chatting. However, as they talked, some felt hungry and took out their dried meat to roast over the fire. And what better way to have a barbecue than with beer? The chatter grew lively, and more people gathered. One campfire wasn't enough, so several more were lit nearby. When Darius and his group joined the team, the entire supply base transformed into a wild party. Except for those on duty that day, almost everyone had attended the evening's party. After consuming large amounts of meat, vegetables, fruit, and beer, people reluctantly dispersed. The expedition team, originally scheduled to depart at 8 a.m. the next morning, deliberately delayed their departure by 2 hours due to the previous night's revelry. They assembled after breakfast and began their ascent into the edge of the canyon. Of course, a small group remained at the supply base, mainly Yen Kingdom soldiers and some young wizards. These young wizards at the supply base became quite disgruntled. Everyone was there to explore, and they were being left behind when they were almost there. Anyone would be upset in that situation. However, a temporary supply base was equally important. If the expedition team encountered any problems in the unknown divine realm, at least those outside could call for help, right? Since that was the case, someone had to stay behind, right? Who could the professors, Darius, dare to let stay? Since they couldn't stay, they could only make do with these young people. After all, there would be plenty of opportunities later. Finally, Darius stepped in and agreed to give the young wizards, who stayed behind, double the mission points, and promised to send replacements as soon as the unknown divine realm was confirmed to be safe. This finally appeased the young wizards, who remained. Hey, you are, don't look so gloomy. You get double the mission points. Watch the house, and wait for our triumphant return. Ha ha ha. Jackson, you traitorous bastard. Get out of here, or don't blame me for begging the professor to leave you behind too. Watching you are, who was grumbling and cursing, Jackson, Nash, and Zoya laughed and followed the main group without looking back. After 5 or 6 hours of walking, the expedition finally reached its destination. In the primeval forest of towering trees, the scout wizard encountered an invisible wall. Minister Darius, we arrived. Our men have reached the protective barrier. Dika, I'm no longer the Minister of Magic. From now on, call me by my full name or Senior Darius. Yes, Senior Darius. Darius corrected Dika's habitual way of addressing him, then ordered the entire expedition to halt. The expedition members gathered, looking at Darius with curiosity. Why were they being told to stop? Darius didn't say much. He turned, took out his wand, and cast a spell towards the distant sky. The spell, flashing red, shot forward, striking something after a short while. Everyone then felt a ripple in the distant landscape. Only then did they realize they had arrived at their destination. Everyone began proceeding according to plan. At Darius's command, the entire expedition team quickly deployed. The Yin Kingdom soldiers and young wizards began setting up a temporary camp. This was understandable. They feared spending too much time here, as daily trips to the temporary supply base would be too exhausting. Meanwhile, the wizards and the Yin Kingdom's research team began testing the protective shield in front of them, using various methods. The wizards focused on finding ways to open the shield, while the research team studied its energy source and properties, primarily to see if it was replicable. Although the wizards sometimes provided shield building services to muggles on Earth, who wouldn't be tempted by more options, in front of the shield, Darius and the others formed a small circle to discuss how to break it. Professor McGonagall, the last time we came here, we didn't have enough people to break it. Now we have enough people. We can just blast it apart with magic. Let's try. Darius, tell the children to stand back. Chapter 484. Alright, all staff, retreat 500 meters. In 5 minutes, we will begin the first attempt to breach the protective shield. Repeat, all staff, retreat 500 meters. In 5 minutes, we will begin the first attempt to breach the protective shield. As Darius used a spell to amplify his voice, all members of the expedition team retreated 500 meters, as instructed, and then everyone began to watch the spectacle. The Lich Bolvar, disguised as Kashaltion, was also in the crowd, craning his neck to watch the excitement. As for whether he could enter the Divine Realm to explore, Bolvar wasn't worried at all. That was something those humans should worry about. He was just an ordinary staff member. He could get in without lifting a finger, just by following the main group. If those humans were truly useless, he would find a way to sneak in himself. In any case, he would be the big winner. Could these humans from another world be as familiar with the Divine Realm as he was? He only needed to leave behind a substitute puppet, and he could obtain the divine essence of the fallen gods first. He never imagined he'd become a god. Once he gathered enough faith power, even restoring his physical body wouldn't be impossible. He was so lucky, he only helped a friend with a small favor, and yet, such an opportunity had arisen. Boom! A loud noise jolted Bolvar from his reverie. Bolvar quickly looked ahead. He saw multicolored magic relentlessly bombarding the Divine Realm's protective shield, which silently endured the attacks, appearing and disappearing intermittently. Time passed quickly, and the magical attacks extended from the initial 5 minutes to 10 minutes, half an hour, and an hour. Seeing that everyone's magic was almost exhausted, Professor McGonagall finally ordered the attack to cease. Everyone, stop attacking and rest at the temporary camp while awaiting further orders. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief, and then walked back to the camp in 2s and 3s. Those who had initially watched the spectacle with great excitement, like watching fireworks, gradually grew bored and began chatting. Only after the attack stopped did these onlookers return to work. Seeing the wizards, who had failed to break the protective barrier, return, some began handing them the prepared coffee, chocolate, and magic potions. Professor Chi Yongqiang, how did it go? Do we have any hope of breaking through this protective barrier? A student who had been under Chi Yongqiang's tutelage asked eagerly, handing him a cup of coffee. I don't know. It seems unlikely that a brute force breakthrough is possible right now. Perhaps we can try other methods. Oh, is that so? Professor Chi, would you like some chocolate? I do need to replenish my energy, thank you. After saying that, Chi Yongqiang, carrying his coffee, took the chocolate offered by the student and went to a place where supplies were stored in the camp, then sat down on a supply crate to rest. While these wizards rested, Professor McGonagall and Darius, among others, formed a small circle to discuss their next plan. It seems that the shield's energy is still quite sufficient. Such a brute force breakthrough doesn't seem to be the solution. Everyone, let's discuss any good ideas. Professor McGonagall, shouldn't we first investigate the size of this shield? Stephen Ellis, I can tell you directly. We measured it last time we were here. The shield's area is approximately 10 kilometers. So big? I'm sorry, Mr. Darius, I'm not questioning the data you provided. I just find it hard to imagine such a large protective shield. That's alright. Captain Stephen, do you have any good suggestions? I suggest sending people to search this area to see if we can detect what kind of formation supports the shield. Or we could check for weaknesses in the shield, such as whether it draws energy from other areas to replenish the attacked area when it is heavily attacked. If so, could we split into 2 teams and attack simultaneously? Stephen Ellis finished speaking and looked expectantly at Professor Minerva McGonagall and Darius Pick's reactions. Professor McGonagall and Darius Pick were deep in thought, and after a while, Professor McGonagall gave an affirmative answer. That's a good idea. We can try it. However, this means we need to disperse everyone. Professor McGonagall, I also think it's worth a try. I go arrange everyone's actions now. After reaching a decision, Darius didn't act immediately but let everyone rest for 10 minutes before summoning the entire expedition team. All wizards will now divide into groups of 5 and begin advancing along this protective shield. Each group will leave one group every 200 meters until the last group reaches the other side. Once the last group reaches its destination, immediately send us a red signal. Upon seeing the red signal, everyone must immediately organize and begin the attack. Each group must leave one person to observe the changes in the shield. This attack will last for 10 minutes. After 10 minutes, I will release a green signal. Upon seeing the green signal, everyone must cease attacking. Understand? Understood. Darius's plan was simple and required no special arrangements. Everyone followed his instructions and began to act. The Yin Kingdom's research team, including Bolvar and his group, were also allowed to monitor and test the protective shield with their instruments, but both sides operated independently without interfering with each other. An hour later, Darius and his team, stationed at the temporary camp, saw a red signal flare suddenly rise in the distant sky. The second attempt to breach the shield had begun. The moment the red flare appeared, the shield was once again subjected to a barrage of magical attacks. The shield was bombarded with multicolored magic, still flashing and rippling outwards. 10 minutes passed quickly, and a green signal flare appeared. All the wizards, who saw the green flare, immediately stopped. After stopping, the wizards who remained to observe the shield's condition returned to the temporary camp to report to Darius. Half an hour later, all the wizards, who had gathered their information, returned to their respective teams, and then another red signal flare rose in the sky, and the attack resumed. After 5 attempts, the expedition declared the day's activities over. Darius instructed all those who had gone out to return to camp for dinner and rest. Professor McGonagall, Darius Pick, and others found another tent and began analyzing the day's results, discussing their findings over dinner. Chapter 485. Everyone, what discoveries did you make today? I'm sorry, Mr. Darius, I haven't found anything. The protective shield is still the same as before. No matter how we attack, we haven't found any openings. Perhaps we need to consider other methods to enter this divine realm. A direct assault doesn't seem like a good approach. Professor Chi, do you have any good ideas? I don't have any ideas for the time being. Perhaps we can ask Principal Andres or Professor Dumbledore. That's a good idea. I go back tonight. Professor McGonagall, what are your thoughts? Professor McGonagall had finished her food and was drinking a steaming cup of coffee. Unexpectedly, Darius asked her, so she put down her coffee and thought for a moment. Magic attacks alone don't seem to be very effective. Could we set up another offensive magic circle outside this shield to attack it? Bombard it with a magic circle? That's a new idea. Just as everyone was discussing whether there was a better way to break through the shield, Darius suddenly remembered the lich Andres had asked him to watch over before he left. That lich was a local professional, and quite skilled. Perhaps he might have some good ideas. Thinking this, Darius stood up and said to everyone in the tent, "Everyone, please eat slowly. I'm going to inspect the camp." No one said anything. Darius was the leader of this expedition, so it was his duty to inspect the camp. Darius left the tent, and initially did indeed walk around the camp. But finally, he came to the tent of the Yin Kingdom Scientific Expedition Team. The tents used by this expedition team were all provided by the magic world. Most of them were like travelers' tents, looking ordinary from the outside, but surprisingly spacious inside, capable of holding a lot of things. When Larry lifted the tent flap and stepped inside, he was also astonished by the sheer number of people from Yin. The expedition team's tent was filled with the sound of diesel generators running, and a group of people were busily working inside. Larry even noticed that some people hadn't had a proper dinner, as someone was currently munching on bread in front of a computer screen. Professor Wang Zhe was the leader of this expedition team. Although he was over 50, he looked incredibly energetic. Professor Wang was explaining something to the researchers in front of him at a blackboard when the tent flap was lifted and a foreigner entered. Before Professor Wang could even see who it was, the person on the other end had already begun to greet him. "My dear king, I never expected you Yin people to be so diligent. It's still dinner time, and you're still working. Your diligence is truly admirable." "Oh, Mr. Darius. What brings you here? Shouldn't you be busy breaking through that damn shield? What brings you here to relax?" Although Darius was talking to Professor Wang, he had already pinpointed the location of the Lich Bolvar. While still talking to Professor Wang, Darius pretended to be visiting the Yin expedition team's tents, and walked to a spot where Bolvar could hear them. "My dear king, not yet. That's why I'm wandering around. I thought perhaps I could find some inspiration here. We tried brute force today, but it didn't work. That shield is too sturdy, its energy seems inexhaustible. Have you found anything here? A discovery? Of course. Based on today's data report, we discovered this protective shield." Professor Wang began explaining their day's work to Darius, picking up a data book and launching into a long explanation. He went on and on for over half an hour, citing various data and theorems, leaving Darius practically drooling. Darius was internally devastated. He understood every single word Professor Wang spoke, but what did it all mean when put together? He was a wizard, not a physics PhD. However, Darius couldn't refuse Professor Wang's request, and could only listen patiently. Just as Professor Wang picked up a glass of water to take a sip before continuing, Darius immediately interrupted him. "Dear Wang, after all you said, do you have any good ideas to help us break through this damn protective shield?" Ahem, well, we still need some time to study it. Anyway, we're not in a rush this time, right? That's true, but the sooner we break through, the better. Bolvar, who had been pretending to work but actually eavesdropping, had been holding back for a long time. He didn't want to waste any more time here. Then Darius and Professor Wang Zhe heard a voice. "Mr. Darius, Professor Wang, have you considered that perhaps we can enter this protective shield without breaking it?" And who is this gentleman?" "Xiaoke, don't talk nonsense." "Mr. Darius, this is researcher Xiao Yan from our expedition team. Xiaoke, you go ahead and do your work, you don't need to stay here." "Yes, Professor Wang, I go out now." "No, Professor Wang. Don't let him go yet. I want to ask him what he meant." Professor Wang Zhe wanted Xiaoke to leave, not because he was afraid Xiaoke would steal the credit, but because he feared the young researcher might say something wrong and steer the project astray, potentially leading to disciplinary action and ruining the project. However, since Darius wanted to hear Xiaotian's opinion, he could only agree. Fortunately, he was present and could cover for Xiaotian if anything went wrong. "Since that's the case, Xiaoku, just say what you think. It's okay if you're wrong. Anyway, no one has any ideas right now, so let's discuss it together." "Alright, I share my thoughts. Mr. Darius, I think perhaps we don't need to break through this protective barrier to enter the divine realm. Mainly, I'm thinking that this thing is like the access control in our dormitory. It needs to prevent malicious people from breaking in while also letting our own people in, right? It can't be completely isolated, so I think if we find the right way to trick the access control into thinking we're one of our own, wouldn't that work?" Darius and Professor Wang's eyes lit up immediately upon hearing Xiaotian's suggestion. This idea was quite interesting. Professor Wang smiled broadly, quite satisfied with his subordinate, while Darius wondered if this was how people on the Caring continent crack things. Access control? Comparing the protective shield to access control, and then expecting us to trick it and get in directly. Interesting. Researcher Ke, could you explain in more detail? Chapter 486. At this moment, Xiaotian, also known as Bolvar, was also racking his brains, because Bolvar himself had never explored the ruins of a divine kingdom. Mainly, such opportunities were extremely rare. If the continent of Karen were filled with these things, it would have long since descended into chaos. After all, those so-called gods also needed to strengthen themselves, and the most direct and effective way to do so was to devour the divine essence of others and seize their divine offices. Similarly, weaker gods needed to ensure they wouldn't be discovered or devoured by more powerful gods, making the concealment of their divine kingdoms paramount. While the ancient gods were also incredibly powerful, considering the limitations of their era, their divine kingdoms were still hidden within the Caring continent's own plane. It wasn't until the subsequent interplanetary wars that these so-called gods began transferring their divine kingdoms to other planes. This had several advantages. One was greater concealment. In this nested plane model, unless directly exposed, it was extremely difficult for a divine kingdom to be discovered. Secondly, it's more beneficial for gods to spread their faith. The continent of Charon is the base of all gods, and they all compete for believers in this region to gain faith. However, interdimensional wars are different. As long as the methods are covert, conquering another world makes it easy to unify faith there, since the conquered have no choice. This only illustrates the difficulty of finding the various divine kingdoms. More importantly, the fall of gods is not so easy, or rather, the probability of a divine kingdom still existing after a god's fall is extremely small. This is because the primary reason for the fall of gods is war between gods. When one god defeats another, it often results in complete annihilation, both physically and spiritually. Physically eliminating an opponent is easy to understand and relatively simple. It can be done by being stronger or using special methods. The difficulty lies in eliminating them spiritually, because gods all have their own sects and followers. As long as these followers continue to provide faith, the gods are not truly dead, but merely in a state of slumber. This is because, given enough powerful faith, gods can be reborn. Therefore, spiritual elimination is actually more difficult than physical elimination. When a god launches a war against another, it must be with complete certainty and thorough preparation to achieve a decisive victory and deliver the opponent to the afterlife. Without such preparation, these gods will never engage in war, as it easily becomes a protracted war of attrition, where neither side gains an advantage, and third, fourth, or even nth party can easily benefit. As for why such a divine kingdom has appeared in the Edge Canyon, Bolvar estimates that the god himself had problems, and the followers within the kingdom also suffered, resulting in the existence of this divine kingdom. This was also Bolvar's biggest concern. What had happened within the divine realm that caused the deaths of all its gods and followers? Although he didn't need to risk entering directly, if the problem wasn't resolved, he would eventually face the same issue if he wanted to enter. The worst part was that his current identity was merely that of an ordinary researcher from the Yin Kingdom, and he couldn't bring up the matter. Because it didn't fit his role, Bolvar scratched his head for a long time before finally deciding to let these otherworldly humans go in first to test the waters. Professor Wang, Mr. Darius, this is what I'm thinking. To sneak in, we need access cards, or someone with an access card to help us. Finding someone to help us is obviously unrealistic, so we need to focus on the access cards themselves. What would be an access card for this divine kingdom's protective shield? Yes, what would be an access card? Access card, what would be an access card? Darius paced back and forth in the tent, pondering the Lich's suggestion. Or we could just find the access control mechanism. For example, is it facial recognition? Or fingerprint recognition? Or just a password? I personally think facial recognition or fingerprint recognition is definitely impractical. If there are too many believers, how large a database would it need to store all that information? So it must be a universal password. Therefore, if we find this universal password, we can come and go freely. Hearing this, Professor Wang suddenly understood, nodded in satisfaction, and began to praise Kushao Eon. Young people really do have sharp minds. We old folks always think about brute force. It seems we still need to use our brains. Darius nodded in satisfaction, then said to Professor Wang, I go back now, and tell everyone about Researcher's idea, see if anyone has any good ideas. Professor Wang, please help us think of some solutions too. Definitely. After all, we're part of the expedition team, this is our duty. Alright, I won't waste any more time. We're extremely grateful for Researcher's suggestion, he's done a tremendous job. We reward him handsomely after this expedition. With that, Darius quickly returned to his tent, his expression relaxing as he saw everyone still gathered together discussing the matter. He then approached them. Ahem, everyone, quiet down for a moment. While I was patrolling near the Yin Kingdom's research team, one of their researchers proposed an access control theory. He meant that this protective shield acts like a dormitory access control system for the Divine Kingdom. If brute force can't break the access control, we need to find the access card. And this access card is unlikely to be based on personal information, because that would be too much information and too cumbersome. Therefore, the access card should be a universal and usable thing for the Divine Kingdom, so once we find this thing, we can come and go freely. Everyone listened quietly to Darius's description and began to think. Suddenly, Professor McGonagall seemed to remember something and covered her mouth, saying, Isn't this the same principle as using Parseltongue to open Slytherin's Chamber of Secrets? That's right, Professor McGonagall is right. Our biggest problem now is, what is the Parseltongue that opens this chamber? Could it be the faith of this divine realm? After all, only those who believe in this god possess the corresponding power of faith, And this selection mechanism is simple and easy for this divine realm to use. Since those who aren't on their side won't have the corresponding faith, anyone who forces their way in will be an enemy. Chapter 487. This idea is excellent, and indeed the most likely one. But how do we know what the divine office or beliefs of the deities here are? And we can't obtain such beliefs. We can't possibly have to worship a deity just to pass through the protective shield. That is indeed a problem. The professors in the tent fell into thought again, because this statement was also correct. As wizards of Earth, it was unlikely that they would worship any otherworldly deities. They were just skilled in magic, not stupid. While everyone was silent, a male wizard stood up. I don't think this is a problem. I wonder if you all enjoyed playing with bubbles when you were little. Oh, please, I know what I'm saying. I mean, like those bubble toys we played with as kids, 2 bubbles would directly devour each other and become bigger. That means we don't actually need to worship a deity ourselves, but we can let that power of faith envelop us. Then the protective array will automatically suck us in. As for how to get out, once we get in, there should be many ways to break the protective shield from the inside. After the male wizard finished speaking, no one spoke, and the male wizard stood there awkwardly. Well, this method does seem a bit far-fetched, but it's definitely a line of thought. Having an idea is better than having none, right? Well, I think this is a line of thought. Why don't we give it a try? We don't have any other options anyway, and if it doesn't work, we think of something else. So the question now is, Darius, do you know whose divine realm this is? Or rather, what kind of faith power do we need to imitate? I remember the documents I found mention the kingdom of the ice god, a deity who wields the laws of ice. Speaking of which, perhaps we should go find Headmaster Andres. Maybe we can borrow an ice phoenix for help. Professor Chi, then I trouble you to make the trip. We try this method tomorrow to see if it works. Now everyone go back and get some rest. Early the next morning, Chi Yongqiang operated back to the Mirror Island. After explaining the situation to Andres, Darius borrowed an ice phoenix from New Hogwarts. This ice phoenix had only been exchanged from the system by Andres for 2 years. It was still a child, or rather, a fledgling. Although it had grown quite a bit, it wasn't exactly well behaved. When Chi Yongqiang found it, it was playing pranks on the Hufflepuffs who cared for it. Because of its childish temper, this ice phoenix liked to freeze the tools the Hufflepuffs needed when they weren't looking, then watch them frantically and carefully thaw them with their wands. As a high-ranking druid, Chi Yongqiang naturally recognized the ice phoenix, and the phoenix seemed quite fond of him. Alright, princess, stop fooling around. Come here, I need your help. The ice phoenix, upon hearing Chi Yongqiang's words, immediately teleported from a tree to his shoulder, gently nuzzling his face. Chi Yongqiang comforted the little creature, then addressed the students. Alright, princess needs to go out with you. This is Principal Andres' signed permission. Take it back, register, and rest for a few days. We might be back shortly. Hearing Chi Yongqiang's words, the Hufflepuffs visibly cheered, then accepted the permission Chi Yongqiang offered and left. Soon, Chi Yongqiang returned to the camp in the Edge Canyon with the ice phoenix, which had already awakened from its slumber and was bustling with activity. The arrival of the ice phoenix amplified the noise, as everyone saw the blue glowing phoenix. Excellent, Professor Chi has brought the princess. Let's begin our plan. Professor Chi, have you spoken to the princess? She should cooperate, right? Don't worry, I spoke to her on the way here. For the next period, under everyone's watchful eyes, Chi Yongqiang began coaxing the ice phoenix into conducting various experiments. Initially, due to a lack of skill, the first few experiments failed. By noon, the princess had mastered the method to completely imbue the target with a layer of shimmering ice magic. When Darius used the levitation charm to send the target to the protective shield, an exciting scene unfolded. The shield did not repel the target. Instead, after ripples appeared on its surface, it absorbed the target. The group cheered as their target disappeared or merged into the protective shield, signifying their success. The rest was simple. After Chi Yongqiang signed numerous unequal treaties, the princess used ice magic to send all members of the expedition team, including herself, into the shield. Darius had arranged for the princess to be brought in as well, fearing that if they couldn't resolve the shield's problems inside, the princess's abilities would allow them to escape. When the expedition team successfully entered this divine realm, everyone was stunned. It was nothing like what they had expected. Before them lay a vast world of ice and snow, a completely different world from the one outside the protective barrier. At the edge of this icy world were the cliffs of a canyon, where everyone could see 200-meter-high metal gates. The wizards of the expedition team felt a dense surge of ice magic upon entering. Anyone learning ice magic here would likely find it much easier. The Lich Bolvar, however, felt the power of ice laws, a feeling indescribable. Bolvar knew he had made the right choice. He had a premonition that this expedition might uncover something. Led by Darius and the others, the expedition team began their arduous journey. Although it wasn't snowing in the Divine Realm, the entire place was covered in a thick layer of snow. While the wizards had ways to make their movements easier, the ordinary muggles of the Flame Kingdom had none. For safety reasons, no one in the expedition flew. Instead, they proceeded slowly on the ground. An hour later, the entire expedition finally arrived before the towering metal gate. Everyone stared at the massive gate in a daze for a moment. Then, at Darius's command, several wizards used magic to push it open. This gate to the Divine Realm, which had been closed for an unknown period of time, finally opened to the world once more after tens of thousands of years. The moment the gate opened, the entire space within the cliff face glowed with a ghostly blue light, and what the expedition saw was a city constructed entirely of ice. Chapter 488. Incredible! They built a city out of ice. Insane! How did they do that? Are you crazy? They have magic. Even with magic, it's still amazing. Brother, judging from your accent, you're from the south, right? I'm from Fujian province, so what? I knew it. No wonder they were so surprised. When you get back, you can search for Harbin's ice and snow world. Even without magic, we can create an ice and snow city in our backyard. After the initial exclamations of amazement, the entire expedition team began to explore further. Meanwhile, the Lich Bolvar and the team started to have wicked thoughts, knowing that there was nothing good on the outskirts. If there was anything good, it would definitely be in the tallest building in the city, the temple. So Bolvar approached Professor Wang, who was leading the team, and whispered a few words to him. Professor, I need to use the restroom, I'll be right back. Although Professor Wang was unhappy, he knew that everyone has to use the restroom, so what could he say but agree? Go outside to relieve yourself, hurry back. Okay, Bolvar said, then started running towards the back of the group. A short while later, a somewhat silent Kushoutian returned from the icy wilderness. Everyone was currently immersed in the magnificent ice city, and the expedition team members didn't notice Kushoutian's subtle change. However, Darius, the wizard, did notice this. In fact, an aura had noticed this when Bolvar left the group. After reporting this to Darius, 3 Aurors used disillusionment charms to follow him from a distance. Upon receiving the message, Darius merely smiled slightly and ignored the Lich, focusing instead on leading everyone to cautiously explore this divine realm. The city, composed of ice, was eerily silent, not a sound could be heard. The streets were spotless, and the doors and windows of the houses on both sides were tightly shut. After a brief discussion with Professor McGonagall, Darius and the others dispatched several wizards to cast detection spells on the small area. While the main force awaited orders, the wizards who had gone to scout returned. Professor McGonagall, Mr. Darius, we scouted the area ahead. There are no signs of life or magical fluctuations. We even detected the flow of magic, and the results show that the magic flow here is very stable, without any signs of being manipulated. Darius frowned upon hearing this. He could understand the lack of signs of life. After all, this was a divine realm from 10,000 years ago. In such a realm, not only ordinary people but even the gods had perished. The presence of any signs of life would be a miracle. But the absence of even magical fluctuations and mana flow was strange. If there were no magical fluctuations or mana flow, what was supporting the outer protective barrier? What was providing it with energy? They had been bombarding the barrier for a long time. Darius pondered for a moment, then stopped worrying about the question and waved to the group behind him. Everyone, form groups and search for anything of value. Remember, do not act alone. If you encounter danger, immediately raise the alarm and retreat. The same goes for the Yin Kingdom's expedition team. Send several groups of Auras to accompany them. After leaving some members behind, the rest of the expedition team dispersed. Darius and Professor McGonagall remained in place, ready for any eventuality. Jackson, Nash, and Zoya were assigned to the Yin Kingdom's expedition team. They stood in a defensive formation behind Professor Chi Yongqiang in front of a tall, 2-story igloo. Professor Wang from the expedition team followed behind, eager to see what was inside. They opened the heavy door. The ice was clearly very thick and sturdy. Upon entering, Professor Wang was pleasantly surprised, as the room had clearly not been disturbed. He could even deduce that the room had remained unchanged for 10,000 years, as the objects were neatly arranged, and there was even uneaten food on the table, though he didn't know why it was frozen in ice. Soon, Professor Wang and his team discovered that not everything in the room was made of ice. Most of it was simply frozen. Besides the uneaten food they had just discovered, there were also knives, forks, and candlesticks on the table, but these too were frozen in ice. Professor, look at the weapons hanging on the wall. They're frozen in ice too. It seems this place experienced rapid freezing. Otherwise the food shouldn't be so fresh. You're right, but where are the people? Logically, they were frozen while eating. But where are they? They should be frozen solid. How could they just disappear? Professor Wan, come quick. This seems to be a place of prayer. There's even a statue of a deity here. The sound not only caught Professor Wan's attention, but also piqued the interest of the accompanying wizards. They wanted to see who the deity was, so they quickly made their way to the place where the statue was enshrined. In a room, they found an altar with an ice sculpture on it. Judging from the sculpture, the deity appeared to be female, dressed in a long dress, holding a scepter, and wearing a crown. The only drawback was the lack of a face. Perhaps this was to maintain mystery? After observing the statue, and finding nothing particularly special about it, they began to examine the room. The room was clearly prepared for prayer, as besides a few frozen cushions, there was only a bookshelf. The bookshelf was filled with books they couldn't understand. Shi Yongqiang walked over, looked at them, and said to the wizard behind him, "Take these books back, they might be useful to us." Professor Wang immediately replied, "Professor Qi, could you leave some for us to research? After all, we found this together, didn't we?" "Professor Wang, don't worry. Everything we found here is for you. We make copies of all these books after we thaw them." "That's great. That's great. Thank you." After this brief interlude, Professor Qi loosened his restrictions on everyone. Since there was no danger, everyone became bolder and less cautious, and soon the entire two-story house was thoroughly explored. This two-story house belonged to an ordinary resident in town. At most, the owner was somewhat educated, because besides the books they had found earlier, Jackson and the others also found what appeared to be a diary in the bedroom. Chapter 489. In reality, being able to read and write independently on the continent of Karen was considered quite cultured. Considering the decorations of this house, this family should be considered of average means. No one cared about those searching. Everyone was focused on finding potentially useful items. Darius, waiting outside for news, had received a lot of reports. It seemed these houses were in a state from 10,000 years ago. Although no one was inside, it was clear the owners had left in a hurry, as many had left unfinished tasks behind. Besides these, they had also found many books, but due to their age, they couldn't be translated immediately. The wizards collected them to take back for translation. The remaining items were various weapons and equipment piled up in the open space, all encased in ice, yet still incredibly sharp. Darius selected one, examined it, then placed it on the ground, drew his wand, and chanted a spell. A blazing fireball landed on the weapon, and the surrounding ice began to melt as the flames burned. After a while, the longsword finally broke free from its ice bindings. Darius gripped the still damp hilt, and swung it a few times. It felt somewhat heavy, indicating the sword's wielder possessed considerable strength. Darius then lightly touched the blade with his finger, and blood immediately welled up. As Darius cast a spell on his finger with his wand, he praised, "This is a fine weapon, far superior to those used by orcs. If the orcs used weapons like this, they would cause us considerable trouble. Perhaps we can send this to the City of Rest, and let the natives of the Karen continent study it. Their technology seems to have regressed." Just as Darius and Professor McGonagall were fiddling with their weapons, a wizard approached carrying an ice sculpture. "Professor McGonagall, Mr. Darius. We found this in a nearby room. We discovered that almost every house has this statue. These statues are mostly the same, with only a few depicting a deity seated on a throne, so I picked out an ordinary one." Darius examined the statue, and handed it to Professor McGonagall. After casting a few spells on it without finding anything, Professor McGonagall passed it on to the others. After everyone thoroughly examined the statue, they discovered it was worthless. It was just an ordinary ice sculpture. So, they didn't pay much attention to it, and placed it with the weapons and equipment. Half an hour later, the search teams returned. "All right, everyone, 2 of you stay here to guard these things. The rest of you, come with us to the city center. We're unlikely to find anything of value in these ordinary houses. The temples are where we should focus our efforts. Wizards in front, muggles behind. Let's go!" The expedition team set off again. It had been over an hour since the Lich Bolvar had broken away from the group. Darius felt it was time to head to the temples. Any later, and the Lich might escape their control. The expedition team began their exploration, and although they no longer searched inside the houses, it still took them some time on the road. Along the way, a wizard was drawing on parchment, using spells to direct a quill to write and draw with. Curious onlookers approached to see he was creating a simple map, recording everything he had seen since entering. When Jackson peered closer, the quill was drawing weapons and shields on a building on the parchment, clearly a weapons shop. The group's pace soon slowed as they reached the plaza before the temple. The reason for this slowdown was the vast plaza filled with countless kneeling ice sculptures. Within these sculptures were desiccated, skeletal corpses. Everyone understood where the inhabitants of this divine realm had gone. They had all come to the temple and become mummies. What had they experienced in life? Why had this happened? These questions had become dust of history, awaiting future discovery. At this moment, no one in the expedition dared to take another step forward, for the scene was too eerie. Although everyone was a wizard and not afraid of mummies, they were still wary of the unknown and the eerie. Who knew what was hidden here? What if there was a problem? Everyone turned to look at Darius. Darius thought for a moment and decided to ignore the situation for now, leading the expedition team around the plaza directly to the temple. The majestic temple stood silently in the very center of the city. This temple was the only stone building in the area. 33 stone-carved steps surrounded the temple, and 4 tall warrior statues stood at the 4 corners, all in defensive stances, as if protecting the temple. Once the main group climbed the steps, they could see that the temple's massive stone pillars were carved with various stories, all depicting the life of a mysterious girl in blue. There were scenes of her birth, her learning of magic, and her leading soldiers to defend against invaders. These images densely covered the pillars and walls. Further on, they noticed that the temple's doors were slightly ajar, the gap only wide enough for one person to pass through. The temple, which should have been silent, was now filled with sounds of fighting and cursing. The expedition members were bewildered. Weren't they supposed to be the first to arrive? What were these sounds coming from? Had someone infiltrated before them? Darius, of course, understood the situation, so he remained calm. Don't worry, our old friends are inside. Everyone rest here. Send a team of Aurors with me to check the situation. If we don't come out within an hour, send a second team of Aurors in. If neither team goes in, and there's still no news, try to notify Headmaster Andres, so he can come and find a solution. Darius, I should go. I'm a professor, how can I let my students risk their lives for me? No, Professor McGonagall. I'm the leader now, I need to think about everyone's safety. Besides, someone needs to stay here to look after things, in case of any emergencies. Seeing Darius's insistence, Professor McGonagall didn't argue further, and the rest of the expedition silently watched the wizards enter the temple and disappear into the darkness. Chapter 490. Delia Lawson and her squad members looked towards the temple entrance, silently praying for their safe return. Of course, if it was truly difficult, they hoped Stephen Ellis would return. The others, no matter how close, were just colleagues. As for why, I can only say that adults understand, and many minors probably understand too. Just moments ago, Delia Lawson's squad and Stephen Ellis's squad had a disagreement, mainly because neither captain wanted their loved ones to take the risk. In the end, Stephen persuaded Delia to go in first, and then join Delia and her group as reinforcements in the second wave. Of course, these are minor details. Let's talk about those who entered the temple. Darius led the Auro squad into the dark temple. Although light shone in from outside, it only reached a short distance from the entrance. The temple remained completely dark inside. From afar came the sounds of spell casting, and the muffled thuds of drumsticks striking the ground. To get a clearer view, Darius had to use his wand to launch the spell Lumos into the air as a signal flare. Instantly, blue and white light filled the entire temple's vestibule, allowing Darius and the auras of Stephen Ellis's team to see the space clearly. The vestibule was actually quite spacious, with only 2 rows of stone pillars neatly arranged on either side. The walls were covered with oil paintings of a certain girl. Yes, all sorts of oil paintings. Darius instantly understood that the paintings belonged to the deity of this place. However, when Darius and the others tried to see the girl's face clearly, they always felt that the face in the portrait was shrouded in a hazy mist, making it difficult to see clearly. Just as everyone was about to get closer to see the other person's face clearly, a scream came from the back of the front hall. Ah! My hand? Don't worry about me, go back and tell the Lord what happened here. Door, take him back. I hold him off. No, Anthony. You're injured too, you all go back. I stay. I say, you guys are really quite sentimental. Since none of you want to leave, I take my leave first. You can clean up this place. Shadow step. Huh? Where did that guy go? How did he just disappear like that? He was just here a moment ago. While the three Aurors who had followed were wondering, Darius had already led the Aurors through a side door of the front hall into the corridor. It should be a variant of the disillusionment charm, or rather, a type of disillusionment charm from the Karen continent. Hearing Darius's voice, the three Aurors who had followed immediately showed joy. "My lord. All right, your mission is complete. You can all go back and rest now. The main force is outside. Tell everyone outside what happened here, so they be prepared when reinforcements come in." With that, Darius cast a barrier spell to shield the three from the stone giant's attack. Yes, the ones attacking them now were the same creatures as the four soldier statues outside the temple. "Yes, my lord. You must be careful too. These big guys ahead are tough. Their hides are too thick. Ordinary spells are unlikely to harm them." Anthony, Dory, and the wizard with the missing arm slipped out of the corridor during the opening left by Darius and the Aurors attack and began their retreat. Meanwhile, the two stone giants in the corridor had already changed their target to Darius and his companions who had just entered. A barrage of pulverizing spells slammed into the stone giants, forcing them to stagger backward. The two giants were now covered in wounds from various spells, but they seemed oblivious to pain or danger, continuing to attack the intruders. Finally, an explosive spell from Darius struck one of the stone giants in the leg, and the 3-meter-tall giant collapsed with a thud. A cloud of dust rose as it fell, and the giant began to crawl, attempting to attack the intruders. Seeing this method was effective, the Aurors focused their fire on the other stone giant's legs. Soon, both of the other giant's legs were broken, and the two crawling giants posed no threat. Darius and his Aurors easily blasted the two stone giants to pieces, and two bright, crystalline orbs rolled out from their bodies. Darius didn't have time to investigate what they were, but he guessed they were the source of the two giants' power. Darius ordered his Aurors to collect the orbs, and then prepared to continue their advance. However, they hadn't gone far when they saw sculptures identical to the two stone giants they had just encountered appearing on both sides of the corridor. They realized that what they had seen earlier was only the beginning. Darius fired a flare with his wand and discovered that there were 4 more sets of these sculptures in the corridor. It seemed that if they wanted to go deeper, they would have to destroy these 4 sets of sculptures. Fortunately, they had already found the stone giant's weakness. Destroying these stone giants shouldn't be a problem. It would just take some time and effort. Then Darius led the Aurors on their monster-clearing journey. Their skillful teamwork meant they destroyed a group of stone giant sculptures every 10 minutes on average, and they also collected 2 glittering crystal balls every 10 minutes. However, just as the dozen or so of them had eliminated the last group of stone giants, they didn't notice that the dust rising in the air was slightly different in color than before. Because the change was so subtle, no one noticed it. Then a strange scene unfolded. As they reached the exit, their movement slowed down until they froze completely. Darius and the others had fallen asleep. At this moment, Darius found himself being woken up. "Ben, wake up! Ben, you absolutely can't sleep here, you freeze to death. Wake up! Your younger siblings are waiting for you to bring food back. If you die here, they have no way to survive." Darius gradually awoke. He had completely forgotten who he was, only remembering that he was a farmer named Ben. He was originally a local farmer, and he had heard from the lords that this was the northeastern part of the Lionheart Empire on the Divine Grace continent. He knew nothing else. After all, he was just a farmer tilling the land for the men. His life was originally quite comfortable. As long as he worked hard, he could support his younger siblings. However, it seemed that fate thought they were living too comfortably and wanted to cause them some trouble. He didn't know when, but the weather gradually began to turn cold. Summer seemed to be gone forever, leaving only an endless winter. Chapter 491. The weather grew colder and colder, beyond the comprehension of most villagers. Only a few elderly survivors said that decades ago, there had been a similarly cold spell, and the elders advised everyone to conserve energy and avoid outdoor activities. The villagers followed their advice, but as time passed, the weather showed no signs of warming up. The long winter finally brought a sense of crisis to those huddled indoors. First, firewood ran out, forcing Ben to join others in braving the snow to cut trees in the forest for firewood. The heating crisis eased for only a few days before food became scarce. The villagers gradually reduced their meals from 2 a day to 1, and then to 2 every 3 days. Not only were the children malnourished, but even the adults were shivering with hunger. To solve the food problem, the village's adult men, after a hearty meal, ventured into the forest in groups to hunt. However, of these dozen or so men, only 3 returned, along with a bear they had risked their lives to capture. From that day on, young boys like Ben, not yet fully grown, became the village's able-bodied laborers. To feed his family and prevent his younger siblings from starving, Ben joined another hunting party. Just moments ago, they encountered several hungry wolves also out hunting. With food scarce, neither humans nor wolves were willing to easily give up this opportunity. Who would be the prey and who would be the hunter was entirely up to skill. Fortunately, humans are, after all, more intelligent than wild beasts. Just now, after sacrificing 2 of their own, they killed the wolves. Now they could return with food and their companions' bodies. They had initially thought Ben was dead, as he hadn't moved for a long time after collapsing. But when they tried to move him back, they discovered he seemed to still be breathing, leading to the scene just now, his companion shaking Ben incessantly. Darius gradually awoke, opening his eyes to see the group of people before him. Although his head throbbed, he could still recognize his friends. Then he looked at the wolf carcasses beside him. "What happened to me? Ben, you were injured and passed out. We all thought you were dead. Thank goodness you're alive. Get moving. This weather's too cold. If you don't move for a while, you freeze to death. We should go back. These wolf carcasses will be enough for the village for a few days." Hearing this, Darius immediately got up, and together with the others, they gathered their spoils and began their journey back. After a grueling 2-day trek, they returned to the village. When Darius saw the longing and admiring looks in his younger siblings' eyes, he suddenly felt that all the suffering of the past few days had been worthwhile. His family wouldn't die of hunger, his younger siblings could survive. Returning home with his share of the spoils, sitting around the fireplace with his little ones waiting for the food to cook was his happiest moment. His younger brothers kept asking Darius about their journey, while his youngest sister touched his wounds, asking if it hurt. Darius, completely unaware of anything amiss, was only focused on raising his siblings. Days passed, and half a year went by. The weather remained cold, and the snow continued to fall relentlessly. Although the people had adapted to the cold, they were still filled with dread. The weather was so erratic, they could endure it for a year or 2, but what if this monstrous weather continued? Just as the entire village was shrouded in gloom, a group of armored knights escorted a man in a long robe into the village. After the armored knights gathered everyone in the village in the open space, the robed monk stepped forward. "Citizens of the Empire, I am Monk Louis Andra. It's too cold, so I get straight to the point. Our empire has suffered a cruel divine punishment. This frigid weather will become an eternal daily occurrence." Upon hearing this, the village erupted in chaos. Many vulnerable women even began to weep. "Almighty God, why have you abandoned us? Why punish us? We have always been your devout followers. Almighty God, please forgive us sinners. We swear to serve you even more faithfully." A cacophony of voices arose: prayer, repentance, and even curses. The monk and the knights remained silent, watching the villagers vent their emotions until, after a long while, everyone had calmed down, and only then did the monk speak again. "Now, to atone for our sins and gain redemption, we will worship a new god, the ice goddess Diane. Under her protection, you will be reborn." The monk's words shocked everyone in the village. The reason was simple. The empire had always worshipped the god of light, Baldur. And this monk before them had once been a follower of Baldur, a person blessed by the god of light. But now, he was demanding that the villagers worship another deity. Everyone instinctively thought this monk was either insane or blasphemous. How dare he do this? How dare he? This would be divine punishment. Divine punishment? Was the extreme cold the empire was suffering because of their blasphemy, causing the god of light to abandon them? But what about those knights? Didn't they hear what Brother Louis Andra was saying? The entire village fell silent. No one knew what was happening. Brother Louis Andra, standing on the platform, understood what the people below were thinking, but he was powerless to do anything. The Church of Light had been defeated. They had been defeated by the Church of the Ice Goddess. The entire Lionheart Empire had also changed hands due to the defeat. 6 months ago, these monks had made their choice: either follow the Church of Light to wander far away or commit suicide because they couldn't accept defeat. Louis Andra and some other monks chose to submit to the Ice Goddess, Guinea. He never felt ashamed of his choice. Their submission was only temporary. They were merely infiltrating to prepare for the Church of Light's future counterattack, and when the Day of Light returned, they would still be the most humble servants of the God of Light. In short, regardless of what others thought, they had found 1,000 reasons to stay and become monk lords in the new church. Now it was time for these damned commoners to make their decision, and for them to experience the torment they had endured. Chapter 492. No, this is blasphemy. Brother Andra, how dare you? We are all believers of the God of Light, and you are also a priest of the God of Light. Now you dare to ask us to change our faith, Aren't you afraid of divine punishment? Enough, you lowly people. God is already punishing us, but it's not the god of light punishing us, it's Lady Day, the goddess of ice and snow. Look at the ice and snow around you. How long can you endure this environment? If you want to survive, if you want to live better, you must believe in Lady Day, the goddess of ice and snow. No, this is betrayal. This is blatant betrayal. We have believed in the God of light our whole lives. We will not change our faith. That's right, we will not change our faith. Ben's younger siblings, being young and confused, joined in the excited shouts of the crowd. But Ben, also known as Darius, had a strange thought lingering in his mind. Gods are nothing but powerful humans. The thought flashed through Darius's mind, and he was immediately horrified by it. How could he think like that? If others knew, he'd be hanged. Just as the villagers were clamoring and cursing Louis Andra on the platform, Darius was bumped by the crowd behind him. Coming to his senses, Darius immediately pulled his younger siblings, who were being pushed forward by the crowd, back away. For some reason, he felt a vague unease. Sure enough, Darius's unease was justified. Even as the crowd continued to curse and gather around the monk, Brother Andra on the platform raised his right hand high and shouted a command to the knights behind him. Kill these heretics. Only those who kneel and pray to the ice goddess Tieni will live. Upon receiving the command, the knights immediately drew their swords and weapons, hacking at the crowd. Those at the front of the crowd watched in terror as the knights desperately tried to retreat, but the sheer force of the crowd pushed them forward. Murder. Help. Run. Stop pushing. Run back. They're killing people. Screams echoed throughout the village, alarming the entire crowd. The villagers, who had been indignantly cursing the priests for blasphemy, scattered in terror, and the area at the front was now a river of blood. Because Darius had been retreating from the beginning, they were on the outermost edge of the group when the attack occurred. Therefore, they were the fastest to escape. Darius led his younger siblings home to grab furniture and block the doorway. The massacre in the village continued until no one else appeared outside, at which point the knights considered their mission complete. Then Brother Louis Andra began knocking on doors. He had no other purpose than to distribute the statue of the ice goddess, Tieni. Those who accepted the statue and destroyed the statue of the god of light would live. Those who refused were all killed. When Louis Andra arrived at Darius's house, Darius smashed the statue of the god of light almost without hesitation. This surprised Andra, as the others had some fear of the gods and dared not act, requiring him to intimidate them. He hadn't expected the young man before him to act so swiftly and decisively. Surprised but not wanting to delve into the details, Andra left, as he had other villages to visit. After this incident, the atmosphere in the village became strange. Many were terrified and began secretly worshipping the snow goddess, while others, though keeping statues of her for survival, didn't actually worship her. These people initially made up the majority. After all, they had believed in a deity for so long, and it wasn't something they could easily switch to. At first, when they learned of the worship, they would angrily curse them as heretics and blasphemers. However, as they discovered that those who worshipped the snow goddess were no longer afraid of the cold, their attitudes began to change. Those who secretly worshipped the snow goddess found that they were no longer afraid of the cold. Even the heavy snowfall, due to their piety, no longer approached their houses. It was as if a barrier surrounded their homes, isolating them from the snow. They then tried planting vegetables near their houses. To their surprise, the vegetables survived and grew just as well as before. Seeing that these heretics had actually managed to grow food, the others began to waver. After all, people needed to survive, they needed to eat. Slowly, others also began to worship the ice goddess, including Darius's family. They were among the first to do so. However, Darius knew that their family's blessing from the ice goddess wasn't because of him, but because of his younger siblings. For some reason, a voice inside him kept telling him that those gods were false, that they were merely more powerful humans. Life returned to its previous routine: hunting, farming, chopping wood. People had forgotten their fear of the snow and ice, and life resumed as normal. In the following years, Darius married and had children, while his younger brother, due to his talent, became a priest of the goddess of ice and snow. Later, Darius's brother gradually rose to become a bishop under the goddess, his power increasing accordingly. When Darius was 40, his brother brought their entire family to the kingdom of the goddess of ice and snow in Sunset Valley. In the kingdom, they constantly felt the divine power of the goddess, and thus, all the people there were devout followers of the goddess. Darius, however, was an exception. Although he prayed fervently every day like everyone else, only he knew that he did not believe in any god. When Darius was 60, Rumors suddenly spread in the kingdom that heretics had invaded. Darius's heart skipped a beat when he heard this news. These young people didn't know the cruelty of war he had experienced. He understood how brutal the holy war between gods was. Those fanatical followers of the church would not let any heretic go unpunished. Darius wanted to leave the divine realm with his family, but they were all devotees of the goddess of ice and snow. They refused to leave, believing Darius was being too cautious. In their eyes, the goddess was so great and invincible that she would never fail, so for her sake, they should fight to the end and kill all heretics. Thus, the holy war raged for 5 or 6 years. Darius's brother had already died in battle. Darius's son also gave his life for the goddess, and Darius himself, due to his advanced age, was on the verge of death. Chapter 493. One morning, Darius was sweeping his courtyard after breakfast. Suddenly, the sound of approaching hooves grew louder. Seeing the knight's panicked expressions, Darius knew something must have happened. However, since his brother's death, he had received no news from the church, so he ignored them and continued working. Half an hour later, urgent bells rang out from the very center of the divine kingdom, the temple. This was the goddess's signal to all believers to assemble. Darius's heart sank. He knew it must be related to the knights from before. He instinctively resisted going to the temple, but seeing his youngest son's family and his eldest son's children preparing to go, he followed. Darius worried that something might happen. He feared his children would foolishly sacrifice everything for the gods. He didn't care if he died, but his children couldn't be harmed. When his family arrived at the square in front of the temple with the crowd, the square was already packed with people. The elderly archbishop stood at the temple entrance, followed by a group of knights in gleaming armor. Everyone fell silent, waiting patiently. Children of the goddess of desire, let us pray for the goddess's mercy. The entire square suddenly knelt and began to pray aloud. Darius was bewildered. He didn't understand why a prayer had brought everyone to the square. But just as Darius couldn't see, the elderly archbishop waved his hand behind him. A group of cardinals poured out from all sides of the square, then cut their palms and pressed them to the ground. Some of the believers in the divine kingdom saw the commotion, while others didn't. But regardless of whether they saw it or not, they didn't move, firstly because they didn't believe the church would harm them, and secondly because the prayer wasn't over yet. The elderly bishop before the temple sighed and murmured, "This is all for the goddess, all for the goddess." Soon, beams of blue light shot into the sky from the plaza in front of the temple, then enveloped the entire plaza. The praying believers were unaware that frost rapidly formed on the plaza's ground, freezing their legs. Many began to feel weak, but they didn't pay attention until their prayers ended and they tried to stand, only to find their legs immobile. "What's happening? I can't stand up. Someone help me. My legs are frozen to the ground. Can someone help me? I think I'm sick. I feel so weak. Oh, now that you mention it, I feel weak too. What's going on? Your Excellency, what's happening to us? Look, those ice crystals are spreading." The plaza erupted in chaos and panic. While they were trying to seek help from the church, they were unaware that their life force was flowing into the temple through a magical array. Soon, as their life force dwindled, the frost had spread to their waists. Looking at their immobile state, and then at the expressionless church personnel before the temple, they realized it was the church's doing. Everyone began to hurl insults at the church. The bishop before the temple, hearing the jeers below, roared, "Enough! You are sacrificing yourselves for the goddess. The goddess is wounded in the holy war, and needs your life force to help her. You cannot simply enjoy the goddess's benefits without gratitude. Now is the time for you to repay her. You will not feel pain, believe me, it will be soon." The believers reacted differently to the bishop's words. Some stopped struggling and resumed their prayers, some began to curse, and some simply wept silently. Darius, kneeling in a corner, struggled incessantly. He wanted to get up, he wanted to help his children and get them away. But all his efforts were in vain. He could only kneel there, feeling his life slipping away. After several fruitless attempts, Darius could only comfort the children beside him. His own life flashed through his mind, lying in his mother's arms as a child, struggling to survive alone with his younger siblings after his parents' death, the divine punishment the village suffered after the defeat of the god of light, and the day the church came to the village to kill people. All these memories flashed before Darius's eyes. He knew he was going to die. After an unknown amount of time had passed since Darius fell into a deep sleep, he was awakened again. In his dazed state, he uttered a single sentence. "Where am I? Darius, Darius. Can you hear me?" He seemed to say something, but I don't know what he said. They must be under some kind of spell, making some meaningless noises? But that doesn't seem right. Hasn't Principal Andres arrived yet? We already sent someone to fetch him. He should be here soon. Darius was still half asleep. He heard a strange language, but for some reason, he understood some of what these people were saying. He felt an uncanny familiarity with the name Andres, but he couldn't remember where he heard it before. Just then, a chorus of greetings rang out in the distance, followed by footsteps approaching. Headmaster Andres, come quick. They just entered this temple, and when we found them, they were all standing motionless. When our men touched them, they all fainted. Darius showed signs of waking up just now, but then he stopped moving again. Andres walked over and touched each of their necks, then drew his wand and cast a spell on an ore. The spell turned green upon hitting the ore, then gradually faded to grayish-white, and after a while the spell disappeared. Andres' expression was grim, and he began to question the three Aurors, who had initially retreated about what had happened. The three Aurors recounted Darius' instructions to them, and everything that had happened to them. You mean, all these fragments are from those sculptures? Yes, Principal Andres. But didn't you notice that the last two piles of fragments seem to be a little different in color? A little different in color? They do seem a little different. The others are all yellowish-brown, but why are the last two piles a bit greenish? Sorry, Principal Andres. We were only paying attention to Senior Darius and the others, and didn't notice these. As he spoke, an Auro immediately ran to the two different piles of fragments to examine them.